Every day, the world produces noise, but only a few moments produce meaning. Information is everywhere. Understanding is rare. Because facts alone do not enlighten, context does, analysis does, perspective does. Welcome to Aneke TV, where news is not merely reported, it is examined. Where conversations are not merely held, they are elevated. Where stories are not merely told, they are understood. In governance, in business, in society, in the global arena, clarity is power, discernment is advantage, awareness is responsibility. This is broadcasting with purpose, journalism with depth, programming with intellect. Nigeria, the world, we are live. Aneke TV, broadcasting daily, informing minds, shaping perspective.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world. Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
From the trading floors of Lagos to commodity hubs of Enugu, we say thank you for joining us and welcome to Aneke TV business segment, broadcasting live from Enugu. We open a critical trading week as the Nigerian exchange battles to recover from 1.8 trillion weekly contraction, while external reserves hit a powerful 51.4 billion high, handing the central bank fresh ammunition to defend the naira. Meanwhile, a global Brent crude surplus drags price down to low $70, putting immediate pressure on Nigeria's foreign federal budget metrics, even as it offers raw input relief to our local mega refineries. From trading floors of the Nigerian exchange to regional food hubs of Enugu, Abuja, and Lagos, we have the data, the drivers, and the distinct market implication. And this is the business desk, where data meets destiny, and your weight finds its voice. I am Uche Osai. Let's get down to business. Starting with Nigerian equity market, where we'll bring you the Nigerian exchange market recap as of Friday, July the 3rd. The Nigerian exchange capped off the first week of July with a robust, Friday recovery, though the composite index logged its third consecutive weekly decline due to earlier profit taking in heavyweights. The all-share index ASI settled at 229,240.34 basis points, representing a minor weekly retreat of 1.21%, despite Friday's late session rally. Market capitalization stood firm at 147.11 trillion naira, and the trading volume and value, where institutional and retail momentum remained elevated, with a weekly turnover of 3.821 billion shares valued at 154.393 billion naira, clearing over 258,000 deals. And quickly, taking a look at the corporate headlines and market drivers. PZ Cushions Nigeria PLC, traded as PZ, stole the spotlight after releasing its spectacular 2026 full-year audited results. The consumer goods giant posted an after-tax profit of 49.1 billion naira, transforming the narrative from its 2024 devaluation losses, driven by a 22.5% revenue jump to 260.4 billion naira. Investors aggressively chased the ticker, forcing a peak close of 90 naira, marking a phenomenal 103% year-to-date gain. MTN Nigeria PLC, traded as MTNN, received a significant fundamental boost as Augusto & Co. upgraded its national long-term credit rating to AAA. Stable outlook, yes, matching the GCR's premium tiering. The upgrade knows 73.3% surge in Q1 2026 operating cash flow to 764.10 billion naira, reassuring fixed income and equity investors alike, despite recent June equity price correction. Now, quickly, the top Friday gainers, Tantalizers, led the pack, locking in a positive 9.97 maximum daily gain to close at 3.97 naira. 3 naira 97 kobo. Omatek and FTN Coca equally followed suit. And here is our market outlook. Heading into today's opening bell, market sentiment signals an extension of Friday's bargain hunting, setting the stage for short-term corrective rally. Now, with a deep focus on banking and consumer goods, technical indicators point to oversold territory for the banking index, down 3.72% last week, and on consumer goods, which is down 4.56% last week. Expect early institutional positioning in deeply discounted tier 1 banks and fundamentally sound consumer tickers as the investors seek to recover June slippages. Now, taking a look at the trading sentiment, we are mixed but lean position while the macroeconomic backdrop features rigid monetary tightening. Liquid remains strong. Analysts project a brief bullish run early this week, driven entirely by corporate earnings, reaction, and high-yield credit stories. And quickly, moving to the forex market, where we'll bring you the market recap from Friday. The Naira demonstrated resilience as it concluded the trading week with a stable performance across both the official and parallel markets, underpinned by a strengthening external reserve position. And then taking a look at the official market, where the Naira closed the section at 1,370 Naira against the dollar, maintaining a stable trajectory. The Nigerian foreign exchange market weighted average rate for the day stood at 1,370 Naira 19 kobo against the US dollar. Reflecting on the week's activity, the local currency appreciated by approximately 0.78% week on week, recovering from the volatility observed in later half of June. And quickly taking a look at the parallel market or the street market or black market, depending on what you're comfortable with. Data suggests the currency hovered around the 1,400 Naira against the dollar mark, maintaining a relatively narrow spread against official window, which indicates improved convergence and reduced speculative pressure. The fundamental driver remains the steady ascent of Nigeria's external reserves, which reached 51.45 billion US dollars as of June the 30th, a significant 38.27% increase compared to the same period in 2025. This provides the Central Bank of Nigeria with enhanced capacity to maintain market stability. Now quickly, our market outlook. Yes, taking a look at the forex market outlook. As we open the new trading week, market sentiment is cautiously optimistic. Analysts expect the Naira to maintain its current range, provided that current liquidity condition persists. And taking a look at policy and liquidity as part of the indices that will shape the market today. Market watchers are keeping a close eye on the central bank's upcoming liquidity management tools, with external reserves now north of 51 billion US dollars. The firepower to defend the currency appears robust, which should anchor expectation in the near term. The hot money variable is another factor we'll look into. Why capital inflows remain primary focus, the interplay between high interest rate and intended attract foreign capital, and the ongoing structural reform will dictate the pace of foreign convergence this week. Then, another factor that will shape the market today is the investor sentiment. Expect a period of consolidation. The narrow gap between the official and parent market rates is positive signal for investors, and bearing any significant shocks in global commodity prices, the Naira is positioned to maintain its recent gains through the week. Now, moving on to the global energy, where we'll start with a recap of the global energy on Friday. The oil benchmark experienced a quiet, low-volume section on Friday due to the U.S. Independence Day holiday, but managed modestly, led by recovery to cap off a highly telling week of trade. Brent crude futures settled higher on Friday, edging up 0.6% to close at $71.95 per barrel. Despite Friday's minor gains, Brent logged its sixth consecutive weekly decline, hitting a 4-month low. This represents a massive retreat from the conflict-driven peak of nearly $120 observed back in March. The rapid premium on widening confirms as geopolitical tension in the Middle East eased significantly. Breakthroughs in diplomatic efforts between the U.S. and Iran have restored confidence in shipping safety, with oil tanker traffic rapidly recovering through the crucial Strait of Hormuz checkpoint. And here is our market update and outlook for today. As electronic trading opened for the week this morning, the downward trajectory resumed, with Brent crude dipping 0.6% in early Asian trade to $71.71 per barrel. The outlook for today and the week ahead is dominated by a clear shift from supply panic to a looming supply surplus. We are monitoring the three key market drivers moving the tape today. And one is the OPEC supply inflows. On Sunday, OPEC members agreed to lift combined output by 188,000 barrels per day for August. This marks the alliance's fifth consecutive monthly quarterly increase, signaling that major producers are determined to reclaim market share as shipping lanes stabilize. The second factor here is the Strait of Hormuz recovery, with the U.S. protected maritime corridor showing steady signs of normalization. Iranian and Saudi crude exports are returning to full capacity. Analysts note that the structural supply shock from earlier this year has officially dissolved, prompting major investment banks, including UABS, to aggressively downgrade their year-end Brent target down to the $80 threshold. The third factor here is the macroeconomic demand cautiousness. As the market enters the second half of 2026, energy traders are adopting a highly defensive posture. While softening U.S. employment data has led investors to scale back expectation of further aggressive interest rate hikes, global industrial demand remains cool, keeping a high psychological ceiling on energy prices. The key takeaway here is that for macroeconomics and corporate balance sheets, Brent stabilization near the low $70 range provides the first real operational cost break in months, rapidly easing global energy-driven inflationary pressures. What does this mean for Nigeria? For Nigeria, a global Brent crude surplus and the subsequent price drop to the low 70s range acts as a sharp double-edged sword. One, the fiscal strain, that's the budget versus reality. At $71.95 a barrel, Brent is still technically trading above Nigeria's reversed 2026 budget benchmark of $60. The real issue is that the budget relies on producing 1.84 million barrels per day. Even though domestic production recently hit an 11-month high of 1.7 million barrels per day, including condensate, Nigeria is still facing a volume deficit. The fiscal outlook here is that with prices sliding below the $80 comfort zone, the country's buffer to absorb production shortfalls shrinks rapidly, adding immediate pressure to national debt and deficit financing. Secondly, the local refining break, where even Dangote and PH refineries are evening. On the flip side, lower global crude prices directly reduce the input costs for local mega refineries like Dangote and the rehabilitated Port Harcourt facility. The consumer catch here is that while cheaper raw crude lowers landing costs, local pump price remains fiercely tied to foreign exchange liquidity. Unless the naira dramatically strengthens along its price dip, consumers shouldn't expect an immediate drastic drop at the pump's price. The key takeaway here is that the structural surplus forces Nigeria into a high-stake race against time. The country must aggressively maintain its recent 1.7 million barrel per day production momentum to offset lower prices or face widening federal deficit by mid-quarter. And quickly moving to the commodities market, where we'll start with the recap of the Friday tradings. The domestic commodities market closed the week facing sustained structural pressure. High transport, logistics, and energy costs continue to dictate retail prices variance across major urban hubs, with the southeast bearing the highest price ceiling for key staples like garri and tubers. Now quickly taking a look at the regional retail breakdown of Enugu, that's the southeast, Lagos in the southwest, and Abuja at the north central. We are looking at local rice. The 50 kg bag of it sold in Enugu between 88,000 to 95,000 naira, and in Lagos between 85,000 and 92,000 naira, and in Abuja it went for between 75,000 and 82,000 naira. White garri, the paint rubber of it, speaking to retail in Enugu, sold between 950 naira to 1,100 naira, and in Lagos it went for between 1,000 and 1,100 naira. Abuja is sold for between 650 to 800,000 naira. And quickly taking a look at the brown beans, yes, 1 kg of it retail price in Enugu went for between 1,650 naira and 1,750 naira. In Lagos, it sold for between 1,750 naira to 1,850 naira, and Abuja paid between 900 and 1,100 naira. Then quickly, the market drivers. Starting with the Southern Premium, the Southeast and Southwest region continue to log the sharpest pricing. White garri retail prices peaked in regional markets like Enugu and Abia at nearly 950 naira to 1,100 naira per petermbah due to lower local processing outputs, contrasted heavily by north-central hubs like Plateau and Abuja, where number sits closer to 650. Now taking a look at the logistics variables. High diesel costs required to heal northern grain surplus such as beans and maize, southwest, keep retail pricing in Lagos and Enugu highly defensive. And here is our market outlook for today. Heading into today's trading week, the commodities market is set for consolidation with thin retail margins, pushing trades to adjust volumes rather than lower prices. And taking a look at export grains, cocoa and sugar. On the structured exchange-like affairs, export commodities are swinging divergent paths. Cocoa closed Friday up in a positive 2.96% at 6,924,014 kobo per metric ton, driven by strong international pricing and steady regional demand. Meanwhile, commercial grains like sorghum and paddy rice are opening completely flat today at 333 naira 28 kobo and 381 naira 25 kobo, respectively. As spot market volumes thin out ahead of mid-quarter harvest, do not expect a downward correction this week. While year-on-year data shows some moderate food basket stabilization compared to the extreme peak of 2025, persistent fuel distribution realities will keep immediate price floor rigid across certain markets today. And then taking a walk towards the international market, where we'll bring you the recap. The global financial narrative on Friday was defined by a complete closure on Wall Street, shifting the entire speculative spotlight onto European and Asian pulses, which rallied to a historic milestone. The United States, Wall Street equity and bond markets were completely closed on Friday, observance of the Independence Day federal holiday. The major average went into long weekend on a record high, with Dow Jones Industrial Average setting an all-time close record on Thursday at 52,900.07 basis points. And quickly moving to Europe, seizing the momentum, European indices surged to a fresh all-time high. The pan-European Stocks 50 rose 0.9% to close at 6,417, while the Stocks 600 edged up 0.7% to 653. Germany's DAX jumped 0.78% to finish at 25,779.31, and the French CAC 40 added 0.39%. The rally was aggressively led by technology and AI-exposed giants like ASML, which gained 3.7%, and Siemens, which gained 2.5% as buying sentiment rebound. And quickly taking a look at the Asian market. Regional markets closed Friday deeply in the green. Sentiment was heavily boosted by stronger than expected China services PMI data, which surpassed estimates and pointed to private sector resilience, igniting late week buying across regional, chip and automotive stocks. Now quickly, the international market outlook for today. As electronic trading desks opened worldwide this morning, macro traders are adopting a cautious, optimistic stance, with all eyes returning to the American market. With U.S. markets returning to normal hours today, institutional investors are focused on evaluating the latest cooling macro data out of U.S. and the Eurozone. Softening economic indicators are fueling broad market consensus that central banks may find room for a policy pivot later this quarter. Tech stocks and AI hyperscalers are expected to dominate volatile early section trading today. Investors will continue testing whether the sector has entered overbought territory or if Friday's European tech bounce signals a wider structural rally. And then taking a look at currency and gold watch, where on the macro desk, the US dollar is starting the week on a defensive footing, logging its sharpest weekly decline since April. The softer greenback is offering immediate technical support to global commodities, with gold holding solid ground just under the $4,200 per ounce psychological threshold. Then quickly, we'll move on to give you our market advice for today. Yes. For Nigerian investors and market participants, seizing up the trading landscape this morning, here is the strategy for today. One is the headline strategy. Capitalize on technical dip despite a broad 1.21% week-on-week contraction that wiped 1.80 trillion naira off the Nigerian exchange. The index remains up over 47% year-to-date. Friday led 2.19% daily rebound signals that institutional liquidations have cooled, opening a prime window for strategic repositioning today. Now quickly, here are the 3 actionable imperatives for your portfolios today. 1. Target overcorrection in industrial and consumer heavyweights. Target overcorrection, industrial and heavyweight consumer heavyweights. The industrial sector shared nearly 5% last week, dragged down by profit-taking in tickers like Leverage and Dangote Cement, with fundamentally solid consumer names also hitting oversold territory. Today's opening bell favors bargain hunting in large cap equities, showing strong cash buffers. Secondly, hedge with high yield debt. Hedge with high yield debt. Fixed income markets are bracing for the Q3 government borrowing plan amid a broader bond sell-off. For income-focused investors, the yields an excellent entry point to lock in premium double-digit returns in short-term sovereign paper or high-grade corporate bonds. Now, quickly, the third one is for you to watch the FTSE MSCI regulatory friction. Be mindful that global index provider FTSE Russell has paused Nigeria's reclassification, citing concerns over foreign investor pre-funding requirements in the newly minted T+1 settlement cycle. The structural hurdle will temporarily cap foreign portfolio inflows, meaning market momentum this week will be driven almost entirely by domestic institutional liquidity. The bottom line here is, do not chase speculative small cap rallies. Focus allocation on premium tier 1 banks and corporate owners with transparent dividend paying histories as the market transition out of its mid-year consolidation phase. Now, a quick reminder, before you trade, while we give you the data, we don't give the final directives. Always consult a certified financial advisor before making any investment decision. And these are your wraps on the market segment. Stay sharp, manage your entry points closely, and let the numbers guide your strategy through today's opening bell. And keep watching Aneke TV market segment to stay ahead. I am Uche Osai. Invest wisely.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective. Good morning and welcome to a new week. This is Sports, Aneke TV Sport. Today promises to be interesting and I am bringing you what is happening in the world of sports all over the world, what you were expected to know, what the events that transpired and how it all began. Now, in this edition, we have special moments and special milestone and special retirement and also special events which had to shake the world of sports. Now, first of all, I would like to let you know that it's a beautiful week. Like I've already welcomed you, and I'm sure that you are ready for the time of your life as we take you through this journey. I am Good Hope Chukwuma, the Sports Oracle.
Yes, good morning, sport lovers. I am your one and only worldwide. It's a lovely Monday morning, just like Mr. Good Hope, the Sport Oracle, have said. I hope you guys had a lovely weekend. Of course, it was filled with enough packed sport activities, not just football, not just the World Cup. We had the basketball, we had the tennis. Of course, we had the Formula One, we have boxing. In fact, there was a lot that happened throughout the weekend, and I hope you guys really enjoyed your weekend. We are here once again to give you the analysis and the updates on how it went. But before we do that, Mr. Gudo, you are looking so takeaway.
You are looking so taken.
You're looking. I mean, I was asking, is it that after this show this morning you are going somewhere? It's like you're having a morning date. You know the way you are set to. I believe. I don't know if somebody's outside waiting for you.
Well, we'll see. We'll see today.
I was not opportunity to just take a look outside.
But can we just take a short break?
Yeah.
When we return, I'm going to explain to you what is happening.
Problem.
Let's take a short break, please.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV, move with the world. Yo, welcome back. And Worldwide was actually asking me how my week.
Yes.
Because of the way I have decided to appear this morning.
Well, you're looking takeaway.
I'm looking takeaway, right? Notwithstanding, I'm wearing blue.
Yeah, you're wearing blue, but not that kind of
not
takeaway.
Chelsea's blue.
Not Chelsea's blue.
This is
I'm asking
Sports Oracle blue.
if there is someone outside, is someone waiting for you outside?
Yes, my SUVs are downstairs waiting
SUV,
for me.
apart from the SUV, there's somebody inside.
There's nobody inside.
Female gender, because
no.
I'm beginning
to suspect you too.
No, I'm the one that's supposed to be
If you are
suspecting
suspecting me, I'm suspecting you. We're suspecting each other.
We are supposed to discuss sports, but I know after this sport that we are going to discuss.
After this sport, we will keep sporting.
Just take me along. That's what I'm just
I will take you along. Don't worry. I will take you along. So this week promises to be interesting worldwide.
Yeah.
Seeing the games that happened, and also in Formula One, where you have Charles Leclerc having his first ever win
after a long time.
After 2 years, I will tell you, having his first ever win with Ferrari. I mean, this win marked Ferrari's 250th win in the Formula One, and also talking about George Russell coming up to take his position, and not just withstanding, we used to have about 350. This is the 350th Grand Prix performance, talking about how Mercedes had gone through their way in the world of Grand Prix and the world of in their race GP. So Mercedes has actually taken that record, and it's so beautiful to see them excelling and coming to this height. Yeah, I know you don't like this news because you did not see your Kimi Antonelli. Talking about last week, I when you saw the update I sent to you, because I really intentionally want to show you something.
I know.
I shared those things on WhatsApp with you.
I know.
And I showed you that Kimi Antonelli right now, he had to take over the pole position.
Well,
he was the one. He was actually the one who was in the fastest free practice. He was really taking over the position. He took over the position, and it was a wonderful thing for him. And still talking about Kimi Antonelli. What happened to him yesterday was that he had to pull out of the race.
Okay, so he did not
his car. Yes, his car
yeah,
got bad
last
again.
week
And you said this thing. I don't want you to say anything.
No,
you said this thing.
I thank God you remember that. I told you that if all things being equal, that Kimi finishes the race, in fact, he's going to win the race. But at the end of the day, you know, technical issues had to arise again, and these things are part of Formula One. That's why sometimes you win some, you lose some. So when these things happen, you just have to take it. And of course, he didn't finish the race, so he was not part of the people that, you know, in fact, he was not amongst the top 10. So, but nevertheless, congratulations to Charles Leclerc. You know, the guy
congratulations
from
to him.
We also said that last week that maybe one of these names that we are even mentioning.
Yes,
so you can imagine Hamilton.
It's the British Grand Prix.
Yeah.
So it's one of the events that marks the world of Formula One every year.
Yeah.
And also, just yesterday, we had about 506,000 who came. That's this crowd is extraordinary.
Wow.
in the world of Formula One, having about 566,000
people.
People who came, not immortals. People who came to watch that game, who came to watch that Formula One game. It was something extraordinary. Even though Lewis Hamilton had to take his position, he had to finish third, and then having Charles Leclerc to also clinch the title. This makes it Ferrari's 250th win in the world of Formula One. You could see where they started the date back in the history and how they have been moving. Of course, there's a lot of things that Lewis Hamilton has come out to say, how he has really not understood how the whole thing had to go. But at the end of the day, that he's excited that he's on the podium. And I told you last week that this guy is excited because he's on the podium. And just that he looking at his age and then looking at his performance so far would tell you that people at his age retires.
Yes.
Or people at his age goes down. But you will see the driver of the day talking about Charles Leclerc, who had it 27%, and 90% was Lewis Hamilton, and Max Verstappen had 16%, and then 12% for Kimi Antonelli, and then you have George Russell or just below the percentage. And I can tell you that this guy, he really drove his life out yesterday. Well, he had to do well, and this will show you and shake you, or also to let you know that he's making progress. Charles Leclerc is making progress. At the end of the day, you would see him still coming out to the top. Of course, not just a win for Ferrari, but also a win for Lewis Hamilton, because Lewis Hamilton is part of Ferrari family now. So he is one of those guys who would have encouraged Charles to drive and to have it. Now, taking a look at how it has been so far, there are some players there. I mean, talking about drivers, I would say, really, who they are part of the Formula One British family. They are British. So yesterday's Silverstone race marked a memorial in the experience and in the history of Formula One. In different cycles and in different levels of attainment. And I must tell you that this is something we all have seen. And I so much appreciate and so much love how far that this race is being, maximized, how far the time is being maximized. Because when Kimi Antonelli had to take the pole, when he finished in the fastest practice, he came behind. Lewis Hamilton was already ahead in the fastest practice one. Lewis Hamilton was already ahead. That's his hometown. Then what happened was, next free practice, he came behind. That's Lewis Hamilton. And Kimi had to top. And I was afraid of him. I was so afraid. I was like,
that was when your heart started beating.
I was like, oh, what's happening to my heart?
When Kimi is starting the race in front,
and let me tell you
something,
Kimi would have really matched up to that race yesterday if you had let him. Of course, one of the reasons why Lewis Hamilton was even, why he came third was that he was given 5 seconds penalty. He was given 5 seconds penalty. Now, having 5 seconds penalty would mean that his race would be delayed. The time of for him to zoom off will be delayed and by 5 seconds. And every second counts.
Yeah, especially in Formula One,
every second counts. And
5 seconds down.
That 5 seconds is like 30 minutes to catch up, because those cars are fast.
Very fast.
Looking at how much they weigh, about 750 kg, each of the car without the tires. You see, so it weighs so heavy that if it's moving, it's going to be moving in the direction that is being turned to. And you know, it's a stimulator. You drive it by stimulation. So what it means is that as you turn any slightest turn with the speed, you know, normally when you are driving car, I don't know if you've driven car ever in your life. Or, not yet. I'm going to get you one.
No, not the fast ones.
Okay, not the fast ones. You've driven. Have you? Is it like you've driven someone crazy?
No. I don't drive anybody crazy. I just drive with normal speed. Okay. I like to take caution when I'm driving. Okay,
so now, you know when every second counts, even when you are driving normal car, you know that as you are driving, you really have to be careful. Because if you are on the highway and you are on that speed lane, if you, anything you do will determine if you're going to leave the next second. if you're going to leave the next second. Yeah. So that would mean that if you turn your steering just a little, it goes. If you turn it the other way, it goes. So anywhere you turn it, once you're speeding, anywhere you turn it, that's why if you see them, they don't turn full. They turn like this.
Just a little.
Yes, because that car is super fast, and that's why people don't buy it.
No, you can't be driving that.
Where will you drive it?
It's too
you
fast.
Can't drive it. You can't even drive.
Before you move, you definitely hit somebody.
Yes, you definitely.
You
that's why.
From here to
yes, because it goes from. You know, the other day I gave us the history, like the specs of what a Formula 1 car does. It can go from 0 to 120 just in seconds. Not in 5 seconds, or in 3 seconds. 0 to 120. Like, it moves very fast. Like, as you match it, it has taken you away.
Imagine driving that kind of on our normal regular.
No, you can't do that.
You know, it's not.
You and Keke people.
You will not live. You yourself. You will not live to tell the story.
You not live to tell the story. So
jam something.
But what do you think about this evening? This weekend's race?
It was, despite the fact that my Kimi did
not win. Kimi? Who is your Kimi?
Kimi did not. Well, last week I said I was rooting for him to win, but despite the fact that he did not win, it was a beautiful race for me. We also said that last week that you might be surprised that you get to see another person to win this race that you are not even expecting. We are not expecting.
Yes.
We are not just. We said that. We said that. So now it's another person's turn. We have seen, the person in the name of Leclerc coming to win ahead of Sir Lewis Hamilton, ahead of Verstappen. This guy, it took him about 2 years to come to finally get a hold of this Grand Prix, and it's something that we really get to understand that this is Formula 1 and anything can happen. Of course, Kimi did not finish the race, and technical issues and all that, it always happened in the world of Formula 1. So at the end of the day, I was happy to see, okay, at least. I know if it was Sir Lewis Hamilton that won, I would not. maybe by now
I would have won red.
I would have been repeating Sir Lewis Hamilton more than 15 times.
I would have won red.
Funny enough, I'm comfortable that he did not win. let me just say I'm comfortable that he did not win. I'm having to see another person win the race, so I'm quite happy with the results, and I'm wishing Kimi. This is the third time now he's coming out and he's not winning the Monaco, he did not win. The Barcelona one, he did not win. And now, this all British Grand Prix, he did not win. So, we, the Kimi fans, we are really getting worried right now. And we hope he bounce back and, start getting the win that he deserves.
Yes, I hope he does that. Yeah. And I really believe that he's going to do that. For me, I will tell you that this is one of the best race, just like Monaco race. Silverstone British Grand Prix is one of the most celebrated race you ever have in the history of Grand Prix. So Monaco and Silverstone, both races and both events are remarkable. They mark a whole lot of history. They mark a whole lot of achievements, a whole lot of innovations in the world of Formula 1, and I must tell you that this is something that we have seen. And I want to bring you just right there in the world of boxing. We are having that main man talking about Anthony Joshua returning to the ring, and this is from the people who have been promoting him, talking about the landlord is about to return. The landlord, he is about to return, and he's returning on 25th of July. He's going to take that fight in Jeddah, and that's the fight. You know, I told you something about, we're talking about that fight in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah.
We're talking about that fight in Saudi Arabia, that there will be a fight in Saudi Arabia. Then before he now had to challenge,
was it Fury?
Fury, yes, it challenged Fury. Let them have this fight, let them have war at UK, not US.
Okay.
So you know that this fight is coming up, and Anthony Joshua, this is the first time he's going to fight after that accident. It's been 7 months. Do you know this year is really flying?
Imagine.
And it's already 7 months.
For Anthony Joshua now that, you know, had that accident, that was last year towards December or so, then, you know, this July already, and you have not been in the ring for a while. Coming back now, according to him, he said it's the landlord. Of course, this match is going to be on that. So now I'm hoping to see. It's been a while we saw, you know, our Anthony Joshua in the ring, and I don't know how comfortable he will be fighting, you know, after such a long time.
I told you how cinematic it will be.
Yeah, you know, you have described it, you know, put us through that movie.
You know, he could be losing, and just in a moment, he will get a flashback, and then he will use that anger to destroy.
I just hope that cinematic, you know, motion comes up, because Tyson Fury has been fighting. You know, Tyson Fury has had more than 3 matches.
Right now, it's not Tyson Fury.
Are you sure you will give him that breathing space to have any flashback?
You really check. It's not Tyson Fury's fight.
Okay, it's not the Tyson Fury now.
The fight he's going to fight is before Tyson. It's after Tyson. Yes, before Tyson Fury. Tyson Fury's game is not so close with Anthony Joshua's game. Okay. Even though Tyson Fury's game should be also in Saudi Arabia, but right now the game is in the UK. Okay. And that's why he said that let them go to UK so that they can squash it out. And remember, we gave some analysis about what it means to fight in the UK. What it means to fight in the UK, you have more viewership, you have people who pay more, you have more of, you know, digital media coverage. But right now, I think the world is really tilting towards the Americas, seeing the World Cup, seeing what World Cup is doing, seeing, yes, the world is really tilting towards America now. And I must tell you that, you know, things are changing. You will see, even in the AEW, stadiums in US, those stadiums that you see that they are, you know, that are hosting the World Cup games are used. Those stadiums are the stadiums they use for AEWs. They use for featherweight. They use for welterweight.
And it's filled up.
Yes, it's filled up. And even there was a game. There was actually one of the World Cup games that it was just side by side event. The AEW wrestling match was going on here. Then football game. You would see one of the World Cup matches. That was not the first match. That was not the second match. I think that was the third match. So the match was going on the other side, and then you have AEW, you have the wrestling going. Then in some of those stadiums, some of those places, you will still see that they are used for AEW. So that's why it's now look like, you know, there's a lot of fights now. There's a lot of fight actually coming up, because those fights that should have lined up, that should have happened, or that should have taken place, all those while, you know, those stadiums are used for World Cup. That's what's really happening now. But I must tell you that Anthony Joshua is ready. British and Nigerian, you know, talent. Anthony Joshua is yet to make it a history in 2026 after he lost 2 of his associates. And I must tell you, that was sad. That was painful and sad. And it was a moment of sober reflection. In fact, he had to retire. He had to officially, you know, retire from boxing. He announced it. His family encouraged him. But right now, he's making a way back. He's making a U-turn after 7 months.
It's time to come back.
It's time to come back. And also, I may not really just exhaust this Anthony Joshua case, but I will just go straight to, you know, to the Williams sisters, talking about Serena Williams, who lost. She lost her. Yes, she lost her match. And
Serena Williams, we have said it over time that, let's say, age is not on their side.
Age is not really on her side, but we can see the hunger at that age. Just like Lewis Hamilton, you know, they are Lewis Hamilton. You have Lewis Hamilton. You have Cristiano Ronaldo. You have Ochoa
of Mexico.
Of Mexico.
This guy in basketball.
Yes, LeBron James. You have Serena Williams.
All over 40.
Over 40. Yeah. Yes, you have these guys who are pushing the world of sports. And if these people really retire and get older, do you know what will happen? the world of sports may not find a vacancy for them
to replace them.
So what I'm saying is, looking at Serena Williams, she lost just around Friday, Saturday. That was the period that game came, but she lost, and it was not a funny moment for her, even though she has made up her mind to go for more and to also fight for her place. So I can tell you, worldwide, it's a wonderful time to have these guys, rolling and roll out, and then seeing the success they have been making. But can we take a look at the fights that are coming?
There are a lot of fights coming up. In the world of boxing, a lot, I can tell you. Then we also have the Mason brothers who won. There are 3 of them. They went into the fights, and all 3 of them all got a win. That's talking about the Mason brothers. These guys are still coming up. They fight in the, that was televised, or you could watch it on that zone. 3 of them getting a win in the world of boxing. That's the Mason brothers right there on your screen. These guys are really doing so much, making everyone proud. Getting a win out of, when you have 3 brothers fighting and the 3 of them coming out to win, it's something that the family is proud of. Moving forward, we also have the UFC 331, which is coming up. We have a fight between Charles Oliveira versus Diego Lopez. Charles Oliveira versus Diego Lopez. This is for the BMF title bout. This is coming up very soon, September 2026. It's going to be live on 6cm. Also, we have the fights also coming up September 26, UFC 329. We have a lot of them. We have McGregor versus Holloway. We have talked about this fight.
Yeah. I need to remind our guys.
We have talked about it a lot.
Yeah, I need to remind our guys because it's a fight that's still coming up. So people get to, see the game, see the fights, and see how mean they are to, encounter each other. I mean, these guys can rush into each other really.
They will need to rush into each other. Then also looking at other fights that are coming up, we have St. Denis versus Pimblet. That's for the lightweight bout. Then we also have Sandagen versus Bautista. This is also for the bantamweight bout. Don't forget, there are different levels to this boxing. It's not just one that you say flyweight or heavy. There are a lot. Then we have Rover versus Kavanga, and this is for the flyweight bout. Then we have Green versus McKinney. This is also for the lightweight bout. Then we move down. We are having White Taker versus K-Love. This is for the light heavyweight bout, not the real heavyweight. This one is the light heavyweight bout. Then we have Stevenson versus Ellison. This is now for heavyweight bout. Then we move forward. We are having Jed Bandits versus Yanis. This is for the bantamweight bout. Then we have by the side Riley versus Kamaka. This is for the featherweight bout. Then down there we are having the women, of course. Cortez versus Wang. This is for the flyweight bout. Then we have Pinas versus Almeida. This is for the middleweight bout. Then we have Reese versus Gandra. This is for the middleweight bout. And also, finally, we are having Coolstar versus Dorden. This is for the flyweight bout. This is UFC 329 coming up July 11th.
Coming up July 11th. Now, while we're still talking about this UFC, let's go over to basketball, where you have the FIBA games coming up. That's the Basketball World Cup coming up, and Nigeria has been making, the Nigerian team, the Tigers, have been making Nigeria proud.
Yeah, that's the men.
There's the men, yes. They have been making Nigeria proud, where you have them beating Rwanda about, like...
They trashed.
That was a trash.
If you say beat will be kind of polite.
They really trashed
they trashed them.
Rwanda, and they just had to, show Rwanda who's the boss. In fact, it is the first time we could say in few years they are coming back to, the same.
It's like almost half of the score.
Half of the score, really, yes. So they had to trash Rwanda in the World Cup qualifiers. That was hard. That's the second round. And the other day they had to defeat Guinea too. And they have been making a lot of progress right now, and I see them, just qualifying for the World Cup and going into the next phase. I mean, the World Cup is coming later this year, and it's going to be an interesting time having the Tigers, and not to forget the Tigress too, who also have been making. They are really doing well and doing so well. Now talking about Uche Urebu had 17 points and 7 assists and 4, So you look at this, you will see that Uchurebu really has been an important part of the team.
I think he was the MVP for this match.
Yes, he really is the MVP for this game because having 17 points, it's not out of 106. It's not a small deal, and I must tell you that he is going to be appreciated so much for this. So yes, the Tigers are really going. You know, they're going bizarre.
To of course qualify for the World Cup. You know, they have won their first match, this is their second match, and they still have one more match, you know, for the qualifiers. I hope we get to see, and they are doing well. You know, both, why I'm liking this basketball is that both men and women, they are really doing good. It's not that we are having just the men doing that and the female also representing. We have seen them, you know, do their own bit, and they are also making the country proud. Just, you know, by the side we have this is for the under 17. Of course, yesterday Nigeria had to play Tanzania, but unfortunately I have to tell you guys that we lost this match 3-2. Tanzania, you know, had to beat Nigeria 3-2. But of course we still have the chance to qualify. This is for the China Youth Invitation Tournament. This is the under 17 tournament in Yunchang 2026, and you know, the first match was yesterday. Of course, we're having the second match, that is July, Wednesday on the 8th, Nigeria versus Australia, 16 o'clock, that is 4 o'clock kickoff. Then the last match, of course, is also on Saturday, Nigeria versus China. I hope we get to win these other two matches, because if we lose anyone again, that is to say we will not qualify for this tournament. It's for the China Youth Invitation, you know, tournament, of course, taking place in Yunchang, China itself. And we're having to play China to qualify. I don't know.
We're having to play China.
Now that we have lost to Tanzania yesterday, 3-2, and now we are still having China, I don't know what's the possibility of Nigeria qualifying.
We're going to play. They will not use robots to play. They're going to play. They're going to face Apple brothers.
No, they'll face you.
They're going to face,
you know, playing
against
the host nation is usually difficult.
It's usually difficult because of the support, the environment, the noise,
it's their terrain,
and the terrain. Also, finding it difficult a bit because it's what they have actually, you know, is their home.
Their home ground. That's
so
the home
I will tell you that it will just be the game of sports too. At least we are being represented somewhere. Even though in the World Cup we are not represented, but we are being represented in world of football. Under 17 guys, they are doing so well, and they are taking it to the next level. I must tell you that I'm so proud of them, even though we reached to the last game and we lose the game. In fact, I'm not trying to make losing normal, to normalize the act of losing, because it is sports. People had to lose. People really have to lose. People had to give up their place. But then the spirit of sportsmanship requires professionalism to keep doing what you're doing.
When
you lose, you still find it interesting. You still find joy in what you do. And when you lose, you don't pick offense. You lost
you cannot pick offense.
You did not do well.
It's a football match. You did not do well. Just for you to go back to the drawing board.
I feel like this is going to be an open door to many things for the under 17, you know, set of our Nigerian team. Is going to be an important set of football for them, because I don't know what they have really done this year. Plenty things they have really done this year, but I think and I see them having more doors open for them, having to, you know, play with other climes, not just Europe now, taking it to Asia, you know, playing against Wang Jingkun, playing against, you know, playing against, imagine the commentary, the commentator, and then also imagine the names that
you're going to see a lot of funny names.
Imagine, you know, someone will be screaming one name you don't even understand.
Well, remember when Nigeria under 17, you know, at that World Cup that we played against Argentina, the likes of the Peterobi and Messi, when Messi was coming up, in fact, we have great team. You know, our Nigerian football team, I can tell you, right from, you know, the grassroots, right from under 17, we used to have a lot of guys, you know, coming out, you know, to play football, and we really enjoyed this tournament. Despite the fact this is just a loss against Tanzania, does not mean Nigeria under 17. I can tell you, we have great guys there playing football. We will take a short break and we will come back, you know, to give you the updates. I know you have been waiting for the updates on the world of football that's concerning the World Cup, but of course, let's go for a short break, and when we come back, we'll dive into the World Cup proper. Stay with us.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Yeah, welcome back. It's still your show, Aneke Sports, and we are still here doing what we know how to do best. It's your favorite program, and of course, we want to go into the World Cup proper, where there was a lot of action right from on Friday till yesterday. You know, the round of 32 people progressed to the round of 16, and we saw a lot of matches. Mr. Goodop, I know you had the opportunity to watch these matches, and I can tell you that there was a shocker out of all these matches.
It was really
there was a shocker.
It was really a moment of sobriety, I would tell you.
Yeah.
Because seeing the teams you were expecting to progress, you know, leaving the World Cup at this moment tells you everything is not right.
Yes,
and then let me just go into it because of the way it is before you give you the update.
Yeah.
Seeing Brazil has been eliminated.
Yeah, that was the shocker.
That was the shocker. Now, why would Brazil be eliminated from the World Cup
at this round of 32?
Round of 16.
Not going into round of 16.
No, it's round of 16.
They're not going to the quarterfinal.
Yes, they're not going to the quarterfinal now. Seeing that they have been eliminated, how in the world would Norway eliminate Brazil?
The Brazil that we call the Real Madrid of football.
Now power has changed hands. We have France, seeing Kylian Mbappe, you know, leveling the same at the same goal tally with Lionel Messi, and still having the Norway.
Haaland.
I call him the Norway Mistro. Still
machine.
Having him. Did you see his goals yesterday?
Of course.
That's a class. That's how you score. That's how you score goals, and that's how you react to goals scored after you've really sought for goals. They did not give him chance to play. Let me tell you, you see this Brazil team. I have things against them. Why did you bench Rafinha?
No, I think Rafinha has injury. You know, the last match he had injury.
No. Excuse me, but he was part of the bench.
Yeah, they are just trying to protect him. He's not 100% fit.
But guy, we need this win.
Yeah, you need, but not at the risk.
Okay, now,
not at the expense of Rafinha.
Do you know the kind of space they gave Erling Haaland to shoot that ball? Like, it looks like every of them, they were confused on that pitch, and it was not good. It was not really good, I would tell you. And now Brazil has been eliminated from the World Cup. Now Norway has, you know, they have gone further to, you know, register their name in the list of people who have also, you know, qualified for the quarterfinals. And you have Neymar Jr. there in 2010. He made his international debut at just the MetLife Stadium, and just years down the line, he still had to retire at the same stadium. And talking about Neymar has really seen football. Neymar has really, you know, played, even just making yesterday's history. You know,
you saw him crying yesterday. It was he was crying uncontrollable, and it was like, we know you are retiring from football. You know, you could see the passion, the emotion. Imagine Neymar did not come to this World Cup. You know, it was at the dying minute that, you know, Ancelotti and, you know, Brazil Federation had to agree that we know you are not going to start him, but bringing him. This young man just want to play his final moment. And you saw him yesterday, he was all tears. He was one that got the, you know, second goal. And the goal that Brazil scored, the penalty.
Goal. What? Okay, imagine penalty. Bruno Gomes.
You know, he had to miss the...
Bruno Gomes, you missed a penalty.
Anybody can miss penalty.
Well, I believe.
Anybody can miss penalty. Sometimes tension.
Yes.
Just the tension in the room.
And then
the crowd.
It's a World Cup.
You know, it's a World Cup. So
anybody can miss penalty. But you see, that's why in such games, you don't give it to Bruno glamorous.
Funny enough, I was wondering why he was the one that had to take.
You know why? From what Carlo Ancelotti said, he said that they have already agreed that he will play the penalty. Why don't you give him to Vinicius?
Vinicius Junior was their
Why
penalty
don't you
taker.
give it to even Casemiro?
No, Casemiro. Vinicius Junior is the #1 penalty taker for Brazil.
I'm calling names now. Okay, why don't you give it to Alisson Becker?
They should give it to
the goalkeeper. That goalkeeper looks like
someone that can play penalty.
Someone that can shoot.
No, but funny enough, Bruno Guimaraes also plays, for Newcastle. He plays their penalty.
Yes,
so at the end of it, that's why I say anybody can miss. So let's not kill the
it happens. But talking about
penalty.
chances where you see Hendrick had to miss lots of chances yesterday.
Experience.
In
That's
fact,
where
experience comes in. That's why you need someone. If we had someone like Cunha starting the game and then even playing into.
The criticism has already started. They have already started. That João Pedro that did not carry for this World Cup. In fact, people have started criticizing.
The funny thing is that you cannot even criticize Brazil because teams like England still have their own criticism. Why did they not pick Harry Maguire?
Yeah, but England are doing well. So
they are doing well. No, it's not about doing well. What if they had?
That's what I'm saying. What if? But the what if now is that they are still in the competition.
It's actually
now the coach can actually defend his stand that okay, he's not bringing, but they are doing well.
That's what I'm saying. It actually depends on the performance. The performance does not really matter if they are doing well or not. Still, the criticism will still go.
It will be there. But imagine England going to win the World Cup. If they win the World Cup, then you just know that criticism will not be there.
Will not be there again. Then you know that okay, could have been Harry Maguire that would have caused
it could have been Harry Maguire. We will make them to even leave the tournament. Now Brazil criticism is that they are out of the tournament
because they don't.
Many players.
The thing is that how sure are you about João Pedro? How
now
sure
it would have been better because
it would have been.
They use Cunha for 9. Cunha is not a top 9.
Cunha is a left wing.
He's an attacker.
Yes, he's a left wing.
That's João Pedro's position that they are using Cunha for. It's not that you don't have someone that can play that position, but
that was why he subbed Cunha to bring in Hendrick. And Hendrick came in, and all that game needed was experience.
And Hendrick does not have that.
Hendrick is just like, if not that he's not a content creator, I would have called him Alejandro Garnacho.
He's just coming up, but that's why I said the criticism has already started. This is where Pedro could have, been very vital.
But apart from Pedro, let's talk about other. Does it look like Brazil have other strikers?
No, that Pedro is actually their supposed number 9 striker.
But Brazil, that's what I'm telling you, Brazil does not have squad.
They do not have that number 9. In the wing, of course, Rodrigo had to be injured before the tournament, so you are seeing Ryan and the rest playing. But some of their players, apart from Rodrigo that did not come, João Pedro that did not come, they brought in almost every other person that is supposed to be there. And in fact, they were not playing like the Brazil that we used to know. If you talk about Brazil in the World Cup or in any tournament, not even getting to the quarterfinal, it's almost not always something that we get to see.
Those guys should have exited. They should have exited that competition since
even before, yes, because for them to even get to the
even looking at their game versus Japan, their game against Japan was not a good game.
Even against Morocco.
Against Morocco was not a good game. And look at Morocco. Can we talk about Morocco?
No, of course. Morocco are making us proud.
Morocco are making Africa proud, and even Egypt.
Yeah.
These guys are making it, even though their opponent they're going to play next day.
Next opponents.
My God.
I don't know the possibility of qualifying
Morocco
from
and
that.
France are facing each other, and your two favorites.
How come it's now in the quarterfinal?
That's important. That's to tell you the love of football. Now you're going to root for France more than you root for Morocco. Yes. I just told you.
I'm not sure.
You're going to root for France more than you root for.
I don't know. I love Morocco.
Okay, well, I love Morocco too because I have my Manchester United player there, and I have Real Madrid player there, and I have other players there. I have PSG, Hakimi. I love Morocco because also it's an African team, and I really love everything about Africa. I love what we represent. I love how we represent, and I love when we represent. So I love Morocco. Same thing with Egypt. I so much love Egypt. One of these days, I'll be in Egypt. I'll take you to Egypt.
Of course, I would love to be there.
Let's go and see Pharaoh. But then I will tell you that this time around, it's going to be more of the best team that would win. Now, what this FIFA World Cup has told us, you see, we can't even give scores on all updates like that. We can only give analysis because because what this FIFA World Cup has really done to us, it has really showed us that there's no team to be underrated. Cape Verde actually they were
what they played
yesterday they were celebrated.
They had,
the whole country came after them.
They came back. That's why we said, even prior to even getting to this round of 32, they're already a winner for me. Imagine scaling through the group stage against the likes of Uruguay, Spain, in your team, and you qualified to go and play. And they did not just, we will not say they lost to Argentina. At the end of the day, they lost, but that loss was more like a victory. Imagine playing Argentina 2-2, then Argentina having to score a dying minute at the extra time, because at full time it was draw. So imagine even getting a draw, if not for the fact that extra time has to be played. That match could have gone into penalty, and of course penalty is anybody's game, and you could have seen Argentina leaving the competition. But these people strong. They played football against the almighty Argentina. I can tell you, Argentina are one of the favorites to win this World Cup. When they drew against Spain, we are saying, okay, let's see what they are going to play against Uruguay. They did it against Uruguay. We now say, okay, now they are having to meet Argentina. We were expecting, okay, from what Messi has been doing with Argentina, they have beat everybody they come across almost without even conceding a goal. Argentina has scored, only Messi has scored up to 7 goals. Then we have the Lisandro Martinez. So these guys had to do something great that, the world was, proud of them. I can tell you, not just only Africans, the whole world was proud of Cape Verde. They exited the tournament, but they went home with their shoulders very high. These people, in fact, they played the almighty Argentina, got a draw at full time, but of course, extra time had to be played where, in fact, it was an own goal that, they had to score own goal. That was the last goal. It was an own goal, actually, and, that was where tournament came to an end for them. But of course, let's look at the top scorers for this World Cup. We have Kylian Mbappe on 7 goals. We have Lionel Messi also on 7 goals. And of course, Haaland scored 2 yesterday. He's also on 7 goals. The race for golden boots, is taking shape right now. We have Harry Kane, of course, who is on 6 goals. Ousmane Dembele, Mikel Oyarzabal, Ismaila Sabiri, all these guys are on 4 goals. Duran Quinnos is on 4 goals. Jude Bellingham is on 4 goals. Vinicius has gone home, so he will not have the opportunity to record more goals. Julian Quinnos also has gone home. These guys will not have the opportunity to record more goals. And the quarterfinals is taking shape right now, where we are going to see, of course, Paraguay has played France, and of course, France scaled through them. Canada played Morocco, and also Morocco got a victory. That's 3-0 victory over Canada. So the quarterfinal is taking shape right now. We are having France to face Morocco in the quarterfinals. Then, of course, later today, we are going to see the match between Portugal and Spain, who is going to skate through from that place. And, of course, we are also having USA versus Belgium. This match is also drawing a lot of criticism. People where Folani Balogun red card had to be, will I say, overturned. And, the Belgian Federation did even take it like they are also appealing that why would this be overturned. Then, of course, Brazil played against Norway. That was yesterday, where Norway had to beat Brazil 2-1 to skate through to the quarterfinal. Then, of course, Mexico and England last night was, a dramatic game where England had to defeat Mexico 3-2. It was very, very, very entertaining. Then, out of the 3 host nations that we are involved in this competition, we are only having USA still surviving. We are going to see if USA are going to survive to the quarterfinal, because they have to play against Belgium. Then we have Argentina is going to play against Egypt, where we don't know what's going to happen. Then Switzerland, of course, they are playing Colombia. This is what is going to be for your quarterfinal. So I don't know, what are your predictions for this quarterfinal? Are you seeing the match against Portugal and Spain first? Are you seeing Portugal scaling through against Spain? No. The way you said this, no.
Spain.
You don't even give Portugal some dreams of hope.
No. Once Cristiano Ronaldo will play, the urgency to win that game will not be there. But they will score, and then Spain will score. Okay. They may enter and end up in a penalty shootout.
Yeah, of course, Portugal has good history against Spain. They have met several times.
Yes,
in the World Cup.
And then Cristiano Ronaldo wakes up like
always,
a sleeping
that's
lion.
That's why I'm saying,
Spain.
When he comes to meet this team, once he hears Spain in the World Cup, is almost...
He will spin.
You will not be seeing the Cristiano Ronaldo that is 41 years. You might be seeing Cristiano Ronaldo when he was 20-something. That's the spirit he gets. You remember Spain versus Portugal when they got 3-3, that he was the one that scored all the goals. So he has met Spain more than 3 times in the World Cup, and it has not been easy. I can tell you, Spain has not even won up to one of those matches. It has always been a draw, or even Portugal getting a win. So this time around, all stakes are very high. It's the round of 16 going to the quarter. And I'm not going to, say that maybe Spain will win, but I'm telling you that this match is not the one we can predict. We saw Norway beating Brazil yesterday, and we might see Portugal winning Spain. I'm telling you, we might see
if we see Portugal winning Spain, then the good debate has resumed.
Of course.
And also, if Cristiano Ronaldo eventually would score. But talking about the next game that is coming up in the night, after this one, that's coming up by 12 a.m., the World Cup game, the next round of 16 game that's coming up, I will also tell you that it's not going to be as interesting as Spain, Portugal.
No, for this round, this is the most interesting match that people are waiting for. Cristiano Ronaldo versus, just like we saw just now, Cristiano Ronaldo versus Yamal. Now, Yamal is not having that beautiful tournament. Now, the topic now is Cristiano Ronaldo versus Yamal. All the headlines you are going to see right now is those two. See Ronaldo versus Yamal.
See Yamal.
And they met before. I think that was in Europe.
The final, final.
Cristiano Ronaldo had to win.
Oh, like what do you mean? Like you came to Europe final, and who do you think that won?
No, of course, Cristiano Ronaldo. But this is like, will I say, a revenge that now Spain are trying to get. Yamal is trying to get a revenge over Spain. I'm going to tell you this match. I'm going to look at the match full time from 0 to 90. If it's going to require extra time, I will watch it live because I really don't want to miss any of this. But before we go into this, I want to get your prediction. I want our viewers to have a glimpse of prediction.
Portugal will win, like you said.
Are you not using my own prediction? What's the score?
Portugal will win. Well, 2-1
to Portugal.
It will be a goal scoring spree. Spain will score, Portugal will score, but Portugal will win.
No, of course we are expecting Spain to score, but are you sure you want? From when I asked you before, no.
Are you sure?
When I asked you initially, you said Spain. Now you are tilting to Portugal.
So both of them will win.
There cannot be 2 winners. Whether at extra time or at penalty, someone has to win.
I will tell you that. Let's see what happens in the game. But I tip both of them. I'm good with both of them
to score.
To score.
But both of them will not qualify.
Both of them should qualify. Let's see what
one
happens.
One person has to go home today.
Well, we're going to see that really. So as we really round up the show, I must ask you too, what do you think about the next match? What's the scoreline for the next game?
No, for me, I'm tipping Portugal to win. Just like you have said, 2-1. But another match that is coming up, like you said, later in the night, that's USA versus Belgium.
Well,
who are you tipping to win this one?
USA.
USA.
There's a reason why, because it's
USA. To skate through against Belgium.
Because it's USA.
Anyway, of course,
because it's USA. So let's leave that.
These are predictions. Yeah.
Yes, let's leave that because it's USA.
Okay.
So yes, that's.
So you are not seeing Belgium winning this match?
Well, Belgium would not win, but they will score.
Of course. Anyway, don't forget there was criticism against Balogun, who is also going to play this match. He had red card, but at the end of the day, I don't know what happened. I can tell you that FIFA. What's his name? President
Infantino.
Yes. He was called by Donald Trump, and now he's going to allow. They brought out an article. There are a lot about these things, but at the end of the day, we are going to see that he's going to play the match today. And of course, this is all we have for you. Time is against us already. This is all we have for you on this segment of Aneke Sports. Please don't forget to drop your comments, your thoughts, your predictions on our social handles. We have Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, YouTube. Tell us what you predict on these matches that are coming up. Till we come your way next time, tomorrow, same time, 8 a.m. I remain your wonderful host, Worldwide, saying have a lovely day.
And I'm Goodhope Chukwuma, the Sports Oracle. Have a wonderful morning. Bye.
The
eagles stand as a majestic symbol of strength, clarity, and vision. Its ability to soar above storms signifies resilience, while its shaped sight represents focus. This is why many nations, including Nigeria, use the eagle as an emblem of nation pride. Eagles do not fear challenges, they embrace them. They fly higher when the winds become strong, rising above obstacles rather than avoiding them. This teaches us that problems are not barriers, but stepping stones for those who dare. To live like an eagle is to stay focused, courageous, and disciplined. It is to see opportunities where others see only difficulties. The sky is not your limit, it is your launch pad.
In every generation, there exists a defining force. A force shaped by curiosity, driven by ambition, fueled by possibility. Where ideas evolve into innovation, skills transform into enterprise, and vision becomes impact. Because empowerment is more than progress. It is transformation. The voices shaping tomorrow. The idea redefining possibilities. The generation building the future.
Good morning and welcome to news around the globe on Aneke TV. I am Princess Ken Ochama. Glad to have you join us. On the headlines, Enugu doctors condemn Professor Martin Araji's arrest, demand answers. Federal government warns South Africa over killings of Nigerians. On the foreign scene,
Venezuela earthquake death toll tops 3,300 as thousands remain injured. In business, Nigeria seeks stronger EU funding for humanitarian response. Now the news in details. The Enugu State chapter of the Nigerian Medical Association has condemned the arrest of renowned cardiothoracic surgeon, Emeritus Professor Martin Agaji, describing the development as disturbing and calling for clarity from the relevant security agencies. In a communique issued after an emergency meeting of its State Officers Council in Enugu, the association said the circumstances surrounding Professor Agaji's arrest at his residence in the early hours of Friday, July 3rd, had not been officially communicated. The communique was jointly signed by the State Chairman, Dr. Sunday Okafor, and the General Secretary, Dr. Chima Edoga. The association said it had engaged the Office of the Security Advisor to the Enugu State Governor, the Department of State Services, the Divisional Police Officer, Independence Layout Division, and the Enugu State Commission of Police to ascertain the facts surrounding the incident. While affirming its respect for the constitutional responsibilities of security agencies, the NMA stressed that law enforcement must uphold due process and respect for human dignity. Meanwhile, the Enugu State Police Command has denied involvement in the arrest, with the command's public relations officer, Mr. Daniel Ndukwe, stating that Professor Agaji is not in police custody. Operatives of the Enugu State Forest Guard have rescued a kidnapped victim and arrested 4 suspects during an intelligence-led operation in the Ete sector of Iweze North local government area. Officials said the victim, Samson Eleje Abba, was rescued unharmed after operatives acted on credible intelligence and raided the suspected hideout. 3 suspects, Ruben Okudili, Ruben Gebechuku Chinonso, and Ruben Emeka, were arrested at the scene and handed over to the Nigerian police force. Security operatives later apprehended a 4th suspect, John Abo, who was alleged to have traveled from Kogi State and is being investigated over his suspected involvement in the abduction. Authorities said information supplied by members of the community played a significant role in the operation. All 4 suspects remain in police custody as investigations continue, while community leaders have reiterated their commitment to supporting efforts to combat crime in the area. Concern is mounting over the welfare of pupils and teachers abducted during attacks on schools in Oyo State on May 15th, as they remain in captivity more than 7 weeks after the incident. According to report, health experts have warned that prolonged exposure to harsh weather conditions could expose the victims to illnesses, including malaria, pneumonia, and other serious health complications if they are not rescued soon. The victims were abducted after armed attackers invaded Baptist Nursery and Primary School, Wayato, LA Primary School, and community schools in Orire local government area of the state, kidnapping at least 39 pupils and 7 members of staff, including a school principal. Security agencies say efforts to rescue the victims are ongoing. The police public relations officer of the Oyo State Command, Mr. Adewale Osifesho, said security operatives remain committed to ensuring the safe rescue of those still in captivity while investigations continue. The Plateau State government has renewed its campaign against human trafficking, following the rescue of 3 Nigerian women from an alleged trafficking network in Mali. Authorities said the victims were allegedly lured from Lagos and Jos with promises of legitimate employment before their travel documents were confiscated and they were forced into prostitution. The women were rescued through the combined efforts of anti-human trafficking advocates and relevant authorities before being returned to Nigeria, where they are receiving rehabilitation and support. The Plateau State government has urged parents and young people to verify overseas employment offers through appropriate government agencies, warning that economic hardship continues to expose many Nigerians to traffickers operating across the West African sub-region. The Delta State Police Command has arrested more than 200 suspects during a coordinated security operation targeting criminal hideouts around the Asaba metropolis. Police said the operation led to the arrest of 102 male and 100 female suspects over alleged offences, including drug-related crimes and the operation of illegal brothels. Several vehicles, motorcycles and tricycles were also impounded for various traffic and regulatory violations. The Commissioner of Police, Mr. Yemi Oyeni, said the operation forms part of the command's intelligence-driven strategy to dismantle criminal networks and improve public safety across the state. He urged residents to continue providing timely and credible information to security agencies, assuring that the command remains committed to protecting lives and property through sustained law enforcement operations. The Gombe State Police Command has dismantled a suspected criminal syndicate involved in armed robbery and cyber-related financial crimes, arresting 8 suspects during an intelligence-led operation. Police said investigation traced a series of unauthorized bank transactions to a 19-year-old computer science student of the Federal Polytechnic Kaltungo, leading to the arrest of other members of the alleged gang. According to the command, the suspects allegedly attacked residents with cutlasses, stole mobile phones, and used the devices to gain unauthorized access to victims' bank accounts, where they allegedly transferred funds and obtained digital loans. The police said the syndicate has been linked to more than 13 similar cases across the state. Investigations are ongoing as security operatives intensify efforts to apprehend other fleeing members of the group. The Senate has defended the proposed state police alteration bill, saying the legislation received broad bipartisan support during deliberations in the National Assembly. Senate leader Senator Okpeyemi Bamidele disclosed that 82 of the 109 senators voted in favor of the constitutional amendment, dismissing claims that the proposal was politically motivated. According to him, the bill is aimed at strengthening Nigeria's security architecture in response to rising cases of banditry, kidnapping, and other violent crimes, following extensive consultations across the country's 6 geopolitical zones. To address concerns over possible abuse by state governments, the bill proposes the establishment of an independent State Police Service Commission to regulate state police operations, while the Nigerian Police Force will continue to oversee national security, border policing, and counter-terrorism responsibilities. The Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Wike Shaibu, has called for stronger collaboration between citizens and security agencies, saying lasting peace cannot be achieved through military operations alone. The Army Chief made the call during the inauguration of a renovated primary and secondary school complex in Rivers State as part of activities marking the 2026 Nigerian Army Day celebration. He said the Nigerian Army remains committed to community development alongside its constitutional responsibility of safeguarding the nation's territorial integrity, noting that public trust is essential in addressing evolving security challenges. Lieutenant General Shaibu added that the Army has executed more than 250 community intervention projects across the 6 geopolitical zones, including schools, health facilities, roads, and water projects aimed at strengthening civil-military relations. Zamfara State Governor Dauda Lawal has reaffirmed his administration's position against negotiating with bandits, insisting that lasting peace can only be achieved through sustained security operations. Speaking through his chief of staff at a public event in Kaduna State, the governor said the state government will continue to support security agencies in their efforts to tackle armed criminal groups. He disclosed that the administration has continued to provide logistics and other operational support to security personnel engaged in the fight against insecurity across the state. Governor Lawal also appealed to residents to cooperate with security agencies by providing credible intelligence, expressing confidence that sustained collaboration would help restore peace to affected communities. The federal government has expressed deep concern over the recent killings of Nigerian citizens in South Africa, warning that it will continue to pursue all appropriate diplomatic measures to ensure the protection of Nigerians living in the country. In a statement, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs condemned the deaths of Emeka Charles Irebu and Musa Yunana Joe, who were killed in separate incidents in Pretoria and Mpumalanga on June 28th. The ministry called on South African authorities to conduct thorough and transparent investigations into the incidents and ensure that those responsible are brought to justice, while also expressing concern over reports of recurring attacks on Nigerians. The federal government said it remains engaged with South African authorities through diplomatic channels and urged Nigerians residing in the country to remain law-abiding, stay security conscious, and maintain regular contact with Nigerian diplomatic missions. You're watching news around the globe coming to you live from Aneke TV. For more updates and breaking stories, stay connected with us on our social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. And now here is a recap of some of the major stories making headlines. Enugu doctors demand answers over Professor Martin Agaji's arrest. Federal government warns South Africa over killings of Nigerians. Coming up shortly on the foreign scene, Venezuela earthquake death toll rises above 3,300. And on the business scene, Nigeria seeks stronger EU support for humanitarian response. Do stay with us.
Obodo ọbụla nwere akụkọ, aka mgbe ọbụla nwere ihe butere ya, nsogbu ọbụla kwesịrị inwe ogbugbo, site n'ọchịchị ruo mmepe obodo, site na nchekwa ruo na mmụta, site na omenala ruo na akụnụba, a na-ewepụta okwu ndị ahụ na-emetụta anyị ma leba ha anya. Ọ bụ ohere n'okwu gị dịka a na-ajụ ajụjụ ma na-enweta ọsịsa ajụjụ ndị ahụ. Ọ bụ ihe mmemme a na-ele anya n'okwu ndị ahụ metụtara anyị ya na ọdịnihu a chọrọ iwulite. Sonyere Joshua Ozioko n'Otobo dịka ọ ga-akpọta ndị ọnụ na-eru n'okwu, ndị ma ha ekwe na-akụ nakwa ọha na eze ka ha tinye ọnụ n'okwu ndị ahụ gbasara anyị niile. Otobo maka inweta ozi ndị ahụ bara ezigbo uru. Ọ na-abịara gị kwa ụbọchị Tuesday na Friday ma ọkụ elekere 5 nke uhuruchi na Aneke TV. Otobo maka ọdịmma anyị niile.
You're welcome back. The humanitarian crisis in Venezuela continues to deepen following the devastating twin earthquakes that struck the country last month. Government figures show the official death toll has risen to more than 2,600, while over 12,000 people have been injured and thousands displaced. The latest figures released by Venezuela's Ministry of Information indicate that thousands of families remain homeless as emergency workers continue search, rescue and relief operations in worst affected communities. Speaking during the country's Independence Day address, Interim President Delcy Rodriguez defended the government's response, announcing the deployment of additional security personnel to affected areas and the establishment of a dedicated military emergency response unit to strengthen disaster management efforts. Relief agencies say the priority remains providing shelter, food, medical care and essential services to displaced residents as recovery efforts continue across the affected regions. Turkish authorities have detained more than 100 people following anti-NATO demonstrations ahead of this week's NATO summit in Ankara, where leaders of the alliance are expected to discuss regional security and defense cooperation. Police dispersed protesters in the capital using crowd control measures after demonstrators gathered despite restrictions on public assemblies. Similar protests in Istanbul were reported to have remained largely peaceful. The Turkish government says the security measures are intended to guarantee public safety during the high-level international meeting, while protesters insist the arrests were carried out in line with the existing security and public order laws. Opposition groups, however, have criticized the operation, accusing authorities of using the summit as a basis for restricting civil liberties. The government has rejected those allegations as preparations continue for the gathering of NATO leaders. Emergency authorities in Greece have ordered the evacuation of several communities as a fast-moving wildfire spread across forest areas near the northern city of Thessalonica. Officials said the fire reached an industrial area, destroying 2 factories, while thick smoke forced residents in nearby communities to leave their homes as a precaution. Hundreds of firefighters, supported by water-dropping aircraft and emergency response teams, have been deployed to contain the blaze and prevent it from spreading to more residential areas. Authorities have urged residents to comply with evacuation directives as firefighters continue efforts to bring the wildfire under control amid challenging weather conditions. Residents of Guam and the Northern Mariana Islands are bracing for widespread destruction as Super Typhoon Bavi lashes the Western Pacific with destructive winds and torrential rainfall. According to the United States National Weather Service, the storm is sparking sustained winds of about 290 kilometers per hour, with stronger gusts capable of causing catastrophic damage, dangerous storm surges, and high waves. Emergency shelters have been opened across the affected islands as authorities urged residents to remain indoors and complete last-minute safety preparations before conditions worsen. Local officials on Rota Island have reported flooding, structural damage, and widespread power disruptions, while emergency services continue to monitor the situation as the powerful typhoon moves across the region. And on to business news. Nigeria's Minister of Humanitarian Affairs and Poverty Reduction, Bernard Doro, has called for stronger funding and technical partnerships with the European Union to address the country's growing humanitarian challenges. Speaking during high-level meetings in Brussels, Belgium, the minister said increasing insecurity, internal displacement, and climate-related disasters have placed significant pressure on humanitarian interventions across Nigeria. He unveiled the proposed One Humanitarian, One Poverty Response System, a coordinated framework designed to harmonize social protection programs, eliminate duplication, and improve transparency in the delivery of assistance to vulnerable populations. Mr. Doro appealed to the European Union and other development partners to strengthen collaboration with Nigeria in building long-term resilience, particularly for internally displaced persons and communities affected by conflict and natural disasters. And in sports, a decision by FIFA to lift the suspension of United States forward for Larry Balogun has generated widespread debate ahead of the country's FIFA World Cup knockout match against Belgium. The controversy follows media reports alleging that United States President Donald Trump contacted FIFA President Gianni Infantino after Balogun received a red card during the United States victory over Bosnia, which carried an automatic one-match suspension. FIFA has since cleared the striker to feature in the round of 16 encounter, a move that has attracted strong reactions from football stakeholders, including the Belgian Football Association, which questioned the decision. While supporters of the ruling argue that the review followed FIFA's disciplinary procedures, critics have called for greater transparency in the decision-making process. FIFA has yet to issue a detailed public explanation regarding the reversal. And on entertainment news, Director General of the World Trade Organization, Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, drew attention during the organization's annual Open Day after joining Nigerian cultural performers in a lively display of traditional dance. A video widely shared on social media showed the WTO chief dancing alongside colorful Nigerian masquerades and traditional drummers, bringing a touch of Nigeria's rich cultural heritage to the international event. The performance formed part of activities showcasing the cultural diversity of WTO member states and attracted enthusiastic reactions from participants and online audiences. Many Nigerians have praised the moment as a positive celebration of the country's cultural identity, and a reminder of the role of culture in promoting international understanding and global engagement. And now to end the news, the main point again. The Enugu State branch of the Nigerian Medical Association has condemned the arrest of internationally renowned cardiothoracic surgeon, Emeritus Professor Martin Agaji, describing the circumstances surrounding his arrest as unclear. The association is demanding an explanation from the relevant security agencies, while the Enugu State Police Command, through its public relations officer, Daniel Ndukwe, says the command neither carried out the arrest nor has the medical experts in its custody. The federal government of Nigeria has warned the government of South Africa that it may implore and explore further diplomatic measures over the killing of Nigerians in the country. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs is demanding thorough investigations into the deaths of Emeka Charles Irebu and Musa Yunana Joe, and has urged South African authorities to ensure those responsible are brought to justice. On the foreign scene, rescue and recovery efforts continue in Venezuela, where the official death toll from the devastating twin earthquakes have risen to more than 3,300, with over 16,700 people injured and thousands displaced. And on the business scene, Nigeria's Minister of Humanitarian Affairs and Poverty Reduction, Professor Bernard Doro, has called for stronger funding and technical support from the European Union to address the country's growing humanitarian challenges. That concludes news around the globe on Aneke TV. For more updates and breaking stories, follow us on our social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Thank you for watching. I am Princess Ken Ochomma. Have a good morning.
Attention Ndibo, wherever you are in Nigeria, your PVC is your voice, and your permanent voter card, PVC, is your constitutional right. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has opened the final phase of the continuous voter registration and PVC update exercise ahead of the 2027 general elections. If you are 18 years or older, register now. If you need to transfer your registration or update your voter information, this is your opportunity. The exercise ends on Friday, 10th July 2026. Do not wait until the last day. Register or update your PVC before the deadline. Ohaneze Ndibo Worldwide, under the leadership of Senator Azota Mbata, President General, calls on traditional rulers, town unions, religious institutions, youth and women organizations, Ohaneze chapters, and all affiliated Igbo social cultural groups to encourage every eligible voter to participate in this important national exercise. Every eligible Igbo voter should take advantage of this opportunity to participate in Nigeria's democratic process. Register today. Update your PVC today. Friday, 10th July 2026 is the final day of the exercise. This message is brought to you by Ohaneze Ndibo Worldwide. Signed, Dr. Ezechi Chukwu, National Publicity Secretary.
Nigeria's worsening security situation has continued to intensify calls for the creation of state police, as kidnapping, banditry, terrorism, and violent crimes stretch the capacity of federal security agencies across several regions.
Susa In recent years, Nigeria has witnessed repeated mass abductions of school children and civilians, including incidents in Kaduna, Niger, Zamfara, and Katsina states, where armed groups have targeted schools, highways, and rural communities. The Chibok schoolgirls' abduction in Borno State, the Kankara school attack in Katsina, and the recent wave of kidnappings along the Abuja-Kaduna Expressway remain defining examples of the scale of insecurity confronting the country. Beyond school attacks, rural banditry in the northwest has led to mass displacement of communities, destruction of livelihoods, and repeated negotiations for hostage releases. In the southeast, violent attacks on security formations and civilian targets have also been recorded in parts of Anambra, Imo, and Enugu states. In the northeast, insurgency linked to Boko Haram and ISWAP continues to destabilize rural and border communities despite years of military oppression. Security analysts argue that these overlapping crises expose a major structural gap: Nigeria's centralized policing system. With the Nigeria Police Force controlled federally, operational directives, logistics, and deployment approvals often require central clearance, even when emergencies are localized. A key challenge often raised is the limited operational authority of state governors over commissioners of police. While governors are officially described as chief security officers of their states, in practice, commissioners of police in each state report directly to the Inspector General of Police in Abuja. This means governors cannot independently order arrests, deployments, or tactical operations without federal approval. There have been several public instances where governors requested urgent deployment or redeployment of police personnel during crisis, only for delays or bureaucratic procedures to slow response time. In fast-moving security emergencies such as kidnappings or communal clashes, these delays can prove critical. Supporters of state police argue that decentralization would allow states to respond faster, using officers recruited, trained, and deployed within local environments. They say local policing would improve intelligence gathering because officers understand local languages, terrain, and community networks, which are essential in tracking criminal groups operating in rural and forested areas. They also point to countries with decentralized policing systems. In the United States, state and local police forces operate independently but coordinate through federal agencies when necessary. In Germany, policing is primarily managed at state level, Länder, while maintaining federal oversight for national security. India also maintains state-controlled police forces under a federal constitutional framework. However, Nigeria's security experts caution that without strong oversight, state police could be vulnerable to political interference. There are concerns that governors could misuse security structures against political opponents, journalists, or dissenting voices, especially in states with weak institutional checks. Human rights advocates also warn that disparity in funding and training between states could create unequal policing standards across the country. Wealthier states may develop stronger forces, while poorer regions could struggle to maintain professional capacity, potentially widening security inequality. Despite these concerns, many analysts argue that the current centralized system is overstretched. With Nigeria's population exceeding 200 million and vast ungoverned rural spaces, federal police presence is often thin on the ground, creating operational vacuums exploited by armed groups. In several kidnapping cases along highways and remote communities, response times have been delayed due to distance, logistics, and command structure approvals. This has strengthened argument that localized policing would reduce response time and improve preventive intelligence rather than reactive operations. Proponents now suggest a hybrid model where state police operate under national standards with unified training, strict federal oversight, and shared intelligence systems. This, they argue, would balance local efficiency with national control and reduce the risk of abuse. Others propose phased implementation, beginning with strengthened community policing units upgraded into full state structures over time, allowing gradual reform without destabilizing existing security frameworks. Ultimately, the debate reflects a central national question: whether Nigeria's current security architecture can continue to carry the burden of rising insecurity, or whether decentralized policing is now a necessary step toward more effective protection of lives and property. What remains clear is that any reform must be guided by strong accountability, professional standards, constitutional safeguards, and political neutrality to ensure that security institutions serve citizens and not power structures.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
It's another beautiful Monday morning here in the Southeast. You know, this morning started off rather cold, cozy, if I must say. And of course, it has ushered us into a brand new week. Today is Monday, the 6th day in July. And I welcome you to Sunrise here on Aneke TV. I am Princess Ken Ochoma.
And I'm Uche Osai, saying good morning to you, our global audience, wherever you are, at home, in your office, or in transit. Thank you for letting us into your space this beautiful morning. We're here to refresh, inform, and motivate. And Ochoma, how's the trip?
My weekend was eventful. I mean, I still look jet lagged. Will I say jet lag? But I'm stressed. But I mean, we are here to work. We're here to do business for the day, and of course, yeah, it was a good week.
Jet lagged, you know.
Jet lag in our transport, since we don't fly.
There's this allusion I always give about two persons who were having ulcer. You know what the stomach ulcer is. Mm-hmm. One person, you know, is having ulcer as a result of hunger, whereas the other person equally had ulcer, but his own was coming from over-enjoyment. So perhaps your weekend, I'm seeing it to be from that of over-enjoyment. And
well, I must say yes. I mean, I went for something that was rather impactful, and I don't know how I would have felt if I had missed it. Honestly, in all honesty, it was wonderful. It was a good trip. It was a good trip.
Yeah, you know, no matter how subdued or calm one looks, when you see over-excitement, you know, coming from over-enjoyment, it tells. However, please, let's just take a moment. Let's just get a short break, and when we return, the sunrise continues.
Every second, the world changes. Markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Time. The silent witness to human courage. The keeper of memory. The archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once bound, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on.
You're tuned into Sunrise here on Aneke TV now. Before we start any of our conversations for the day, we often start with a quote from the day, something light, something inspiring, something encouraging. And this morning our quote is from the legendary novel laureate, the Nobel Prize winner. This is from Chinua Achebe. The Nigerian problem is the unwillingness or inability of its leaders to rise to the responsibility and to the challenge of personal example, which are the hallmarks of true leadership. I'll take that again. The Nigerian problem is the unwillingness or inability of its leaders to rise to the responsibility and to the challenge of personal example, which of course is the hallmark of true leadership, which is of course the apex of leadership, the ability to rise to occasion, the ability to show responsibility, show willingness to lead. And this, he said, has become one of the, if not the most prevailing problem of the Nigerian community, of the Nigerian people, is the unwillingness and inability of its leaders to rise to their responsibility, to rise to the occasion being the reason why they were elected into power, the reason why, forgetting that they are there because the Nigerian people trusted them to be and to occupy such positions. And he's saying that one of the greatest problems is that these leaders have failed to live up, have failed to perform their duties, and are not willing or are incapable of living through. I mean, we see politicians make promises, say things that they hope to fulfill for the average Nigerian, but then they get into that office, not just the Nigerian politicians anyway, people in leadership or humans as it is, we get into that place of, you know, achieving the set thing that we've set out to, or we've proposed to achieve. Then we get in and we fail. And he says, by failing to do this, you are losing the very essence, the hallmarks of true leadership.
Yes. Chinua Achebe, in his charismatic nature, you know, saying very serious things with simple words for everyone to understand. However, beyond this quote, that the Nigerian problem is the unwillingness and inability of his leaders to rise to the responsibility and the challenge of personal example, which are the hallmarks of true leadership. Achebe here is expanding on his known position that when you read The Trouble with Nigeria, he said that the problem with Nigeria is squarely the problem of leadership. And on expanding on that issue, he now points pointedly to this problem, you know, and we'll go one bit further to tell you that the Nigerian problem continues to persist, where the leaders fail to rise to that responsibility and to that challenge of personal example upon which they are elected to be at the helm of affairs in Nigeria. Because the followership, the Nigerian people, the citizens who put them in office have refused to ask questions. And until we ask the critical question, we can't receive answers. But perhaps beyond asking these questions, it is our civic responsibility to see through and then understand and determine these leaders who have failed us by their unwillingness or their inability, which is not having the requisite ability to deliver on their mandate. We have that responsibility to vote them out of office, which is where our civic duty calls on us. Yes, with that power, we can decide on the quality, on the character of men who sit at the helm of affairs. And where they fail, with that power in our hand, that is our PVC, our power to elect and to send people home, we can't decide who will be there. So this failure continues. This lack of responsibility continues because we fail to live up to our own expectation. Yes, here Chinua Achebe pointedly points out to the problem of Nigerian, the leadership. But there is a greater problem. That is that of the followership to know their responsibility. That is to put and keep the leaders in check so that they can rise up to the responsibility and the challenge of personal example. Any leader who has not gotten that capacity should be sent home. And soon, the bell will ring and will have the rare privilege and opportunity to send them packing. Yes, it is a favor we are doing to them, but a duty and service we hold to the future generation of Nigerians.
As we also understand that the INEC has extended its registration portal to 2 weeks, just as Mr. Uche have said, it is on us to make sure that we elect right people. And this morning, Chinua Achebe is reminding us, just so you've forgotten, that the Nigerian problem is the unwillingness or inability of its leaders to rise to the responsibility and to the challenge of personal example. Now, not just to rise to the occasion, is also to live through their examples. The examples that I said, we often say this in the studio, it's about what this person has achieved in their lifetime. Now, this, he says, are the very hallmarks of true leadership. That's our call for the morning. We'll take a short break, and when we get back, we'll be reading out the weather updates for the day. Stay with us.
The Insight with Uche Osai.
having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the broad mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose ox is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last blood.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on the insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us. You're still watching Sunrise here on Aneke TV. Next, we'll take a look at the weather report across major cities in the southeast today.
All right, starting off from Anambra State. The day in Anambra starts warm and humid with morning temperatures between 24 and 26 degrees Celsius. By afternoon, temperatures may climb, up to 31 to 33 degrees Celsius, making conditions hot and muggy. We are to expect thick cloud cover, thunderstorms, and moderate rainfall later in the day. Afternoon temperatures may likely ease back to 24 and 25 degrees Celsius.
Good morning, Diko City, and welcome to Enugu. The day in Enugu begins calm, cool, and mostly cloudy, with morning temperatures of 23 to 25 degrees Celsius. Afternoon temperature will likely peak around 31 degrees Celsius before showers and thunderstorms develop towards evening. Temperatures may likely fall back to 23 degrees Celsius overnight.
Good morning, Ebonyi State. The day begins warm and bright, with morning temperatures of 24 and 26 degrees Celsius. Afternoon temperatures may climb to 32 to 33 degrees Celsius, making it the hottest state in the southeast today. Heavy cloud buildup, gusty winds, and thunderstorms are expected before nightfall, with temperatures dropping back to 24 and 25.
Good morning, Imo State, and welcome to my favorite city of Owerri. The day in Imo State starts mild with cloudy skies, as morning temperatures range from 23 to 25 degrees Celsius. Afternoon temperature may rise to 30 to 31 degrees Celsius, with scattered thunderstorms and moderate rainfall expected later in the day. Evening temperatures may settle at 23 to 24 degrees Celsius.
Good morning, Abia State. The day in Abia opens warm with overcast conditions, with temperatures between 23 and 25 degrees Celsius. Afternoon temperatures may reach 30 to 31 degrees Celsius, while humidity remains high. We expect thunderstorms and rain showers from late afternoon into the evening, with temperatures easing to 23 and 24 degrees Celsius.
So, wherever you are in the southeast today, stay safe, stay cool, dress light, and do keep an umbrella handy. But remember, either rain or shine, we've got you covered. And this is your weather report here on Sunrise. We'll take a short break, and when we return, it will be more newspaper updates. Stay with us, please.
Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premium current affairs program, where politics, development, and governance come live every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. We host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching, and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is, let's have our environment secured so that investors can come.
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnap for ransom.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said it's at no cost.
There are things that dialogue can handle. But when you leave it, and want to use a kinetic approach alone, you cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena, only on Aneke TV.
You're welcome back. This is still Sunrise on Aneke TV. Now I'll be going straight into our newspaper headlines and analysis for the day. And the papers we shall be reviewing are from the Punch newspapers, Daily Sun, The Nation, and Daily Trust.
And joining us is Aneke TV's in-house analyst, a development communication expert, Emeka Odom. Mr. Emeka, pleasure to have you this Monday morning.
Thank you so much. Good morning to you and good morning to Achama and the
Good
brother
morning,
persons.
welcome.
Yeah, Mr. Emeka, it's been a weekend of roller coasters. But being a Nigerian, what is the hope like?
Well, you know, first and foremost, you need to keep hope alive, because the moment hope dims, perhaps that may not be good enough. So we need to keep hope alive. Now, of course, that doesn't in any way becloud the challenges that, you know, prevail. But I believe that hope is one instrument you can use to overcome, you know, a lot of these challenges.
So we keep hoping for a better tomorrow.
Certainly, we have got no choice.
Mr. Emeka, it's a pleasure to have you.
Thank you so much once again.
You're welcome. All right, starting off from the Punch newspaper. The headline reads, 2027 candidates. Saturday deadline puts parties under pressure. Saturday deadline puts parties under pressure. With the July 11, 2026 deadline for the submission of presidential nomination forms to INEC fast approaching, political parties are running against time to beat the closing date. Now, the Commission fixed 6 p.m. on July 11th as the deadline for political parties to submit the nomination forms of their presidential and National Assembly candidates, and fixed July 18th and August 8th as the submission of nomination forms for governor and state houses of assembly candidate respectively. So far, only 2 political parties, the ADC in the person of Atiku Abubakar nominating former Governor Rotimi Amechi, and NDC peterobi nominating Kwankwaso. And so far, the APC is yet to nominate a running mate for his race. So this is what we have.
Yeah, Mr. Emeka, we are aware of the Electoral Act, we are aware of the timetable. So why are political parties under pressure?
Well, we're also aware of the, the various court cases pending, challenging the powers of INEC to fix such timetables. Remember that the High Court had already made a pronunciation on that, and I believe INEC went to the appeal court. That is not to say that INEC does not have, in my own opinion, does not have the power to regulate the elections. They do, but to the extent that they are doing now is what is in contention. However, not minding that, I believe that you see, some of these things are not as easy as they appear. For instance, let me begin from the side of the president. You know that before now, yes, the president is clear. APC does not have any controversy in who is their presidential candidate. It's as clear as crystal star. You may also want to add that right now we have a vice president. And since President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is going to contest election in 2027, we may also want to assume or conclude or infer that his vice presidential nominee is the current vice president. Anybody who does that may not be mistaken, but in reality, it could be something different. And so deciding on who is now that running mate may not be as easy as outsiders think it is. It could be a very heavy thing for Mr. President, as simple as it looks. I mean, somebody could say, is there any need of changing a winning team? You know, we usually say that a lot. We don't change a winning team. But in politics, a lot of calculations and determinations are made. So, yes, they know the timetable. Yes, they are aware. I believe that we still have a few days left, going by the INEC timetable. Let's consider, without, you know, conceding the fact that that is what it is, because any matter that is in court, you can't really say until a determination comes. So, if the court does not in any way upturn the judgment of the High Court, if the appeal court does not upturn the judgment of the High Court, you know that that deadline may not hold water. But if the appeal court upturns the judgment of the High Court, that means July 11 remains sacrosanct, except if INEC on its own decides to grant, an extension. So I believe all the people concerned, the stakeholders are involved. The president himself is involved. He knows, he understands clearly, and I'm sure that though they are yet to do the upload, but maybe in a few days from now that will become very clear. But like I said, let us not close our ears. We are alive to reality, and part of that reality is that there has been various talks of the possibility of the president running with a different kind of person. I mean, somebody else other than the current vice president. To the extent of the presidency all along had kept numb. You remember, they've really not made any statements. So now is the time for us to now know. At least between now and July 11, that issue will become very clear. Whether the president will run with Alhaji Shetima or not, it will become very clear. But by and large, may not be an easy decision to take because a lot of things are involved.
All right. You submitted quite well. However, I know that you will tell me that venturing into that sphere would amount to political conjecture, but I would insist that perhaps you help us with a sneak peek. What could be in the mind of the APC and the inner workings of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, given the fact that he was the first to emerge, as a flag bearer going to 2027 election with 11 million votes, yet unable to name categorically if he's running with his vice presidential candidate. And this could be a first time in Nigerian history where a vice presidential candidate could be dropped by what happened between Obasanjo and Atiku towards their second term, but eventually he wasn't dropped anyway. So this may be a first. But can you give us a sneak peek what you think that is going on? I miss the fact that Northeast, Kaku's convention or something to endorse President Tinubu's second term bid, there was no mention of Alhaji Shetima, leading to chaos that we saw in Gombe State in this regard.
Yes, okay, fine. Thank you so much. You started right by saying that I will refer it now as conjecture. Certainly that's what it is. That's what it is. We must give it its rightful name. But we are at liberty to conjecture. We can theorize. We can infer, yes. And we can also suggest, as long as we don't make categorical statements authoritatively. Exactly. So the point is that number one, yes, the mere fact that if eventually the president decides to change Alhaji Shetima, that will be the very first time, since the nation returned to democracy. In fact, as a matter of fact, since right from the Second Republic, that will be the very first time in the history of Nigeria. So, and that is why, if Mr. President is considering that, he has to be quite practical about it, because he probably venturing into a novel ground. Number two, you talked about the Northeast APC caucus endorsing the president sometime. That was about last year or so, thereabouts, or even before last year. Yes, they did, and they were very silent on the person of the vice president. But remember also that the law, if like it was explained then, the law does not actually allow them to start making such pronunciations, because the flag bearer is the president. He's the one that goes to the primaries. Then he now chooses. So it's his prerogative. Now, if the Northeast caucus had gone ahead to say we endorse President President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and Alhaji Shetima as candidates, they will be impeding or rather encroaching into the right of the president to choose his running mate. It is purely his prerogative. It's just like if you, assuming you are not married now, and are coming to the public space, I said, I am donating this property to Uche, and I now probably name someone else. That's a very subtle way of imposition. That's a subtle imposition, because it is your right and your privilege and your prerogative to marry whoever you chooses to marry. So if I'm now giving you something on I'm attaching a condition, right? So if you now come up to claim what I've given to you with somebody other than the person whose name is contained in the promissory paper or promissory certificate or the promissory note, it will no longer tally. So that's a subtle imposition. What is appropriate is that if I donate this to you, then whoever you chooses to come along with should be okay. In which case, I have respected your right of choice. So that is why, for me, I believe that the Northeast was very right in keeping silent on that aspect. But that is not to take away the politics that are involved. Before now, there have been all kinds of insinuations that the Muslim ticket that the president ran with, the APC ran with in 2023 may not fly this time around. We have all kinds of things have been alleged, But the beautiful thing about it is that for me, the presidency had maintained a golden silence. I call it golden in the sense that even though we want governments to communicate, we want our governments to be the one that keep interacting with the citizens to dispel rumors, not on matters of this nature. On matters of this nature, silence is golden, and is a very strong strategy, which the presidency had used effectively and excellently. So, but a time will come when they can no longer keep silence, when the law demands that they speak, and that is now. So between now and 11th, I'm sure we will get to know, whoever they upload, we will get to know, people who have access to the information, and will know. The names have been suggested, that the president may want to choose a Northern Christian, but again also, that may not be a very easy thing for the president to do, because at the time when it is very clear that the president is facing some kind of opposition from the North, and the North itself is predominantly, Muslims that are there, and so the president may not want to, in quote, offend them further by choosing, a non-Muslim, even though one could say, after 2023, they did not choose a Muslim. But you also remember that on this end threw up a lot of furore in the air, and so the president will have to, make a very careful consideration on this matter, so that whichever way, whoever he chooses, will be to his own advantage. And overall, on this is democracy. The numbers matter. So whoever the president is going to choose, why he considers other aspects very clearly, but balancing the polity and everything else, he also has his eyes on the numbers, the number of votes, because if you play to the gallery, and you attract applause and people give you a standing ovation, and when the numbers begin to roll in on election day, it doesn't tally with, it doesn't amount to anything. You just be probably a popular candidate, but unpopular with the position. So that's it.
All right. You said silence is golden, and in 5 days or less than 6 days, we will know where the APC and Mr. President stands on this. However, there are two other issues. One is with the court pronouncement on this very issue. Should the INEC go ahead and stick to its timetable, and then the court pronounces otherwise, that may throw the 2027 election calendar into turmoil as well. And
but I think
just quickly, so I take them together. Then the PDP, given this deadline, where would you say the PDP stands in all this? You know, the Sandy Ono as a PDP or factional candidate, and whereas the Turaki-led faction are equally going to the court. What does this all portend for the electoral timetable?
Okay, let me first and foremost take the one of the court pronouncements. When INEC went to appeal the judgment of the High Court, I think they also applied for a stay of execution. Pending determination of the appeal. So that is what they believe in, and to them that is what will work for them, and so they are going ahead until the court makes that decision. And if court makes that decision, automatically they have to abide by it, because they themselves are a creation of the law. So once, of course, another window is available for them, which is the Supreme Court. But of what need would that be? Whether you give more window for people to file in their papers or engage in other things, or you restrict it to a particular time, is neither here nor there. What it will ultimately, turn in a good election, a credible election, a fair election, a trusted election, that will be a reference point on the positive line, is what Nigerians want. It's not whether you leave the window open from now till even December 31st. The whole thing is about give us a good election. So for me, I don't even, except if INEC is saying that if they don't achieve so and so within so and so time, it's going to impact on the election. But it's neither here nor there. Now, coming to the side of the PDP, for me, I've always felt that, look, this is my opinion. Why is PDP, why are they creating a small screen? Because that's the way I see it. Why are they creating a small screen? PDP is I don't see PDP in a position having a capacity to field candidates in the presidential election and make any meaningful impact. I don't see that happening. And the reason why I say this is because, of course, anybody can go with any name, to the election. But if you look at the PDP, is a party that produced 3 different presidents successively, from 1999 to 2015. Obasanjo ruled for 8 years. Yar'Adua came. Unfortunately, he could not complete his tenure. Goodluck Jonathan, balanced out the 1 year that was remaining in his administration, and eventually won his own election on his own merit and ruled for 4 years. 16 years in all. This was a party that, at a point in time, produced more than 2/3 of the number of governors in Nigeria. This is a party that, at a point in time, produced more than 2/3 of members of the National Assembly, the Senate and the House of Rep. This is a party that prided itself as the largest party in Africa. This is a party that went everywhere, beating their chest that they were going to be in power for about 60 years or thereabouts. So, now, seeing what is happening to PDP now, sometimes I can't, as a dramatist, when you want to write a script on PDP, at what point in time, how is the anticlimax going to be? You see, maybe people should write a thesis on how or they've fallen, or I don't know, maybe somehow, you know, the decline of a prominent party, you know, a party that moved from ground to the top and came crashing, you know, overnight. And the funny thing is that I don't think, it's very easy for people to say it was the external forces. Who are the external forces? Who were the external forces? To me, PDP went and, you know, whether they bought or they manufactured or they crafted, you know, dangerous dagger and started stabbing himself. Kept stabbing himself until with the dagger in its clutched in its fist or in its palm, it fell down. See, PDP is not capable, not in this 2027 general election. At the presidential level, I don't see it. Even in the states where they are still, you know, where they're still putting up a shadow of prominence. I don't know, you know, what they are going to achieve. God will keep us alive from now to January and February next year. We'll see how much they will achieve. It's very painful because what he tried to do is to diminish democracy. Democracy is about alternatives. Democracy is about credible opposition. Credible opposition. So that when election comes, the citizens, people like us, you know, who pick a lot of interest in the affairs of the nation, will sit back, look at the manifestos of these parties, study what each of them has in store for the people, right? Sit down at the comfort of wherever we may be, watch representatives or flag bearers of these parties debate on matters of good governance, fundamental human rights, development, as it will lead to the benefit of the people. That is what democracy is all about. So that on election day, the electorate, as champions of the moment, will clutch their voter cards in their hands and for once become the bride of the candidates. That is the only time you see candidates referring to the electorate and say, ah, sir, and ma, because they need your vote that day. But when there's no competition, if a major party like PDP will allow itself to go down, they didn't just go down, they helped to build APC. They helped, because whatever APC is now, PDP helped to build them to the extent that, you know, they are almost, some people are almost, in fact, when I hear people come to the public space to say, you know, there's no vacancy in this post, these are very, very anti-democratic statements to make. But what do we get? How can you challenge them? After all, they are the only party that has the capacity to, you know, make impact.
All right, that's
because the opposition parties has helped to build them up.
All right, that's a very apt submission there. However, we may take solace in the case of PDP, knowing that empires rise and fall.
Yes, and that is why we have said that, look, and that's why whatever we say, we limit it to this election. So that means the window is still open. After all they need to do is to organize themselves very clearly. In fact, they still have remnants. And so instead of putting up this small screen now, you know, let them use the opportunity to, you know, resolve their issues, come together, resolve their issues, and build again. Very important.
All right.
Okay, now moving to the next story. This is, I mean, it's good thing that we've already mentioned PDP because this is on our next story. All right, this is from the Daily Sun. It reads, again, federal government under fire over PFIPC scandal. The faction of the People's Democratic Party led by Kabiru Turaki has challenged President Bola Tinubu to order a forensic investigation into the scandal surrounding the Presidential Foreign Intervention Promotion Council and suspend all officials linked to the controversy. Now, these statements issued by Ini Emen Mobong, the National Publicity Secretary, describe the controversy as a damning revelation of the incompetence and negligence of the APC-led federal government. Now, this is, we're referring to the supposed allegation by a certain Adeyemi against Femi Gbajambiamila. Now, we understand that the presidencies, you know, when Bayo Adenuga gave a speech that Gbajambiamila is not to be held responsible for whatever it is, has issued an 8-count charge against Adeyemi. However, PDP has reacted to these allegations made by Adeyemi and the presidency's response. And I'll quote what it says. It says, it has exposed deep institutional failure within the federal government and have confirmed that the APC-led federal government is running the country with alarming recklessness, where nepotism, cronyism have displaced merit and impunity have become standard practice.
You see, this presidential foreign intervention and council issue, you know, is I don't even know how to describe it. You see, because for me, if you go through the entire narrative, the only thing I see there is the authorities, not only that they take Nigerians for granted, they are indirectly calling Nigerians fools. They think people are fools, and they are directly calling Nigerians fools. Look, how do you describe an agency you claim to be fictitious? The agency, we are told, has an office space at the Federal Secretariat. Right?
Exactly.
How come the DG has not even been picked up? Because if you are not a DG, if you are not appointed a DG, and you come out in a public place to say you are appointed a DG, a Director General of a government agency, isn't that an impersonation? So how come the man has not been picked up? So it's not about whether PDP, of course PDP can, you know what they call in Igbo language, you know, just to bala shaka shaka and things like that, to give the impression that, you know, is an opposition party. But the bottom line is that the government has a question to answer on. You see, just like the president said the other day, you know, if you the president at the dinner, the presidency hosted for presidential press corps, you know, he said something very instructive. He said, look, the government must act and the media must watch, because these are constitutional responsibilities, mandates. And the government itself will also take actions. The media must also ask questions which the government must offer explanations. The media must ask questions, the government must answer and explain. These were the words of Mr. President himself. So, the government owes us a lot of explanation on this matter. Because, you see, there are things, there are explanations that can be given, and you look at it. On this one, the entire story is thinking. This entire story is thinking.
All right, if I may, you know, I had a conversation with you over the weekend on this issue, and you raised pertinent, very critical and pertinent issues regarding how the budget for this fake unknown agency was smuggled into the national budget, you know, passed by the National Assembly, approved, and then we were asking the question. He just raised another question. How come this Adeyemi has not been picked up by security agencies? How come that they operate at the Federal Secretariat? And he had equally claimed that he had over 300 staffs, around 300 staffs, who are on the payroll of government in this instance.
Let me tell you, I was going through, you know, a report on one of the reports on this today. It showed that documents, alleged documents, you know, some of them correspondence between the agencies and even some federal government agencies, that eventually enabled you to secure a CBN account. So these are issues that sometimes you ask yourself, the people, those who are denying this story, and I tell you, mere denial is not enough. In fact, the more the authorities deny this issue, the more it ridicules the government, the country in general, and also ridicules us as a people. The Senate itself, the National Assembly, cannot exonerate itself on this matter. Like I said in the program I'm referring to, this council, as a parastatal, certainly will, two things will happen. It either belongs to, it is either supervised by a ministry or probably supervised by the presidency. In which case, its budget will certainly follow any of these tracks that it belongs to. So which track did he follow before he could find his way into the budget proposal? And the national, and the, you see, haven't found his way into the budget proposal at the National Assembly before whatever allocation, that whatever, you know, resources that was allocated to it in the budget, before it was eventually cleared. Who came to defend it? The committee at the National Assembly. Who and who came to defend this particular budget before them? I'm happy. I mean, I'm surprised that the National Assembly is just keeping quiet. A few minutes ago, I talked about golden silence. Now, this silence is not golden.
This is a moment where we need them to speak.
Exactly. So you find out that if the government doesn't, you know, clear this issue in the most transparent manner, it's going to be a very big stigma.
Okay, Mr. Maker, sorry to cut in. Very quickly, one, I would want to know or ask, why is it that heads are not rolling as we speak, which you've alluded to somehow, but on the other hand, I've interacted with a lot of persons who, you know, speak to the fact that this issue continue to, you know, be spoken about in hushed tones and not giving the due scandalous attention that it requires, because we have a weakened opposition in Nigeria who are shrinking and shying away from their responsibilities, unlike when the ruling APC were in opposition.
Yes, that is correct. These are the job. Like I said earlier on, you know, the PDP man you mentioned earlier on, who is talking here. That's why I refer to it as, you know, a Shaka Shaka movement in Igbo Palace. Yes, these are the kind of things opposition should pick up, blow it open, trade on it. I mean, if this had happened in PDP when the current government, when the APC was in opposition, I can imagine what they would have made out of it. However, we must also understand that this is not just an opposition issue. Even the government on itself has a responsibility. I remember when Obasanjo was in power as a president, there were 1 or 2, 3 issues that were brought up that bordered on corruption and you know, something similar to this in his own government. The first thing Obasanjo would do is to suspend officials whose names are mentioned. Remember the Professor Fabian Osuji, former Minister of Education, who was suspended. Remember the other woman too, is it Professor Mr. Akonde or some, I can't remember her name exactly now, who was also suspended. And people who knew these people very closely will tell you that these were people who had, made very credible names in the academia, and somehow found themselves into the public service, and they got entangled with probably matters that they knew nothing about. But because they were in positions of authority at that point in time, they had to bear the brunt. So you see, this kind of matter, the government must take it very serious to clear its name. So it's not even limited to opposition, as a matter of fact. And by the way, where are the other parties? We already have more than 10 parties, come up with their presidential candidates. Where are these presidential candidates? Where are they? Where are their parties? The little we are hearing now is just coming from civil society organizations and other social critics, the media. So it's a very unfortunate situation. The government must purge itself. You see, on this matter, they need to come clean and prove to the people that, and just prove to the people that they are really fighting corruption. Perhaps this is a flagship case that has to be done. And do you also notice that in today, one of the papers today, I can't remember which of the papers came up with that news, talked about the IMF report that says the government overspent with about 8 trillion or thereabout. These are not issues to be swept under the carpet.
We'll go away with the fact that government must purge itself of these tendencies.
Okay, we'll take a short break. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premium current affairs program, where politics, development, and governance come alive. Every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, we host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching, and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is, let's have our environment secured so that investors can come.
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnapping ransom.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said, it's at no cost.
There are things that the law can handle. But when you leave it, you want to use a kinetic approach alone. You cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena, only on Aneke TV.
You're welcome back. This is still Sunrise on Aneke TV. Now, on to the next story. This is from The Nation. On xenophobia, Nigeria takes hard stance against South Africa. Nigeria takes hard stance against South Africa. Nigeria and South Africa are inching closer to a diplomatic showdown over the unabated killing of Nigerians in the former apartheid enclave. Abuja has warned Pretoria that it may take further action if the recurring xenophobic attacks continue. And now this is taken from a recent turn of events where 2 Nigerians were murdered in the streets of South Africa last week.
I believe that Nigeria has even delayed to we talked about this issue in one of our programs here, and I believe that a lot of the things that are, you see, in international relations, is tit for tat. That's the way it goes. If there are countries that should oppress Nigeria, I don't think it should be South Africa, because this is a country that Nigeria stood for, when it needed Nigeria. And for me, I even think that the country should have taken some very, retaliatory steps. Yes, they are evacuating their citizens now. That is also good. But Nigeria should take a very decisive retaliatory step on South Africa. You may say, well, what are we going to do? Because we don't have as much South African citizens in Nigeria as Nigerian and as we do, but in their own country. That is also correct. But even if there were, Nigerians we can't behave like, we can't do the kind of things they are doing now, because that is not Nigeria. Nigerians are very accommodating and hospitable people. In fact, if they were South Africans there, I can tell you that Nigerians will offer them protection and make them feel very welcoming. That's our nature, Sometimes we even treat foreigners far better than we treat ourselves. So, but what can Nigeria do? They have companies in Nigeria. They have. For me, I don't think is a major offense for Nigeria to sanction some of these their companies, because these companies make returns. They repatriate money to their countries. These companies do. So they can't be making money from Nigeria and be treating our citizens in the manner that they are doing right now. To me, it's irreconcilable. I can't reconcile that too. So Nigeria should take whatever is a very serious diplomatic step to let South Africa know that we are not happy with what is happening there. And this idea of thinking that they are, even America that is far bigger than them. America is far more welcoming. Europe is far more welcoming. In spite of all the racism that we see, that the people talk about, these countries are far more welcoming. And these are probably countries that we even abuse every day. We write all kinds of things against them. We accuse them, of doing all kinds of things, and yet they are far more welcoming than our own brothers, just at the back of our Disney. So this feeling of you're coming to rip us off, but your companies are everywhere. Drawing from the. See, I did a study on, for instance, telecommunications. Do you know that before South Africa came to Nigeria, I think they were the third or fourth biggest telecommunication companies in Africa. Econet was ahead of them. Is it Vodafone also was ahead of them? They were about the third or fourth. But the Nigerian market gave them such a huge boost that they became number one in Africa. All thanks to the Nigerian market. So how can that be that this country has been so beneficial? They may not be residing in Nigeria here, but they are certainly benefiting from Nigeria.
All right, Mr. Meka, when you started, you closed the door with the direction of that I may take, in asking what Nigeria could do. However, citing South African businesses in Nigeria, when we look at telecommunication, the media, for example, these are publicly quoted companies in Nigeria, and you have majority of the shareholders now, residing in the palms of Nigeria. When you look at telecommunication, for example, and then look at the media, you see that South Africa sort of divested their holdings on some of their media exposures in Nigeria. And I'm asking, what can Nigeria do in these regards? And then secondly, just that you just take it together because of time. Secondly, when you look at the immigrant population in South Africa, Nigeria is one of the least. When you look at countries like Zimbabwe, Mozambique, Zimbabwe has over 1 million immigrants in South Africa. Mozambique with over 416 in number, Lesotho up to a little less than 300. And then even United Kingdom has a higher population than Nigeria. You look at Ethiopia, Namibia, with Nigeria said to have about 24,000, let's just say 25,000, immigrants in South Africa. And I'm asking, in this view, are they other nations facing similar fate like Nigerians?
Okay,
now, what can we really do?
Yeah, to begin with, yes, Nigeria. There are other nationals in South Africa who are equally, particularly the Black Africans, who are equally facing the same persecution. But it has been reported that Nigeria is getting the hit more than these other countries. I think there are probably more Nigerians. There could be more Nigerians in South Africa more than the documented immigrants, more than the number that is being quoted here. And but you see, that's not even the issue now. The point is, there's a hatred. There's a hatred, that is flowing, and this hatred, goes down to the rivalry, the African rivalry. For instance, you see that countries that have probably benefited from Nigeria, sometimes you see them turn around. This rivalry also is connected to what you may call petty jealousy. That's what I call it, petty jealousy. If you come to Africa today, there's a question of who is the true, leader of Africa in terms of capacity, development, population. Well, population, they may not come close to Nigeria, but in terms of economic development, military development, educational, and many other aspects, that rivalry is there between South Africa and Nigeria. It's a fact. Today they say South Africa is the biggest economy. Within a short time we hear Nigeria is the biggest economy, depending on who does the study and when the study is done and how the study is done. So that rivalry is there. Now take that away. Yes, some of these companies you are seeing, MTN is a publicly quoted company, but remember that by virtue of the brand name, still flying, it's credit to South Africa. It's credit to South Africa. That's number one. Number two is companies like many of them, once in a while you see people saying, oh, a company like DSTV, you find out that the kind of pricing system that their citizens enjoy over there is not extended to, they are far more, and if you ask them, they will tell you that, oh, that it's cost more to do business in Nigeria. So the kind of monopoly that even, let me not use the word monopoly now, because there could be one or two other, cable television company, but the kind of leverage and free market, free operational space that the multi-choice has enjoyed in Nigeria. I can tell you that if a Nigerian company is enjoying that in South Africa, they will probably be South African citizens. Those who are pushing xenophobic attacks now may go after them. And in all of these things, my own worry is not even that these attacks are coming. The South African government, as a leadership, has not shown enough commitment in making sure that these things. How many people have we heard that have been arrested in South Africa, prosecuted as a deterrent to others?
All right, Mr. Meka, just to come in a bit, you talked about jealousy being the root cause of this issue, but Nigerians, when you look at it in Ghana, Nigerians face similar fate. There were moments when Nigerians were asked to leave, and the ease of doing business in Ghana for Nigerians, is still so often called to question. And here is South Africa, now hell-bent on Nigerians and foreigners leaving their country. Why Nigeria always?
No, you see, the truth is that there are things we must agree that they happen. First and foremost, Nigeria is a very loud country, whether you like it or not. That's part of our nature. Loud in the sense that I don't see that being loud in this sense now as a negative threat. I don't see it in that sense. There could be one or two other cases that we may say, oh, for you to be loud is a negative threat. But in this case, I don't see it. Nigerians are very enterprising. In fact, I was also reading a report because when I did some studies on why all of these things are happening, why South Africans suddenly turn against Nigeria. Somebody was giving an account of when he was in South Africa. Right? He went there to carry out a study for about 6 months. Now, his host was a South African citizen. They were somewhere in Soweto. You know, Soweto is a town that is very close to Johannesburg. In the morning, the guy will say himself and his host, they will get ready, the host will go to work, and he will go carry on with his research. Because I think he was doing a PhD project at that time. And some of these indigenes will be looking at them and be laughing at Jesus, because to them he was being foolish, waking up early in the morning, getting ready to go to work, to go and suffer himself on a situation that he should have relaxed in the house, and government will be paying him, you know, some kind of subvention or some kind of, you know, to sustain him. So they saw the attitude of hard work as, you know, a waste of time. Now, this is where there's a sharp contrast with Nigeria. Nigerians are hardworking people. We hustle a lot. There are many people, many foreigners will come and they go to Lagos. They can't stand the heat of Lagos. In fact, I had a foreigner. I went for an international conference somewhere in Bangkok. Somebody, and a fellow African. We were just sitting at the table like this, you know. We were gisting, and we were talking to our colleagues who came from Latin America, some came from Asia, and came from you know, and from Europe, and we were just talking generally. And the guy from the neighboring African country was saying he came to Nigeria he couldn't stand the heat of. In fact, he couldn't stand Nigeria. He wanted to come to University of Lagos. He couldn't stand. Why? Because he said Nigeria is like a city on the move. He was telling the other one of the ladies that said that she would like to visit Nigeria someday. And the guy was saying, "Will you stand Lagos? Will you stand Lagos? Nigeria is like Lagos is like a city on the move." You understand? So that is the nature of Nigeria. Here we work, and so we have our language for it. We call it hustle. We call it the Nigerian hustle, and this is what keeps us everywhere we go to. And that's why if you are surviving in Nigeria, I doubt if there's anywhere you cannot survive.
Exactly.
You wake up early in the morning to look for daily bread while others are still sleeping. So these are the kind of things that people envy or not. And when you do things like this and you seem to be doing well, you know, so naturally it will attract envy. And that's why you see everywhere Nigerians are, they expand, they dominate, and that is who we are. And I don't think that's anybody any apology. Of course, that's not to say that there are no other, which country doesn't. Is there anybody that doesn't have his ugly side?
All right, that's very well said, and I can equally add to the fact that Nigerians are still going to South Africa, and I just had a couple who just returned, traveled to South Africa over 5 days and just returned early this morning. So it's surprising that Nigerians
see. There's a video that's out there in the public space. I saw the video. You know, so one of the Nigerian guys there was saying, in fact, he was showing the videos. When these guys came to him, they came to accost him in his business place, you know, and they were asking him does he have papers? Very, 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 you know, ferocious and you know, serious-looking people ready to attack him. He said yes, that he had his papers. In fact, he had papers. He brought out his papers to show that he was a legal, you know, occupant in the country. And after going all through this, they asked him whether he had a job. He said that, look, they asked him, is he the owner of this? He said he's not just the owner of this company. The company is registered, paying taxes. He brought the documents to them, adding to the economy of the country, and that he has more than 20 people, 20 South Africans that he pays salary on a day who are also paying tax.
You see,
I don't know. We know what they told him. They told him, well, that they didn't bother. Not minding whether he had his papers or was contributing. In fact, that he should leave before the end of July. That he should leave the country. Imagine that kind of. Even America in their own, you know, promote their immigration. America won't do that to you because they know that foreigners are the ones who build a place.
Once you're a tax-paying citizen or even a foreigner,
resident,
every nation seems to accord you the needed respect.
Of course,
yes. And it's quite unfortunate what Nigerians are losing because of this xenophobia. There's a hotel in Enugu here I don't want to mention, but the parent company is in South Africa, built over by a young man of less than 35 years, and he stands to lose all that. And I've been asking him, what are you going to do? He say he leaves that to fate. However, he has, let's not go there yet.
Look, my nephew, the only surviving son of my late sister, owns a football academy in South Africa. He's married to a white South African. I mean, he's married to a South African lady. I speak with him almost on a daily basis as a way to check up on him. And the kind of thing he tells me, so uncle, just keep praying for us. Even married to a South African lady, they have two children.
Not safe. All right, we're out of time, but we'll have to state that they are still good South Africans, because even the young man I'm talking about was raised by a South African, and then today he's doing.
Yeah, it's not all of them. Of course, it's not all of them that are supporting what is going on.
Yes.
Okay, we will take a short break. We'll be back. Stay with us.
Every second, the world changes. Markets rise. Leaders speak. Stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Obodo ọbụla nwere akụkọ, aka mgbe ọbụla nwere ihe butere ya, nsogbu ọbụla kwesịrị inwe ogbugbo, site n'ọchịchị ruo mmepe obodo, site na nchekwa ruo na mmụta, site na omenala ruo na akụnụba. A na-ewepụta okwu ndị ahụ na-emetụta anyị ma leba ha anya. Ọ bụ ohere n'okwu gị dịka a na-ajụ ajụjụ ma na-enweta ọsịsa ajụjụ ndị ahụ. Ọ bụ ihe mmemme a na-ele anya n'okwu ndị ahụ metụtara anyị ya na ọdịnihu a chọrọ iwulite. Sonyere Joshua Ozioko n'Otobo dịka ọ ga-akpọta ndị ọnụ na-eru n'okwu, ndị ma ha ekwe na-akụ nakwa ọha na eze, ka ha tinye ọnụ n'okwu ndị ahụ gbasara anyị niile. Otobo maka inweta ozi ndị ahụ bara ezigbo uru. Ọ na-abịara gị kwa ụbọchị Tuesday na Friday ma ọkụ elekere 5 nke uhuruchi na Aneke TV. Otobo maka ọdịmma anyị niile.
You're welcome back. Now we are joined. We have a little sports update that we would like to bring to you this morning. An update on the recent happenings in the world of football and the ongoing FIFA World Cup.
And joining us is the sports oracle himself, the man who lives, breathes, eats sports, especially football, Mr. Goodhope. It's a pleasure to have you here.
It's a pleasure to have you. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Yes, so in the world of sports, it has been drama upon drama just in the FIFA World Cup. But seeing Brazil out of the World Cup so far tells you that it is not just the game. It is about the commitment and about the scores and also about the preparation, I would say. And also seeing Norway advance to the quarterfinals, no one expected that. Of course, that's their first ever World Cup advancement into the quarterfinal, and that's their first ever. So the Vikings are true to the process, and it's now becoming a stroll, I would say. But I would like to, ask a few questions. Perhaps there was something you expected from the Brazil game, Mr. Dom. What do you expected from the Brazil game? How they played? Right now, the 5-time champion of the World Cup that started since 1930, they are not able to advance to the next level. And what would that be, really?
Yeah, you see, what is happening now at this FIFA World Cup is not surprising to me, because it actually began during the qualifying series. In fact, it might interest you to know that a lot of the traditional big names we have in football even couldn't qualify to come to the World Cup. In Europe, for instance, Italy didn't qualify. They were not able to qualify. And if you had followed the qualifying series, you also know that Brazil found it a little bit difficult to qualify for this World Cup. Coming to Africa here, a country, any day, anytime, Africa would ever wish that Nigeria goes to the World Cup because of not just the razzmatazz and the spectacle they will bring to the game, the huge market, the television rights, and many other things, and the marketing aspect of it. But that didn't happen. So that was when the surprise of this, 2026 World Cup began to set, and now we are seeing it happen. at the place. Remember also that Germany on itself had long left. Germany had long left, and so Brazil, leaving yesterday, booking a ticket for back to Rio de Janeiro yesterday was not a little bit surprising. But for me, they provided a good football because I was enjoying that game. I was enjoying the beauty of the game as it was developing. At a point, I had to tell my wife that I was watching the game with her that look, I'm afraid that Brazil may not pass through this stage. Now, there's something we need to understand in this World Cup, and with Nigeria, with the world particularly. We should no longer expect a situation where the traditional big football nations will just come, pick on whoever is the opponent and just whip them the way you whip a child and send them away. It's not going to happen again in the world football.
Sure. It's not going to happen again, but we are having France doing that. Like, France has been consistent. France, they came from the underdogs. Of course, for a while, all the while they have been playing as a national team. They have been wonderful.
You said they came from the underdog.
From the underdog. I'm talking about
a former World Cup winner?
No, I'm talking about from the years in between, like from the years. You see when the World Cup started, from the years, they were, of course, they were a world champion earlier, and seeing the likes of Zinedine Zidane playing there.
You can't see them as a football minions.
No. What I'm saying is that you will not consider them as a champion over Brazil.
Over time, Mr. Odori, you may come to my rescue here. The French team that will know, yes, there was a time, but since the era of Zinedine Zidane, they've never.
France is never an underdog.
They are not an underdog.
Okay, now compared to Brazil, the standard of Brazil.
Remember that. Have you forgotten that? Was it in Japan, Korea also? Was it in Japan, Korea, or Germany in 2006? They were the ones that sent Brazil packing. Remember, in Mexico '86, they were the ones that sent Brazil at larger stadium. They are the ones that sent Brazil. They scored at where you have Ticana. Remember
they usually start off with.
There's one point where
so strong.
There's no team in Europe as at this moment that you classify as an underdog.
There's no underdog. That's the point I'm trying to make.
If you see the trajectory of football in Europe, yes,
a team may struggle in a particular match, right?
Then
and even the France you're talking about, as it is now, the game is still on. You don't know their next game, how their next game will be.
No, what I'm saying is, France came from where they were to where they are now. When what led to this statement was when you said that no team in the world can pick any team and flog them. We're seeing France flogging people.
France hasn't been flogging anybody.
They have been playing good football. They have been playing. In fact, France currently will be considered as the world champion. I will tell you.
France flogging any team, you wouldn't consider that they are overperforming or they are coming from a football minions background, because France, every team they've been performing. What you say that there are moments in a team or in the trajectory of football where you see the country or the football team is not performing up to maximum level in that instance.
France struggled in their second game. Their first game was against Senegal. They beat Senegal 2-0. Their second game they struggled.
Yes.
They struggled.
Yes, but after the second game, what you see is just to show you that these guys, they had to go back and reintegrate and improve. And you see the score.
Even the game Brazil lost yesterday, it wasn't particularly a very bad game.
No, it wasn't a bad game.
Unfortunately, in football, you don't count. If you look at the statistics of that game,
Brazil was
the ball possession. If you look at the technicalities, of course, you probably want to say Brazil is a good team any day, anytime. But unfortunately, technicalities don't move. They don't win any. They don't football. So the truth of the matter is this: in this World Cup, even England is the home of football. That's where football was invented, very clearly. Yes. But you look at their game against was it DR Congo? So their last game.
Their game against DR Congo, yes.
They almost. In fact, it was a narrow
escape.
Surprisingly, we're talking about Brazil. We're talking about England and France. Then what would you say to
Argentina and
Cape Verde? Scoring 2 goals against Argentina.
Argentina practically it was a Messi order that saw them through.
Unfortunately, Cape Verde was playing with the god of soccer in that instance. That was what Argentina had going for them in this very regard.
So that's what I'm telling you. Argentina escaped through the Messi aura. There's an aura that follows the superstar.
I call him the current god of football.
So the truth of the matter is that in this World Cup, and you are still from now till the World Cup ends, I can tell you that no team, you can't say this team will pick up like it used to happen in those days. You just look at one team and you predict what's going to happen, and they'll just look at the team from the beginning of the game, you flog them and they go. It can't happen again in World Cup.
It can't happen.
The reason is because today, football has become an international game. Look at, is it in England now? Practically the smallest countries in the world today can predict how the English national team will play, because they have citizens who play along with the superstars themselves.
Okay, while we're still talking about that, and let's take a look at today's game against Belgium versus USA, seeing how both teams are playing and how the success, they've come from behind and they are here now. After the round of 32, we'll see who progresses to the quarterfinal. So seeing these two teams playing this night by 12 a.m. and before then we have France playing against, the wonderful side. Yes. That, you see, so that means that these two teams, seeing France and their opponent, and seeing Belgium and USA, who do you think will come out from these two teams? Who do you think will progress to the next between the two teams?
I'm much more interested in the USA and Belgium match. The match could go out that side, but again also it takes all back to the same point. Before now, USA has never been known to be a soccer nation. In fact, what they go for, their own kind of football is the rugby and the baseball.
Okay,
but today they're a major force.
They're a major force, and we are still seeing the influence of President Trump and we are still seeing the influence. But I want us also to talk about Morocco and France.
Gentlemen,
that's actually the person
we want us to talk about.
Maybe just the predictions.
We're out of time. Okay. But if we may, let's go. You are the sports oracle.
No. What I have to say to that is that I throw it back to you. There's a pushback here, because now you believe so much in the French team, isn't it? So they are now going to face Morocco today. So today we'll see that we are today we'll see.
Yes. Morocco has been sort of a feeder team to France. However, we're out of time. Mr. Odom, let's start from you. But this is the sports oracle. Let's start with him rather. What's your prediction? Who would carry this World Cup?
Well, France has already been tipped. I will tell you France. My prediction should be France or Morocco. Okay, no, both of them are playing tonight. Okay, France. Let's see.
I really don't have a theory. I mean, Nigeria, African countries, African countries are their legs are shaking.
I don't want to be the octopus who makes predictions. but quite frankly, since Brazil is out, my heart will always go for either Argentina or Spain.
All right. On that note, gentlemen.
All right. That's all we're having this morning on Sunrise. That's all we're taking this morning. Till we come your way again tomorrow, I am Princess Ken Ochama. Have a lovely day.
All right. Mr. Good Hope, the sports oracle. It's a pleasure having you. You look so good, as if you're attending a wedding party or getting married this morning.
Well, we'll see after the show.
And Mr. Mekodom, we are so grateful for your in-depth analysis on these news issues.
Thank you so much for having me.
And I'm Uche Osai. On behalf of all of us here on Sunrise, we'll say thank you for watching and keep watching till we'll come your way same time tomorrow. Bye-bye.
I want to gently recommend this to you. Please do not be nice. Be kind, because kindness is a measure of our humanity, but do not be nice. Nice means wanting always to be liked, and this is a particular affliction of female socialization. Nice means silencing inconvenient truths. Nice means choosing always to be comfortable. Nice means letting go of courage. Nice means talking about peace, but not about justice. Nice will not remake the world, and there is so much about our world that needs remaking. There is no such thing as a perfect human being. The longing for perfection will hold you back. It doesn't help any cause to start with perfection as yardstick. We do not need to be perfect before we are able to do what is right. I wish you everything you wish for yourself that causes no harm to others.
Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premium current affairs program, where politics, development, and governance come alive. Every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, we host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching, and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is, let's have our environment secured so that investors can come.
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnapping ransom.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said, it's at no cost.
There are things that the law can handle. But when you leave it, you want to use a kinetic approach alone. You cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena, only on Aneke TV.
Obodo ọbụla nwere akụkọ, aka mgbe ọbụla nwere ihe butere ya, nsogbu ọbụla kwesịrị inwe ogbugbo, site n'ọchịchị ruo mmepe obodo, site na nchekwa ruo na mmụta, site na omenala ruo na akụnụba, a na-ewepụta okwu ndị ahụ na-emetụta anyị ma leba ha anya. Ọ bụ ohere n'okwu gị dịka a na-ajụ ajụjụ ma na-enweta ọsịsa ajụjụ ndị ahụ. Ọ bụ ihe mmemme a na-ele anya n'okwu ndị ahụ metụtara anyị ya na ọdịnihu a chọrọ iwulite. Sonyere Joshua Ozioko n'Otobo dịka ọ ga-akpọta ndị ọnụ na-eru n'okwu, ndị ma ha ekwe na-akụ nakwa ọha na eze ka ha tinye ọnụ n'okwu ndị ahụ gbasara anyị niile. Otobo maka inweta ozi ndị ahụ bara ezigbo uru. Ọ na-abịara gị kwa ụbọchị Tuesday na Friday ma ọkụ elekere 5 nke uhuruchi na Aneke TV. Otobo maka ọdịmma anyị niile.
Many thanks for joining us and welcome to The Insight. Remember, The Insight is that program where we bring to you a heartbeat of issues, politics, policies, personalities shaping our nation. I am Uche Osai. Today, we'll take a look at an issue that many would want to hear and talk about. Ahead of the campaign, Governor Petermbah's scorecard, setbacks and voters' expectation. 3 years ago, a bold mantra echoed the hills of Udi, the valleys of Nsukka, and the bustling streets of the coast city. The promise was explicit, captured in 3 unforgettable words. Tomorrow is here. We were promised a disruptive departure from the sluggish pace of civil service state. We were promised an economic miracle, a quantum leap from a $4.4 billion economy to an audacious 30 billion GDP. The rhetoric was precise. Water flowing from municipal taps in 180 days, an end to insecurity, 260 smart green schools, and a total banishment of governance by political patronage. Today, as the shadow of the 2027 electoral whistle looms larger than the horizon, the political billboards are being dusted off, and the campaign machines are roaring back to life. But before the marketplace of promises reopens, the electorate is asking a fundamental question. Has that promised tomorrow actually arrived in the today of the ordinary Enugu citizen? There is no denying the ambition. From the dualization of Enugu Opi Nsukka Road to the surge in internally generated revenue, The footprint of expansion is visible. We see the aggressive drive for independent power and the soaring capital expenditure figures. The television does not govern. Realities do. While the policy documents speak of 120 million liters of water, many taps in parts of the metropolis remain stubbornly dry, while the code-to-code tech revolution marches on. The rising cost of living and local taxes are squeezing the traders at Ogbete and Kenyatta markets. The administration boasts of a scorecard written in concrete and technology, but critics point to structural setbacks, heavy borrowing, and the high price of disruptive governance. Today, on The Insight, we bypass the political press singing and the opposition noise. We are auditing the ledger. What is the true state of petermbah's scorecard? Where did the implementation hit a brick wall? And as the political clock ticks down, what do voters truly expect before next ballot is cast? To help us separate the spin from the substance, we are joined live in the studio by a man who sits at the engine room of the administration's public narrative, the senior special advisor to the governor on new media, Dr. Ruben Onyishi. Doc, it's a pleasure to have you.
Chair, good morning.
Yeah,
Thank
Doc.
you.
Yeah, it's wonderful to have you here again. Yeah, after a such break.
Yeah,
yes.
thank you.
Doc, let's hit the ground running.
Okay.
You know, let me start by asking you, from where you sit, how would you assess the performance of Governor Petermbah so far?
Well, it is just like asking any other Enugu citizen how he would assess Governor Petermbah's administration. If we are sincere, the Enugu person will begin the assessment by, first of all, naming the achievements of the government. And the achievements are quite clear, and they are very visible, so that everybody sees it. It's not something that you hide. You know, from Enugu A to the transport terminals, to the revamping of the moribund assets, to ICC, to the smart schools, to Type 2 hospitals, to Enugu Smart City, to Niger Gas, and so on. You will agree with me that Petermbah has done marvelously well, and the scorecard is quite high in the pedestals. So there is, our people have a saying, all that Mbah is doing is in the open. And we have never had it so good in Enugu State. It's not because I'm serving under this government, but because I'm just saying the truth as it is. We have never, within so short a while, Mbah has turned Enugu around in all ramifications, in terms of revenue generation, in terms of the GDP, in terms of virtually everywhere. The other day, security-wise as well, the other day we had the establishment of the DNA and forensic lab here at Enugu, here at Godfrey Okoye University. Also the concessioning of Enugu, the airport to Aero Alliance, you know, and all that. You see that Mbah, it's been 3 years of eventful governance filled with impactful achievements to the glory of God.
All right, thank you very much. You know, I was quick to dive into this conversation, you know, given the demanding nature of this very issue, because soon the bell will toll and it will all be, you know, campaigns again, and a lot of things will be, you know, swallowed by the noise of both the ruling party and the opposition making promises. However, let me get back to the basis. Doc, let me say, first of all, congratulations.
Thank you.
Yes, I saw you moving from Soka to Enugu and all that throughout the campaign, seeing your many podiums, yes, you know, campaigning. And then finally, your candidate, you know, finally emerged, the senator. He's been sworn in. So I say congratulations.
Thank you.
You know, prior to that election, many saw it as the litmus test for your administration. And let me ask, were you quite apprehensive that Nsukka would, you know, detour from the ruling party and go to maybe the opposition?
No. I knew that Nsukka was for the governor. I knew that Nsukka was for the APC. But, you know, what we have is the vocal few on social media.
The vocal few?
Vocal few on social media that are just making noises, empty noises. They are very few, you understand? But if you look at it largely, you find out that Nsukka, you know, stands by this administration. And you saw that play out. As a matter of fact, I relocated to Nsukka. I was there for a very long time, and I was, you know, because you have to deliver. The Kwame Masquerade say he starts flogging from his leg. So I have to start that flogging from my leg, making sure that I deliver my polling units, deliver my wealth, and then my local government and all that. So we were there, and you saw the surge. I saw people coming out, and everybody's asking, Ebe Seraziza, where is that? Everybody, virtually everybody, in free and fair election. It was free and fair. As a matter of fact, it was even the opposition that was even threatening the broad police. You saw what happened that today, where the commissioner for energy was being, you know, harassed by nscdc and the police people that he brought. All right. So, but you find out that even then he lost. The PDP lost everywhere. That tells you what is going to play out in 2027. Right. The people know that this is a working governor. Everybody knows. So, but those who are on social media trying to diminish the achievements of the Mbah administration shall have known that it was like water running over a duck's back. You know, all those things they were doing because the people
like water running over a duck's back.
Yes, because the people know exactly what they wanted. They knew what they wanted. And when the chips are down, you will see the people and they vote. There was no party. Every other party was dwarfed. There was no threat. Everybody,
you know,
voted.
You know, Doc, listening to you talk, one may want to, you know, start dancing, you know, because it sounds like a beating of the drum. How about what we're saying is why we come to, you know, we are here to look at this scorecard and what the governor has done to merit, you know, a return to the Lion building. But I want to ask, were you surprised that the PDP gave you a sort of run in Nsukka?
The PDP didn't give us any run. How many votes did they score? You have your records.
What you mean to tell me is that
what you meant
to tell me is that during the campaigns, there was no time you were shaken by, you know, PDP looked non-existent, and then somehow they started making a showing.
This
you know, the campaigns was, you know, I saw you during the campaigns.
Yes.
The campaigns were hot, thick, and then
the fact is that you see, like the governor said, you have to tell the people why they should vote you. It's not wrong, all right? You have to tell. The governor reeled out his achievements as what an APC governor has done. And he's the leader of the party in the state. Do you understand what I'm saying? He's the leader of the party in the state. And everybody is queuing behind him. So where he leads, we go. And the governor reeled out to Nsukka, you know, because sometimes people were saying, this government. That was the question. What did we gain from this government? It was that was a question. And I wrote an essay on that, and I reeled out all that Nsukka had benefited from this government, stating clearly, quite very clearly, that Nsukka has even benefited more than the other senatorial zones. Enugu North has benefited more from this administration than any other, over going to 300 billion spent on Nsukka alone within 3 years.
I read the article. That article was quite exhaustive.
Yes, I did.
But let me ask, with this senatorial election at Nsukka, would you say that this is a pointer to 2027?
Of course, it is a litmus, just like you say, it's a litmus test to what will happen in 2027. And that tells you where the people stand. That the people of Nsukka stand by Petermbah's administration, because Petermbah is doing extraordinarily well. Petermbah knows neither Jew nor Gentile. He is not favoring his senatorial zone. He's not favoring it. Developments are evenly spread. You understand? According to needs, according to availability of funds and all that. All right? So, there is nothing to fear.
That tells you what we can achieve. You know, another election is coming in September, the local government election. That will also tell you that APC will still sweep it. 2027, we will still sweep it. Because let me tell you, when we moved to the APC from PDP, everybody in the state moved. Everybody who has any political capital moved. So who is remaining at home? Or rather, who is remaining in the PDP? Nobody. All you have remaining are more or less political riffraffs who cannot even make any impact.
You know, Doc, that question will be answered soon as we're journey close to 2027 election.
It will be answered soon, and we can't wait for it to be answered because, you know, because one thing about Governor Mbah is that as you are even thinking of the one that he has done, which amazes you, little did you know that another one, who would have told anybody that he will ramp up security issues with DNA and forensics?
Yes, I'm coming to that.
All right,
I'm coming to exactly that.
Yes, I know. But who was thinking in that direction? The governor thinks ahead of his generation.
He thinks ahead of his
generation. Thinks ahead of his generation. That's what he's doing. And when he brings it, people will marvel. As you are thinking, he's bringing another one. He's a thinking governor, very, very creative.
All right.
So we couldn't have asked for anyone else. Mbah is doing very well. Enugu State knows that Mbah is doing well. Everybody understands the fact that this is, as a matter of fact, in Nigeria, he is a huge consciousness. A very, very huge consciousness of superlative performance. Where references are being made every time, even on Arise, people are pointing to Enugu. We are trailblazers in security, in virtually all sectors. There is no sector that petermbah has not made impactful achievements.
All right, Doc. You know, I may run the risk of the opposition looking at me as, you know, becoming sort of a mouthpiece by the number of congratulations I give you. However, I will still have to congratulate you on the Umada Ogu, you know, endorsing your principal and the administration as the candidate for 2027 election as well. However, on that note, I'm asking, I've listened to you a number of times. What would you describe as the strongest achievement of this government?
Well, the fact is that there is no strongest achievement anywhere. Will you say that the smart schools, 260, is a legacy project? There are so many legacy projects that Mbah has done. The Type 2 hospital, 260 legacy projects. Enugu A, that is, we now have fleets of, in fact, before December, we'll have about 20 fleets. They understand, operating all over the world, running America, Britain, Canada, everywhere. Is that one? Or the new Enugu City? Or the moribund assets that is revamping. Very soon now, Ohebedim, you know, we have this aluminum smelting factory at Ohebedim is being revitalized. It will be restored. So whatever we lost, Enugu lost in the olden days, those days that we lost, whatever we lost, they are being brought back to life. Because these are high revenue yielding. One thing about Mbah is that he has an eye for revenue. And these are high yielding revenue assets that yield much revenue to the government. And that is why they are being revamped. And you see, when government rakes in 406 billion, you think it is from where? It's not even from the patry tax that people pay, tax that it has even been reduced to the barest minimum. And tolls on petty traders done away with. But you see that this is a creative governor who is creating assets, revamping moribund assets, creating assets, income, high revenue yielding assets that, you know. So that is how, you know, we now have enough money to embark on all these things. Look at road infrastructure. Look at what it's doing in the area of road infrastructure. So, you know, it's someone who knows the craft of governance. It's an art. Governance has become a veritable art in the hands of petermbah. And we can see it very, very well. And I make bold to say that if petermbah were to be re-elected, as many times as the Constitution guarantees, he will be re-elected. And I want to say that when he finishes here, He has a destiny in the leadership of this country. The presidency is aware.
We'll get to that.
He won 2 different awards of excellence in the presidency while we were still in the PDP. That tells you that his work is recognized everywhere. So we are looking forward to having him, when he finishes his tenure here, to replicate this thing elsewhere that will have a more national outlook.
We'll come to nationally, but Doc, yes, you said that there is no particular achievement that should be singled out.
I said there are so many of them. But I said the smart school. If you look at the smart school, 267 already. Is it not a legacy project?
Okay, but
if you look at the type 2 hospital, 260. Is it not a legacy project? The Enugu A, have you had it before? Have you had Enugu A before? Is it not here? Most of the things, the new Enugu city now, have we had it before? So all these are, that's why I say there are so many legacy projects.
All right, let's just backtrack.
Just done within 3 years anyway.
All right, let's just backtrack a bit to the latest ones on, on the scorecard. Talking about the DNA, the data DNA center that just commissioned.
Yes.
What informed that very project?
Well, what informed it is more or less we are looking at security. Looking at security has security implications, because when you have these forensics and analytics, you will be able to deal with certain complicated issues. Do you understand? So that's, like I said, it's more like ramping up security issues. You know that we already have command and control center from where Enugu State, entire Enugu State is being monitored. You will see any part of Enugu State, what the name, you will see it on the screen there at the command and control center. You haven't been there. Make a time to come to the command and control center to see it for yourself. There were times where journalists came and they saw for themselves. Editors from all over the federation came and they saw for themselves. The people were coming like during the days of Solomon. Even the Queen of Besha came and saw. So people are coming to Enugu to see for themselves what the governor is doing. And then you know that the other time we had these supersonic drones that are steadily, it's not like they're making noise, they're steadily, yes, flying the length and breadth of the state, collecting data. Do you understand? So in the area of surveillance, in the area of communication, policing, all these things.
Let me interject a bit.
All right.
Because you used the word steadily, and I was coming to probe that because I've listened to opposition, and some people say that is often used for hype and for media attention, especially given when the IG of police, I listened to him, commend that very structure, and I heard people say that is meant for media attention, and he is telling us that he steadily monitors.
What media attention? Media has not even, you see, we are in the media. We are not even yet abreast of all Mbai is doing. Okay? So what is the drones are there patrolling the length and breadth of the, have you heard of kidnapping in recent times? Is Enugu not arguably the most peaceful city, state or city in Nigeria? Enugu is. Because of what because right from the word go, the governor said we have to deal with security issues, because we know if you know your objectives, you will take care of anything that will stop it, that will become a distraction or rather an impediment. So the governor, first of all, saw that for him to achieve the objective of making Enugu investment destination for tourism and living, and revving up the GDP to $30 billion, something has got to be done. Insecurity is a big elephant in the room, and it has got to be checked out. And now, if you look at this, security is very, very important, because investors, you are talking about bringing investors, and no investor will take security risk. An investor may take financial risk, commercial risk, legal risk, but no investor takes security risk. Once you mention security, investor will go. So we have got to deal with this big elephant in the room, take it out of the way, if we must get what we are looking for. Now, what the governor did, and ensured that security is uppermost. So now we have the forensics and DNA center, where issues of paternity will deal with complicated issues of, even fingerprints and all that. And already the AI embedded cameras installed on the DRS vehicles, and then in the strategic places also has a facial recognition
and then plate number recognition. But NBAH has opted with this forensics so that we'll be able, those things that become complicated, they can be handled at that level, you know, at Uguomo, where, you know, the DNA and forensic lab is established. So NBAH is several miles away from his contemporaries.
Several miles away from his contemporaries.
And that's what he has, what we call, Raymond Williams calls it complex seeing. Complex seeing. The ability to see more sides of an issue than any other person of your own experience. I think NBAH is gifted. He's a gifted person, very, very gifted. You know, but gift is there, but you also have to hone it with, you know, trainings and exposure. He's exposed, he's well, you know, I think he was prepared to be governor. Petermbah was prepared to be governor, and he already knew what he wanted to do. For a man who knows what he wanted to do, the whole world will stand by and watch,
right.
and it's happening.
Since we are dealing with security, you know, the IG of police just recently left Enugu State, and then speaking at that at Lion Building, he was talking about bringing more men, you know, to Enugu State. And I mean to ask in this regard, there's been this quest for state police, and we are talking security.
Yes.
Your administration, the governor, what line are you putting in regards state police? And are you prepared? Should that bill set through?
Well, no state is as prepared as Enugu State with all this security paraphernalia in place. No state is as in fact, Enugu State is more than prepared for state police, given what we have done. What is the DRS? Is it just there? These people will leverage DRS, leverage command and control center. There are drones. There is the forensic lab, which we don't have elsewhere. We don't have these things anywhere in this country. We don't. Even the command and control center, we don't have what I think Lagos has a smaller version of it. Do you understand? To tell you what, you know. So NBAH is already measuring with Lagos, you know, because he said that he wanted Enugu to be one of the 3 big subnational economies in Nigeria. And he's already measuring. If you look at our Enugu came, I think, first or so in terms of, if you look at the percentage of IGR incrementals, do you understand? And then other things. So, which means that Enugu is fiscally viable. We are already fiscally viable. Even without allocation from FAC, we can pay our bills without recourse to FAC. And that tells you how intelligent my governor is. I am quite very proud of Petermbah. Very, very proud of him, because when you have a governor who is doing well and everybody can see it, not all that he's doing, it gladdens the heart. And it makes the job easy for me. So I sit down here and begin to tell you these things because I know them and they are visible. It's not that I'm telling you what you don't know. There are things you know. So there is no criticism. Anybody's critical. What are you criticizing? You can't criticize anything. So all you need to do is to join hand with us so that we continue to take Enugu to, you know, the high pedestal.
All right, before I join hands with you, rather.
I'm talking to the opposition.
Okay.
If we have any anyway.
But there are still other issues to clear before we keep other issues. Let's talk about the Enugu, the concession of Enugu.
Yes.
Many people are questioning your decision to
support Enugu was not concession.
The Enugu airport.
Yes.
Your administration. You know, a lot of people are questioning your support for the concessioning of the Enugu airport, being that the citizens of Enugu are expecting that there could be accrued revenues from the government operating that.
There could be what?
Accrued revenues from the Enugu airport, but it is concessioned as we speak.
Well, I don't know what you make of concession. Whether concession is just giving it to someone to run and then make all the money and go with them. Is that what you mean by concession? Is that your understanding of concession? You just give it to someone to run and benefit from it, and you leave you out of it. You don't get anything. Remind you that this thing is public-private partnership. And it is a confluence of private enterprise with visionary leadership. All right? And that will make for efficiency in running the place. And I know that government is not
a good manager of businesses. So, but for you to make for efficient delivery, that's why you have to bring in the people who will run it. And you also make your money. All right? There's an agreement. All right? There's an agreement now. Look, this is what goes to this. This is what goes to what in the partnership. You don't just partner to lose. You don't partner to lose. But you partner to benefit from the synergy. It is more like a synergy. And when you synergize, you find if you look at economies of scales, you find out that you make much more than when you run solo. So it's a partnership.
But you know, people complain with the the sweetness of the concessioning of the Enugu airport, and then the number of years involved in this very regard. It's not seen any other airport in Nigeria that was concessioned.
Excuse me, no airports are being concessioned. The fact is that, let me tell you, you know that aviation is still in the exclusive list, which means that only federal government operates within that level. Okay, so but for Enugu to come in, Enugu State to come in, that tells you that what Mba is doing, is thinking. Because the Enugu State government now had to come in to enhance the betting of this partnership, okay, that will make for efficiency in the operations. So remember that the cargo wing is also will also be built, the cargo wing. So and what the Enugu statement we are telling you is that we are going to have direct shipping of goods from Guangzhou in China to Enugu.
Direct shipment of...
Yes, from Guangzhou. So you can cargo things from Guangzhou, China, to Enugu. All right? What plans Mba has for Enugu? By the time Mba is through with Enugu, before now you were looking at Enugu as a civil servant state. Is it still like that now? That's not.
All right.
So he has opened up the state for businesses, for activities. We are looking at bringing 3 million people in Enugu every year, and you know the implication to businesses and to the economy.
All right. On that note, we'll go on a short break. When we return, we'll continue to probe these issues. Stay with us, please. The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless. It will take the bold mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter who sorts is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last blood.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on the Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Many thanks for staying with us. And if you're just joining us, we've been speaking to the media aide to the governor, New Media, Dr. Ruben Onyishi. He's been helping us to unravel the issues around ahead of the campaign, petermbah scorecard, setbacks, and voters' expectation. Doc, so far so good. Let's deal with other issues of sort of national importance. You know, recently, I'm sorry I have to bring your government close to this, but it's a national issue. We've had the issue of a phantom agency of government at the federal, you know, and the government has been issuing a lot of disclaimers, speaking to the FIPC scandal. However, on that background, we've seen the governor of Enugu State, Governor Petermbah, during a retreat where he urged public officers to uphold accountability, transparency, and professionalism in the discharge of their duties, where he stressed the effective service delivery depends on responsible leadership and prudent management of public resources. He reaffirmed his administration's commitment to good governance and improved sector performance in Enugu State. And we are asking, given the number of projects, we agree with you, there are a whole lot of projects, and on the background of the governor issuing this notice to his staff, civil servants, and aides in Enugu State about the need for transparency, accountability in office, not to shortchange the electorate. And we are asking, with this number of projects going on in Enugu State, is there enough transparency regarding the cost and execution of these projects?
As a matter of fact, there is transparency, especially with when you talk about contractors. We had an experience with the Sujimoto. And, so what you do is to tie the contractor to the specifics. When you tie the contractor has no option than to deliver. All right, and so there is a project audit. Audit this project to ensure that they are implemented. And then we also have project specifications. It's not enough that projects are awarded, but there should be strict compliance with the specifications. So in terms of, let's take for instance road. Presently we're working on this Uwaji road now. And you find out that there are, after the earthwork, several earthwork that was done, and we now have the stone base. And you saw the layer, how big the stone base was. After the stone base, then before you now do asphalting. So this will make for integrity of the road and ensure that it doesn't get bad in the foreseeable future. So we are looking at 30 to 50 years, any road done by this government. So government is taking care to do things. Somebody said that taking care to do little things makes a scholar. Not necessarily those big things, but those little ones, taking care to do them, getting them right. So we're getting it right. Also in terms of civil service and government agencies and parastatals, the MDAs, you remember that there was an audit. There was an audit verification of all civil servants in the state. And then you know how much we discovered. People, when Mba came in, he set up that team and led by Professor Obiamake. So started verifying civil servants and discovered so many ghost workers. So many. And then they were aged out. And then we found out that some people were supposed to retire, but they are still in service. People who cannot even offer any reasonable service. People that are sick but are still in governments. People, you see names of civil servants receiving salaries, but they are not anywhere to be found. Government made billions out of it. We recovered a lot of money. Billions, I'm talking about billions from that. So that tells you that this is a prudent government that is dotting the I's and crossing the T's multi-sectorally. So there is no area where we are lacking. All right. The pensioners have also been verified. First of all, anything we do, we verify. Even like people who are saying they haven't been paid compensation at a certain place, we still verify. So we verify everything to make sure that this is what we are getting, that the right thing goes to the right people, and those who are not supposed to be beneficiaries are left out of it.
Very well said.
Yes.
That's interesting. But moving forward, speaking to internally generated revenue, according to figures released by Enugu State Internal Revenue Service, we are seeing that in 2024, about 180.5 billion was generated. Yes. In 2025, about 406.7 billion.
Yes.
And then the target for 2026, about 870 billion.
Yeah.
And in the first quarter alone, it said that about 43.96 billion, is being generated through IGR. And then I'm asking, is this evidence of economic growth or heavier taxation on residents?
I think I have answered that question before. How much is the tax that you are paying? 34,000 per annum, lock-up shops. There were times they were collecting tools that were even going into private pockets from petty traders, which the government stopped. Then tax on land administration has also been reduced by 60%. So collect more like 40%. It has been reduced. So it's not about tax. Like I told you, that we have a creative governor who is creating assets, high revenue yielding assets. And if you look at even the budget we have, the budget is founded on already built assets. So it's about creating these assets and building them. You then, that give these assets that give government money, generate assets, and these are the things we are doing. That do you know how we are going to make how much from 300 billion from New Enugu City?
300 billion.
300 billion from New Enugu City alone. And that was mathematically, with mathematical precision, worked out. In fact, if anything, we will even get more than less. So that tells you. So you have a creative governor who has turned the Enugu around. Before now, governors will just come, sit down. Every month they will go to Abuja and collect money, and that's it.
Exactly. Exactly. I'm coming to you with that.
Petermbah is not sitting down.
You know why I'm raising these questions? Soon the opposition will come at you, whether you like it or not.
Excuse me. Haven't we had enough of the opposition? They have come now. They even say that we collect mortuary tax.
Do you?
The tax.
Do you?
Do we? I should ask you, do we?
I'm asking.
Government, no, we don't. There is this 40 naira that they pay in mortuaries. That's when they want to cut 40 naira. And so these mortuaries, we are collecting it without remitting it to government. Do you understand? They collect, and government part as little as that. The opposition now came and perched on it like a butterfly and started grating like insects that Enugu State is Enugu, they are paying mortuary tax. See, these are the things we see. The opposition will clutch at the straw. They're just looking for anything.
No, but the question is this. When we mention this IGR, and the number of projects you're embarking on, we're asking, where is this money coming from? Because when we take a mathematical precision calculation on these projects, one is bound to, echo in the voice of the opposition. Where is your administration getting this money from? Are the people now in this regard, who you say are not enoughly tasked in this regard? So where is the money coming from?
I've told you, built assets.
Built assets?
Yes. We have assets built. ICC is there. Hotel Presidential is there. Niger Gas is there. UPPL is there. And so many others.
I've read some publications.
And I just told you now that we are making 300 billion from New Enugu City.
When I was reading your last publication, while you were, during the campaign, I equally read what the supposed opposition were writing as well. And I'm meaning to ask, is your government exposed to public borrowing such that may detriment the state moving forward?
No. I don't think so. Though I don't have the statistics with me now. Perhaps when next I'll come with our statistics, to show you that we are not, Enugu is not so much exposed. You understand? From the Bureau of Statistics, you will see the loan profile of every state, and I'm sure that Enugu is not even Enugu is not on the list as it were.
It's encouraging. Your transparency to bring the documents is quite encouraging.
Yes, I will do that.
Yes,
so
it's encouraging.
We are not, and mind you, borrowing is not even wrong. It's not wrong to borrow, especially when you don't borrow to do projects. It is only wrong when you borrow to eat, for recurrent expenditures. By the way, how much is a recurrent expenditure? How much is it? It's nothing to write home about. Compared to, I think we have always had about 80 to 20%. You understand? Recurrent expenditure, 20%. So how much is it? So whatever we are borrowing, if ever we are borrowing, is going into projects. You understand? It's projects and nothing but projects.
All right, Doc, I'm just trying to cover a lot of ground. You're up and about in Enugu State, and I know drawing from the Ogbete market, Garaki, Ogige market in Nsukka, and the Kyoto markets, to just mention a few, would you say that the ease of doing business or the business environment, has genuinely improved under this administration?
Of course. When we talk about ease of doing business, we are looking at a favorable environment, creating a favorable environment for businesses to thrive. First of all, it even begins with infrastructure. Look at all the roads that are being opened up to make for easy access and connectivity to places of business and then their transportation. It's one of them. We are looking at electricity. We are currently embarking on generation of 650 megawatts of electricity. Electricity was decoupled from the exclusive list. And Enugu was the first to present the executive bill to the State House of Assembly. They approved it, establishing the Enugu Electricity Regulatory Commission that is now in charge of that. And so you find out that we are on an even keel.
Right.
Yes.
Doc, that's quite interesting to hear. But, looking at education, healthcare, and the issue around water reticulation, the last time I spoke with you,
yes,
we harped much on reticulation.
Yes.
And I'm asking you, has the administration met the expectation it created during the campaign?
So you are not aware now that water reticulation is ongoing everywhere. The French Development Bank is there. Water reticulation is aggressively ongoing. And like I told you that before the end of this administration, we will know where how far we have gone with water reticulation. Because you recall that we had already met the target within that 180 days in the upstream level. But like I told you, we had issues downstream, and those issues are being addressed. We are trying to navigate away from the waterways that are already occupied, so that we can send water to the unreached. So,
right. So holistically speaking, I'm talking about the promises you made during the campaign. And
okay.
I'm asking, do you believe that these expectations have been met?
Tell me any promise we made that we haven't delivered. Even if it is inchoate. All right? Tell me any promise that Mbah made that has not been met. That's none. We have even surpassed them. Did Mbah tell you that he was going to build a DNA and forensic lab? Did he tell you he was going to do that in the did he tell you about New Enugu City? Did he tell you he was going to do all that? There are things he didn't promise that he has done. I was there during the unveiling of his manifesto on 22nd October 2022 at Godfrey Okoye University when he unveiled his manifesto. The man seated by my side said that, in fact, that if this man is able to do 10% of what he has promised at Enugu, has he not done more than that now? Has he not? So it is uhuru for us. We are singing hallelujah in Enugu State every day.
All right.
Because we have a performing governor.
All right.
We have someone. Haven't listened to Mbah speak. If you listen to him speak, you will know that you have a governor. Let him speak. He speaks the right language and does the things he says. The fistling of his hand, the fistling of his mouth is the fistling of his hand, to quote Shakespeare's Macbeth.
All right, diverting to the world of literature. However, Doc, let's move away. I know you speak for the government,
yes,
but at the inner recess of your mind, and when you people congregate at the conference where you plot the graphs on how to go about these achievements, what is one area that you regret, collectively, that you think that more should be done?
We don't have any regret.
You don't?
Where? We don't have any regret. It's not just like planning yourself that this is what I'm coming to do, and you are doing them, and even doing more. So what is there to regret?
All right, Doc.
There's nothing to regret.
Let me move away from the script.
Yes.
We were talking about Nsukka.
Yes.
And you are a very outspoken mouthpiece, respected from the Nsukka zone, and somehow you and I have a common interest. And I'm asking
from the same local
yes,
government,
we have a common interest there. And I'm asking you, why should the Nsukka people put all their trust in this administration?
Why shouldn't they put a trust on an administration that has done them well?
All eggs in one basket.
How do you mean? How do you mean by all eggs in one basket?
We're talking politics now.
Yes, we're talking politics. You can see that every day, the people on social media, these people have almost made it for people to think that Nsukka is against petermbah. They have made it because they are vocal and they are few. But every day, if I post something now on social media, on Facebook, they will come and perch there, and all of them will be, you know, this egregores, what they call Esha, the quiver bed. They will just come down and do that's what they do. If you post anything, they will all come there. They will go and announce in their platform that Ruben Onish has posted, so, and all of them will come down and be doing empty Because when the chips are down, you see that they have nothing to offer. They have no capacity. They have nothing. During the election, we just concluded. Virtually everybody was voting for Ikeja as IPC. Everybody. Where is the APC? Ebes Raziza. So they are not on ground. So a few people that congregate on social media and come down to where Ruben Onishi posted something on Facebook and be doing Are they the people that will stop us from delivering? Who are they? Are they the people now that we should lose sleep over? We don't lose sleep because we know who they are. And those people they are more or less, they don't have scruples. They are scrupulous because we are below face. If you give them money, even if you are a criminal, they will promote you.
You're saying that as people that has something at stake, you know, quite interested in the trajectory where Nsukka will be, how Nsukka will be developed, you know, moving forward to beyond 2027, that we shouldn't think beyond, you know, trusting your administration going forward.
Why should you, excuse me, if you don't trust petermbah, whom will you trust?
You know why I'm asking this question?
Yes.
In assessing successive governments,
yes,
it is said that usually second terms in office a period where people really expect more from a performing government.
Well, the fact is that petermbah already has his plans worked out. You see, most of the projections we give is 4 to 8 years. Excuse me. He said that in 4 years we'll build 10 kilometers of roads. In 8 years, isn't it? In 8 years he will build. Most of the projections are 4 to 8 years. So he has already planned what he will do in the second tenure. And some of the projects that are in Kuwait now will be completed in the second tenure.
All right. Let me ask you pointedly. Beyond the Nsukka OP road, what more do we expect?
Well, what do you expect beyond the Nsukka OP? You are not talking about the Amankano or Baho or issues or road that connects Nsukka to Benue. You are not talking about that. You are not talking about the Amma Ulo that connects to Ozo 1. All right? You are looking at the construction of ultra-modern international market at Nsukka. You are looking at that. You are looking at the farm estates and a whole lot of other things that will come. Nsukka has always had more than its own fair share. When Governor was building terminals, he built one at Nsukka. Today, Nsukka is the major beneficiary of that operation. People coming from Nsukka to Enugu, everybody is going to CNG buses where they pay 1,500. The other people charge 6,000 or thereabout. But if you go to that place, you pay 1,500 from Nsukka to Enugu. In an air-conditioned bus. So Nsukka is a major beneficiary of it. And more terminals are also going to be built. One will be built at Obolafo. All right? And you remember that this OP Nsukka road, if completed, is one of the most important roads to the Nsukka man that connects him to Enugu and other parts of the southeast. So, the governor has done well for us.
Look, we're almost out of time, but one thing we agree on, we've seen the infrastructural development, we've seen the workings of your government.
Yes.
And I'm asking you, just in 2 minutes, let us know how these projects impact positively on the lives of the people, and what more should the people expect if they renew their hope in your administration?
You know, I just told you about the CNG buses. Have you considered the residual income the people gives to the people? Because where you should have paid 4,000 to 6,000, you are now paying 1,500. Do you see how beneficial it is to the people? Reducing transport costs. We are talking about roads, all the roads that are being built. Do you also know the implication? That if you live in a place where they have bad road, these things will be affecting your suspender, your shock and all that, and you'll be spending money repairing them. But now you run on paved roads, you have residual income to your pocket. Those things you should have spent on all this, it is going into your pocket. And all these things we are looking at. Look at the Enugu, for instance, the impact even down to technicians, down to taxi drivers, connecting hospitality, because people who come into Enugu and for their flights will also have a place to lodge. So it's effective. We're creating jobs, creating jobs, because an economy thrives when jobs are created, when the people are engaged. And you know that we still have other, look at the HERA group for direct foreign investment, those people that are producing tabs and all that, and how many people they will employ. It's taking off so many people off the streets. All right. So you find out that Mbah is intentional about the things he does, because he's looking at, you know, making the economy. When we say we are going to shift the economy of Enugu State from that small level to that humongous level, that tells you what is targeted. That's what the governor is targeting. All right. It's methodical, and the people are at the center of it. How do we make the Enugu man? Look at what he's doing with the smart school. How do we make developing human capital? Look at the what do you call it, technical school there and all that. It's more like Mbah is just entering everywhere to, you know, rejig Enugu and make it, you know, one of the subnational economies.
Doc, unfortunately we are out of time. This will be drawing the curtains, and if we allow you to continue to speak, we may start dancing to these talks. However, this discussion just highlights both the commendations and concerns surrounding the Petermbah's administration, and it's just the beginning, as the election bell will soon toll. Doc, Dr. Ruben Onyeshi, we are so grateful to have you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
And if you've just been watching, Dr. Ruben Onyeshi is the SSA to the governor of Enugu State on new media. And you've listened to him, you've heard what he said. Let us know what you think about this conversation. Do you hold contrary opinion? Reach us with the hashtag The Insight, all on our social media handles at Aneke TV. To come your way same time tomorrow, I remain your host, Uche Osai, saying bye-bye.
Security is not just police on patrol. It is safety in homes, schools, markets, and mines. Without it, progress is impossible. Be alert, report danger, support community watch. True security is collective responsibility. Good afternoon and welcome to news across the country on Aneke TV. I'm Goodhope Chukuma. Headlines. Residents raise alarm as erosion threatens the collapse of the Garbabi Bridge in Gashaka local government area of Taraba State. The Nigerian Hydrological Services Agency warns that flooding may persist across the country until September. The presidency says local governments must take the place to lead tackling of poverty at the grassroots. Details of the news. At least 9 farmers have been killed and several others abducted following an attack by armed bandits on farmlands near Kanji in Brenin-Gwari local government area of Kaduna State. According to a security report prepared for the United Nations, the attackers stormed the community in what was believed to be a retaliatory attack after a suspected bandit was killed earlier by farmers during an attempted robbery. While the report confirmed the recovery of 9 bodies, community leaders said the death toll had risen to 10. The number of those abducted is yet to be confirmed. Security agencies have launched operations to track the attackers as concerns grow over renewed violence in Brenin-Gwari, despite previous peace initiatives aimed at restoring stability in the area. Residents of Gashaka local government area of Taraba State are appealing for urgent government intervention as severe erosion threatens the Garbari Bridge, a major link connection several communities. Heavy rainfall has washed away part of the bridge's approach road, leaving sections of the roadway unstable and raising fears of a possible collapse if emergency repairs are delayed. With no official warning signs in place, residents have erected makeshift barricades using tires, tree branches, and flags to alert motorists to the danger. Commercial drivers now navigate the affected section with extreme caution. Community leaders have called on the Taraba State government and the Federal Roads Maintenance Agency to undertake immediate remedial works, warning that the collapse of the bridge would isolate communities and disrupt economic activities. Former Rivers State Governor Chief Celestine Omehia has urged the National Assembly to suspend plans for the speedy passage of the State Police Bill, warning that the proposal could undermine Nigeria's democracy. Speaking with journalists in Abuja, Chief Omehia said the establishment of state police could expose minority groups to intimidation and enable political office holders to misuse security agencies for partisan interests. He called for wider public consultation in a national hearing on the bill, arguing that Nigeria was not yet prepared for a decentralized policing system. According to him, strengthening the Nigeria Police Force and the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps remains a more practical option. The former governor also appealed to President Tinubu, President of the Senate, Senator Godswill Akpabio, and the National Assembly to carefully examine the long-term implications of the proposed legislation before taking a final decision. The Nigerian Hydrological Services Agency has warned that flooding across parts of the country is expected to continue until September as the peak of the rainy season approaches. Director General of the agency, Omar Mohammed, who spoke through the head of Geographic Information Systems, Emmanuel Tuna, said forecasts indicate that the most severe flooding is likely to occur between September and August. The agency noted that early flood outlooks had already been issued to federal and state authorities and urged communities in flood-prone areas to take precautionary measures to reduce potential losses. The agency also warned that beyond damage to infrastructure and farmlands, prolonged flooding could contaminate water resources and increase the risk of waterborne diseases if preventive measures are not implemented. The Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission ICPC says it recovered nearly 5.8 billion naira in public funds during the first 6 months of 2026. According to the Commission's media performance report, the agency also secured 20 convictions from 25 cases concluded in court while investigating more than 230 cases arising from close to 300 petitions received within the period. The ICPC said the recoveries and convictions demonstrate its commitment to strengthening accountability and protecting public resources from corruption. The Commission added that it has established 58 anti-corruption and transparency monitoring units in distresses departments and agencies to strengthen preventive measures and improve transparency across public institutions. The Senate is expected to consider issues surrounding the 1.3 billion naira allocation to the Presidential Foreign Intervention Promotion Council when plenary resumes. Reports indicate that a forged appointment letter, allegedly bearing the falsified signature of the President's Chief of Staff, Femi Gbajabiamila, enabled the council to obtain office space at the Federal Secretariat in Abuja. Sources familiar with the matter told correspondent that lapses in verification procedures within sections of the civil service and budget process allowed the organization to operate with apparent official recognition. The report further alleged that the budget allocation was approved without officials of the council appearing before the relevant Senate committee to defend the proposal. The Senate is expected to deliberate on the matter. The Abia State Environmental Protection Agency, ASEPA, has urged residents to support the state sanitation campaign aimed at making Aba one of the cleanest cities in West Africa. Speaking about the agency's Deputy General Manager, Eldo Kezie Ezengwa, said sustained environmental sanitation remained a priority of the administration of Governor Alex Oti. He explained that the agency has organized sanitation operations into strategic zones and strengthened monitoring efforts to improve waste management across Aba and Umuahia. The agency also said its monitoring and compliance team is working with security agencies and environmental courts to enforce sanitation laws while encouraging residents to adopt proper waste disposal practices. Chairman of the Nigerians in Diaspora Commission, NIDCOM, Ms. Abike Dabiri-Erewa, has called on Nigerians living abroad to project a positive image of the country and celebrate the achievements of fellow citizens. Speaking during an official visit to the United Kingdom, Mrs. Dabiri-Erewa said Nigerians continue to distinguish themselves globally in politics, education, medicine, and other professional fields. She cited the election of Christopher Adegoke as chairman of the Nottinghamshire County Council, the inauguration of Rosaline Oguro as mayor of Islington, and the academic achievements of Dorcas Akambi and Dr. Moninola Adeshina as examples of Nigerian excellence. The NIDCOM chairman encouraged members of the diaspora to invest their expertise, knowledge, and resources in Nigeria's development while supporting ongoing reforms aimed at strengthening the nation's economy. You're watching Aneke TV news across the country. Remember, you can follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Now, a quick reminder of major developments in the news. Residents of Gashaka local government area in Taraba State are calling for urgent intervention as erosion threatens the collapse of the Garubabi Bridge. The Nigerian Hydrological Services Agency says flooding is expected to persist across parts of the country until September, with the peak forecast between August and September. Coming up shortly, the presidency says local governments have a critical role to play in addressing poverty because of their proximity to grassroots communities. We'll be right back shortly. Stay with us.
Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premium current affairs program, where politics, development, and governance come alive. Every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, we host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching, and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is, let's have our environment secured so that investors can come.
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnapping, ransom.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said, it's at no cost.
There are things that the law can handle. But when you leave it, you want to use a kinetic approach alone. You cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena, only on Aneke TV.
Welcome back. The presidency says local governments have the primary responsibility for reducing poverty because they are the closest level of government to the people. Speaking during an interview, the special advisor to the president on economic affairs, Mr. Tope Faswa, said effective local government administration is essential to delivering economic opportunities and social interventions at the grassroots. Mr. Faswa explained that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's push for full local government autonomy is aimed at strengthening grassroots government and ensuring that public resources directly benefit local communities. He noted that recent economic reforms have improved financial stability across states, creating a better environment for development. The presidential aide recorded instances of effective local government administration in Lagos, saying empowered councils can respond more quickly to the needs of citizens. He maintained that stronger and more autonomous local governments remain critical to achieving sustainable poverty reduction nationwide. A Lagos State High Court sitting in Yaba has restrained the Lagos State government from taking possession of a disputed property in Lekki Scheme 1, pending the determination of a suit before it. Justice E.O. Ashade granted the interim order while following an application filed by Chief H.A.K. Shonowo, an 80-year-old widow, who is challenging actions affecting the property she said was allocated to her family in 1996. The disputed estate comprises 11 terrace houses, 3 flats and a commercial building. The claimant alleged that despite partnering with private developers, she was informed that the government intended to take over the property. The court ordered all parties to maintain the status quo pending the hearing of the substantive application scheduled for July 9, 2026. The claimant was also directed to provide an indemnity undertaking as part of interim relief granted. The Lagos State government has announced plans to host its first climate finance preparedness clinic as part of efforts to position the state as a leading destination for green investment in Africa. The 2-day program scheduled for July 15th and 16th is designed to strengthen the capacity of financial institutions to support climate resilience projects and mobilize investment for sustainable development. Special advisor to the governor on climate change and circular economy, Ms. Titi Oshodi, said the initiative aligns with the state-determined contributions framework, which seeks to attract climate financing while promoting environmentally sustainable economic growth. The program follows Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu's participation at the London Climate Action Week, where Lagos joined the Under 2 coalition. The state also plans to unveil an eco-label certification system to encourage credible emissions reporting and sustainable business practices. The Lagos State government has urged operators in the e-commerce sector to adopt environmentally sustainable business practices as part of efforts to reduce carbon emissions and promote responsible trade. The call was made during the 3rd E-Comagibos conference held in Alausa, Ikeja, where government officials and industry stakeholders discussed sustainable growth in the digital economy. Commissioner for Commerce, Cooperatives, Trade and Investment, Mrs. Folashade Ambrose Medeben, said businesses should embrace eco-friendly packaging, efficient logistics and sustainable supply chains to minimize environmental impact while supporting economic growth. She added that the initiative is in line with the state's Teams Plus agenda, noting that stronger collaboration between government and the private sector would help attract green investments and strengthen Lagos' position as a hub for sustainable commerce. Now in sports, Portugal captain Cristiano Ronaldo has confirmed that the ongoing 2026 FIFA World Cup will be the final World Cup tournament of his international career. Speaking ahead of Portugal's round of 16 match against Spain, the 41-year-old said he intends to enjoy every remaining moment of the competition while continuing to give his best for his country. Ronaldo, a 5-time Ballon d'Or winner who currently plays for Al Nassr of Saudi Arabia, said he has no regrets about his career, describing football as his lifelong passion. The Portuguese forward has already set another World Cup record by becoming the first player to score in 6 different editions of the tournament. He said his greatest focus remains helping Portugal succeed before bringing his World Cup journey to an end. Now in entertainment, Nigerian music promoter Samson Erin Folami Balogun, popularly known as Sam Larry, has spoken publicly for the first time following a road accident along the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway. The accident reportedly occurred over the weekend when his vehicle collided with a trailer, leaving the vehicle badly damaged. One of his aides, identified as his personal bouncer, died in the crash. Speaking in a video from his hospital bed, Sam Larry said he was recovering and hoped to be discharged soon. Although injuries sustained in the accident have temporarily left him unable to walk without assistance. He also responded to public reactions surrounding the incident, maintaining his innocence regarding allegations linked to the late singer Mohbad. The case remains a subject of public interest, while investigations by the relevant authorities into Mohbad's death continue. And now to end news across the country, here are the main points again. Residents of Gashaka local government area in Taraba State are calling for urgent government intervention as severe erosion threatens the collapse of the Garbabi Bridge, a vital transport link servicing several agrarian communities. The affected residents have appealed to the Taraba State government and the Federal Roads Management Agency, FEMA, to undertake emergency repairs before the bridge becomes impassable. The Director General of the Nigerian Hydrological Services Agency, Mr. Omar Mohammed, has warned that flooding is expected to persist across parts of the country until September, with the peak projected between August and September. The Special Advisor to President Bola Tinubu on Economic Affairs, Mr. Tope Faswa, says local governments have a central role to play in reducing poverty because of their closeness to the grassroots. That's news across the country at noon. For breaking news and eyewitness reports, call 0703-043-7110 or follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. On behalf of the producer, Master and the entire news team, I'm Good Hope Chukuma. Thank you for watching. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Got the sauce, got the presents on me, I can't ever take it off. That's why I came, country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Yeah, they can't get like me, rocking boots and white tee. Designer on my cuff, ring something like a movie. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Artist out the ranch, I just told you that I'm about it. I might take offense if you tell me that you doubt it. This is what it is, yeah, I'm known to make it rowdy. Then I'm for the fit, and I drive a wide body. Who you know, but like this, nobody. Can't go slow, I gotta hit that body. I'm the top, for the top, I can't never take a break. Yeah, I'm hot, and you not, that's why all my records bang. Oh, it's been a long, hard road, gotta go home. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, and I know you love the way that I'm gon' keep on. Yeah, 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 came through flexing cause they know I got the sauce. Got the presents on me, I can't ever take it off. That's why I came, country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Yeah, they can't get like me, rocking boots and white tee. Designer on my cuff, ring something like a movie. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Yeah, why they mad at a man like me? I went too crazy. Better take that knee and kiss my ring, cause I be royalty. Everywhere I go, my scene, and they be hating. That's such a lame thing. Yeah, y'all be lame things. I could never ever go outside like that. Yeah, my people got my back, and I know that that's a fact. So I won't worry about a thing. I'm gonna keep on burning track. Do you get what I mean? I got faith in my dream. Oh, it's been a long, hard road. Gotta go home. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, and I know you love the way that I'm gon' keep on. Yeah, 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 came through flexing cause they know I got the sauce. Got the presents on me, I can't ever take it off. That's why I came, country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Yeah, they can't get like me, rocking boots and white tee. Designer on my cuff, ring something
Sinking in, I know this feels right. Catching a breeze, love moving through me like a wildfire, like a wildfire. Golden sunlight. If I'm going with you, I know we'll get to the other side. Sinking in, I know this feels right. Catching a breeze, love moving through me like a wildfire, like a wildfire.
As Nigeria continues to confront rising insecurity marked by kidnappings, banditry, communal violence, and terrorism, attention is increasingly turning beyond formal security agencies to the role of traditional rulers and religious institutions in stabilizing communities. Security experts say that in many parts of Nigeria, especially rural and peri-urban areas, traditional rulers and religious leaders remain the most trusted authority figures. In several communities across Borno, Katsina, Zamfara, Benue, and parts of the southeast, they are often the first point of contact during crisis, long before police or military intervention arrives. In practical terms, traditional institutions such as village heads, district heads, and monarchs are strategically positioned to identify unusual movements, strangers, and patterns of behavior within their domains. In past incidents of kidnapping in parts of northern Nigeria, local intelligence supplied by community leaders has assisted security forces in tracking criminal hideouts located in forest belts and remote settlements. Religious institutions also play a critical role. Churches, mosques, and faith-based organizations often command deep emotional and moral influence over citizens. In states like Plateau, Kaduna, and Benue, religious leaders have been involved in peace dialogues during communal clashes, helping to reduce retaliatory violence and promote reconciliation. However, analysts argue that this influence is still underutilized in structured security architecture. In many communities, intelligence sharing between traditional rulers and informal security agencies remains informal, inconsistent, and sometimes delayed due to fear of reprisal or lack of protection for informants. Experts recommend the establishment of structured community security councils at ward and local government levels, where traditional rulers, religious leaders, youth representatives, and security agencies meet regularly to share intelligence and assess risks. Similar models have been applied in countries such as Kenya and Ghana, where community policing frameworks have improved early warning systems and reduced rural crime rates. In Nigeria, there have been cases where early warning signals were reportedly ignored or not escalated in time. For instance, several rural attacks in Northwest were preceded by reports of suspicious gatherings or movement of armed groups, but lack of coordinated reporting channels limited rapid response. Traditional rulers are also encouraged to strengthen local vigilante coordination under lawful frameworks. In states like Anambra, the operation of community-based security outfits has shown how structured local intelligence networks can support formal policing when properly regulated and supervised. Religious leaders, on their part, are being called upon to actively counter radicalization narratives and inflammatory preaching. Security analysts warn that hate speech, extremist messaging, or politically charged sermons can escalate tensions, especially in already fragile communities. In conflict-prone areas such as Jos, Southern Kaduna, and parts of Taraba, interfaith dialogue platforms have proven effective in reducing tensions when religious leaders jointly condemn violence and promote coexistence. These platforms, experts say, must be institutionalized rather than activated only during crisis. Another critical gap identified is communication breakdown during emergencies. In several kidnapping incidents, traditional rulers were among the first to receive information from affected families, but lacked direct emergency response channels to escalate cases quickly to security agencies. Security professionals recommend dedicated liaison officers between traditional institutions, religious bodies, and security commands to ensure real-time information flow. This will reduce delays and improve coordinated response operations. Experts also emphasize the need for protection mechanisms for community informants. Without assurances of safety, residents and local leaders may hesitate to report criminal activity, especially in areas where armed groups operate with high mobility and local familiarity. Ultimately, analysts argue that Nigeria's security architecture cannot rely solely on formal institutions. Instead, it must integrate traditional authority structures and religious leadership into a coordinated national security ecosystem. The expectation is clear. Traditional rulers must act as grassroots intelligence anchors, while religious leaders serve as moral stabilizers and peace mediators. Together, they form a critical first line of defense in communities where state presence is often limited. As insecurity continues to evolve, experts say strength of Nigeria's response will depend not only on weapons and uniforms, but also on trust, community intelligence, and the active participation of institutions closest to the people. Aneke TV Entertainment. Your world of entertainment begins here.
From the glamour of film and television, to music that inspires the nation, and comedy that brings joy to every home,
We bring you the latest in entertainment news, celebrity stories, red carpet moments, and exclusive interviews.
Aneke TV Entertainment, where stories come alive, where talent shines, and creativity thrives.
Aneke TV Entertainment, informing, inspiring, and entertaining you always. Aneke TV Entertainment.
Good afternoon, beautiful people of Nigeria. Good afternoon, Enugu. What's popping? Wherever you are, today is Money Making Monday. Wherever you are making money, and I know what it is. Today is my Music Monday, where we tell you what is going on. People that are topping the chart, and our artist live in Enugu. I have someone here, but before you know my name, I go by the name Gift Obodo, popularly called Shushu Lawyer, or aka all kinds of pepe. I bring to you amazing gist and groove on the best entertainment show live on Aneke TV. And with me here, I have to clear my voice because it's a big name. You know, I call him Big T. How King Keneme, what is happening? What's popping? King Keneme, Big Teddy is live in the building. Mr. Big Teddy, what's going on?
I'm okay.
King Keneme, what's popping? What's happening? You know,
things are going well. Everything is going fine.
Yeah, you're looking like the common Nigerian. Give us the stage Big Teddy we know. We want to see the Big Teddy.
Yeah, things are going well. Things are going well.
Now that's the voice. Things are going well. So I want the people of Enugu to meet Big Teddy. So Big Teddy, one day Enugu, who Big Teddy is,
Okay, my name is Ikechukwu Anekwe Ferdinand. Ikechukwu Ferdinand. I go by the stage name Big Teddy. I'm from Enugu State. I'm from Eziago local government area, Enugu State. Yeah, I'm equally a civil servant. I work at the Ministry of Housing, Enugu. So I'm equally into music. I'm equally a hype man as well. I'm an MC. So that's it.
So if I ask you, Mr. Big Teddy, please, give us some hype. You got to hype. Small hype.
I was not ready for that. You caught me off guard.
Okay, but you have some music all downloaded for us to jam to, because I have a lot, to dance. My body needs to shake today, and I need to shake it.
I got you covered.
So I'm going to tell you guys that I have my top 10 every Monday. I give you guys my top 10 on the my music list, and directly from my Apple Store. And I have my number 1, Forgiveness by Asake. Asake has always been topping the chart for the past 2 months now. Asake has just given us back to back, and his Forgiveness is my number 1 on the list. Do you have any thing to say about this Asake thing? Because I don't understand. After the last travel to Mecca to do some religious worship, he came out with having topping the top 10. He came out, the song just topped the top 10, and these songs has refused to go down. So what thing do you know about Asake that other artists should just imitate? Because Asake did not just come to play in the music industry.
Well, one thing I know about Asake is Asake has street credibility. He's original. Anything he gives you is original. And for me, music is all about art. And when you're talking about art is the ability for you to express your innermost feelings through different mediums. It could be music, it could be drawing, it could be acting, it could be just to express yourself. And Asake, he is very good at that. He has it inborn in him. So I feel was in Mecca he went to? Where did he go to? He went to pray and everything. So the thing about music is you have to give people, your audience, your fans, something new. So he went deep inside himself, and I think with the prayers and everything that he has in him, like he went to Mecca and everything, I think that's what gave prompt to the song that he created.
There's one of
the way he was feeling deep inside, just expressing himself.
There's one of his track that has just been topping it, Worship.
Yeah, Worship as well.
You know, and my number 2 on the list is Ariasta giving us Treat You Right. This is the first time Ariasta is making it to my list in the past 2 months, and her single has just been amazing, Treat You Right. And moving over to my next one is by Young John, Elumelu. You know, that song has just... I don't know why they have been singing that song, Elumelu. Like, it's just trying to send me off to Tony Elumelu. That man has just, made... I don't know if he actually, pays this artist to sing with his name.
I think artists are the ones that are even meant to be paying him, to be using him to...
Oh my God, Jesus Christ! God, when will I reach to that level where...
No. You know the way things works in this world is through the energy that you perceive or you generate within you. That's what comes to you. You understand? Like the song that Young John, like that, I see the money coming. I see the money coming.
I don't want to fall in love. Please, I don't want to fall in love. I don't want to fall in love.
So it's actually the energy that you generate from within you. Like how he was singing in the song, I see the money, endorsements, things coming. If you attract what you give. So that's what I felt.
So my next on the list is Ashake Money. And also the next one also is Ashake Why Love. Ashake is just I don't know. At the point I say this guy is he using some juju to do this, because it's not going down. Like it's not going down anytime. You just see on the top list he has to dominate like 7 spots on number 1 to 10. Like it's massive for me. And we have the next one, Jazz World, The Secret of the World, where he featured Davido, Jazz World, and CLCJ. My next on the list is Worship, who I earlier talked about, by Ashake. Next is Chanel featuring Ashake too. Ashake is doing a massive for me. And then the next one is Back Outside by Buju, Benson. He featured so many people like DJ Snake, most especially. And the next on my list is MCBH by Ashake. This has just been topping the chart for me. Ashake just is doing too much. Like Ashake.
Yeah.
And one thing I like about him is he's not giving up. He has always looked up to Olamide, to inspire him in his journey, and he has found his way to Wizkid's life. They are just trying to mingle up, give the jazz vibe, back to back vibe. But now today it's all about Big T. It's all about Big T. And Big T, I have a lot of questions for you. One of them is, tell us how your journey in this music has been. Has it been tough? Have you been smooth? Have you been all heated up? Or is it that you just want to sing for fun, or what you want to do it to move up to that sky limit? What's going on?
Okay, actually, how it all started was when I was a kid. Actually, that's how it started. I think at the age of 5 or 6 or something like that, I actually discovered I had passion for music. Started with all this Westlife, because they're the ones training then. It was more of the Western songs then. So I actually discovered that I had passion and talent for it. And it all kicked in when I was in secondary school, because the secondary school I went to was Air Force Comprehensive School, in Enugu. So there in Air Force, I had this passion for music that I really expressed it in what we call social nights. And I'm talking about the times of P Square, when P Square still came out then. So I found myself performing P Square in front of everyone in the school.
Where is your second square? There must be a second square, actually.
I don't
You didn't see that coming,
I didn't see that
actually.
coming. So that's actually where it kicked off. Then I actually went further to study theater art and film studies in UNN. So from there I kept on going to studios, doing my songs, pushing in social media, and performing in like some big shows here in Enugu. Like I've performed in Fino Fest. I've performed in Jerry Hood. I've performed in Kola Boy concerts. I've performed in all the Enugu road block. So consistently like that.
That's massive, you know, that's massive. Knowing you from way back, I know that you have just been consistent in this game. But if you come closer, there must be someone somewhere that have inspired you, both international, you know, local. Let's start with the international. You know. So which of the artists inspired you?
Actually, internationally, the first person that inspired me, I was listening to was Osha Raymond. So
that means you can dance. You know, you
told us. Dance a bit. I
just imagine something. Sorry, but I just imagine to start us. You know, are you thinking what I'm thinking?
I know.
Should we?
No, I'm not dancing. I was dancing today. So I started with Osha Raymond. I had deep passion, admiration for Osha Raymond. It was very good. And from Usher, I now came down to the local, I won't say local, I'll just say Nigerian African, because most of our stars now are international artists. Don't call them local artists anymore. So the person I really loved his pattern was Wizkid. I loved Wizkid, but the people I have that are driving to where my imaginations are going now is people like Omale.
Oh my God!
What's this other guy? Is this other guy, Victoni?
Victoni.
All those kind of stuffs. That's.
I think your previous models like Wizkid have, you know, there are new patterns of diversity that were headed to. So I think them themselves are not giving us that
that thing,
that vibes we need.
But they're still okay. They're still okay. To me, they're still okay.
They're still okay.
Yeah. Because one thing that keeps an artist in the game is your ability to remain consistent and relevant with that your same style. Although you have to, you know, upgrade some things to keep it in check with the trend of what's trending now. You have to just change some things. But other than that, they're okay.
So what will be that one thing, if it's been done in your music career now, will boost it to, you know, skyrocket that? And what is that one constraint that have been hindering you from moving so far?
What's my problem in the industry is if I can have a feature, if I can have a feature with a ready-made artist, artist that already has a big fan base, that is already recognized, I think that will push me a lot.
So do you have anybody in mind? So that as attacking,
I don't see how possible it is, but there's nothing that is impossible.
Like, you never say never. You know, never say never.
Nobody knows who's watching this now.
Yeah.
So I would say Victoria Omale for me.
So Victoria Omale, our big Teddy is waiting for you right here. So whatever you are watching this,
fingers crossed, I hope they see.
You know, to go tag Victoria, go tag Omale, because you know, Big Teddy is going to take us back to that big stage where we belong. And one thing I always ask is just that, aside, you know, featuring these big artists, is there another thing that could pose as a challenge that, you know, because one thing I always think, one thing I always hear, and the complaints, the rampant and the common complaints is that, you know, promotion is one thing, the music, the fee, the charges, and then when we talk about record labels, their restrictions and their, you know, clauses are very hard and makes it impossible for upcoming artists to sign in and be part of the industry. So what do you think on that?
And to me, it's a very, very big tussle. It's a very, very big tussle to get to where you want to be as a musician. Because as an independent artist, there are lots of costs that you need to cover, like shooting a music video, snippets, and promotion online, YouTube, Instagram, TikTok. You understand what I'm saying? And for you to get an influencer to actually cover you and let people know more about you, all those things are costs. And those are costs that a label should actually be responsible for. But as an independent artist, it's very hard. But you find out that if you keep struggling as an independent artist, there are many advantages for you if you blow up as an independent artist without actually having a label to sign. One, you get to start your own label. Two, all your royalties belong to you. You don't have to split it with any company. Three, the most important is your IP, your intellectual property. Because most artists don't know anything about intellectual property and they just go into it. Because you find out that most of these record labels that you go to, when you sign the contract to them, you sign off your intellectual property to them.
No, I think one thing I know is that there is a limitation and a duration to this.
It's not even a matter of the limitation. Like, if is the company, like other artists can vouch for me with this, I'm saying. If the record company is where you made those songs, like it's in their studio that they recorded those songs, they don't have those songs. They have the masters of those songs. It's you now that's going to buy your masters from them later. Any song you do with them.
Even after when you are free.
Even when you are free, you have to start making songs that will give you royalties. Ask artists.
Wow. And
so it's just like that, and they are still signing. You understand?
Yeah.
If you make it as an independent, I know it's going to be a very tough one to make it as an independent artist, but I like knowing what I'm going into. I've done researches, I've read up about all this, and your IP and your masters is one of the most important things you have to know and have as an artist. You understand? And people that open my eyes to knowing more about music, just seeing music as business and not just as the love for it, is Akon and Michael Jackson.
Okay.
Because they're the ones that know the nitty-gritty about this stuff. If you go and do researches about them, Akon will tell you that there are two things. Either you're coming in as an artist or you're coming in with the mind of a businessman. If you're coming in as an artist, you go broke. You be a poor person. But if you're coming in as a business person, you make it in the entertainment industry. So if eventually I get signed, I'm not saying that I can't sign, but I'll look at the contract deeply before I sign anything with any person.
Yeah, so that you know, cry
So
I am.
Yeah, something like that.
So let's talk about your latest updates on your songs. Do you have any latest, you dropped, recently?
I'm working on something to drop this year. I'm working on a song to drop this year. The name of the song is Over Me.
Over me.
Yeah,
I told you I don't want to fall in love. Like I begged you. I know why I'm begging you. I don't want to. It's not like I can't fall in love, but I don't want to fall in love. So tell us about any music that you want the people of Enugu, the people of Nigeria to know that this song actually exists. Do you have any song?
Okay, the song I have lots of songs, but the most important one I would like people to listen to is Fire Down. You know, the song is Fire Down. It's produced by Nami. So it's on all social platforms: Audiomack, Deezer, Spotify, you name it. I music, all of them.
So if we search the name Big Teddy, Fire Down.
Yes.
Fire Down by Big Teddy. All streaming platform, go there. But one thing is that I just want to, I told you there's a time where I need to shake my body.
Okay.
I think I need to. We need this thing, so we need to shake our body. So I think I feel like we need to jump to the tune because what's the whole talk without
Okay.
So fire us down,
Okay.
Fire it down,
Are you ready?
I'm ready right there.
Okay, let's go. Omo ye high pasalamo. Okay, let's sweep past tonto. When you go come my side now. Oh baby, omo. Girl, it's about that time now. So make it come, make we vibe now. I got you feeling alright. Yeah. Oh baby, work it. Look what you're doing to me. Although I don't deserve it. So baby, fire down. Fire down the fire. Fire down the fire. Fire down the fire. Burn it down. Fire down the fire. Fire down the fire. Fire down the fire. Fire down.
that was, oh my God. I just imagined a lot of things. Sorry, but I don't know if I should tell you I imagined the positive or negative part. But you fired it right down into my heart. I told you I don't want to fall in love, but you actually made me fall in love. But anyway, I fell in love, but nobody to fall in love with. But I will fall in love with myself. I'm falling in love with Big Teddy, his song, Fire It Down. So wherever you are, fall in love. The way I'm falling in love now, fall in love with Fire It Down. You know where you are firing it down. I don't kill anybody's daughter. I don't kill anybody's son. So, but fire it down right there. Mr. Teddy, a lot of things. The music industry has been choked up. There are people just like what is happening recently. So somebody like Burna Boy, celebrating his birthday, getting himself a very big whip. Dotted at 9 billion. I'm not talking about million naira. I talk about
9 billion naira.
9 billion naira. And some people say, I've heard that, saying that the music, but they cannot achieve anything good, and they cannot be productive. They just have to smoke it out, go around, do their hairstyle, and just live a very useless life. But looking at the likes of Burna Boy, Ashake, and all this, I think there is a distinction that no. The music industry has its own stand. It's just that we just need to lift others. What do you think about this? Because this thing has just been happening. I've just been watching the likes of Burna Boy, getting a whip of 9 billion. I used to say, now music, they give this kind of money. Like, that means there's money here. There's actually big money here. So people don't know. People just feel like it's just the normal, random, street music. But I know that somebody like Big Teddy wants to take it to the upper stage. And, what do you feel about this?
Actually, it depends on how you're being managed as an artist. It depends on your management, because if you don't have a good management, I don't think you will see your money coming. I don't know if you understand, because when you're in the music industry, you've got the fan base, your records are selling. It's not just the royalties and the record selling that you make money from. You understand? They have endorsements deals. These artists go to tours. They tour all over the world. You understand? And if you're a smart artist, like when you make all those kind of money, open up other businesses that will be giving you steady income. So it's not like the money is like money in our water. And it's just smart artists that know what they're doing that make those kind of money. You understand?
But you know that they say there is music money and there's online money. So imagine joining online money and music money
at the same time. You understand?
It's going to be massive.
It's going to be massive. There are lots of incomes in it.
So aside Fire It Down, what other music should we look out for?
You can look out for Ada. You can look out for Fire Down. You can look out for Over Me. I'll drop Over Me this year. And I equally have, I don't know how to say this. It's very funny, but I have a kind of a high life song that I've done.
Okay.
So it's not actually you, the artist, that tell how good your songs is. It depends on how the audience perceive it. So I have another song. The song is originally from my dialect. It's Ziago. So the name of the song is Mbachana Abubu. I don't know.
So you're the one that sang that Mbachana Abubu? Wow. That song, when I listened, I was like, who sang this? But anyway, some of the time we'll actually want to jam to that music, because me personally, if I had known that you were the owner, I would have preferably say, give me that jam. Thank you, Mr. Big Teddy, for being part of this show. Thank you for your time. The people of Enugu appreciate you. There is always a thing to appreciate. One thing is the raw talent we have in Enugu. It's massive. So we can always help ourselves, by going there, stream, because he is us. You are him, so he cannot do without you, and you guys cannot do without you. So everywhere we can just always go to the streaming platform, listen to the jam, fire it down there, fire it there. Like I said, the positive one. Don't get kiss someone's daughter. Thank you. Thank you for being on the show. I go by the name Gift Obodo. We do this same time, same station tomorrow. We love you. Bye for now.
Aneke TV Entertainment. Your world of entertainment begins here.
From the glamour of film and television to music that inspires the nation, and comedy that brings joy to every home.
We bring you the latest in entertainment news, celebrity stories, red carpet moments, and exclusive interviews.
Aneke TV Entertainment, where stories come alive, where talent shines and creativity thrives.
Aneke TV Entertainment, informing, inspiring, and entertaining you always. Aneke TV Entertainment. Stay tuned, stay entertained.
So sad how the seasons change. Sad how the feelings go away. We were in love, but now it's over. So once in a while I dream.
Fake news on social media has become one of the most dangerous byproducts of the digital information age, reshaping public opinion, weakening trust in institutions, and in some cases, endangering lives. With billions of users active daily on platforms such as Facebook, X, WhatsApp, and TikTok, misinformation now spreads faster than traditional verification systems can respond. Communication scholars define fake news as false or misleading information presented as legitimate news content, often designed to influence perception or behavior. The Reuters Institute Digital News Report has repeatedly identified social media as the primary driver of global misinformation flows, noting that algorithmic amplification prioritizes engagement over accuracy. In this environment, emotionally charged content, whether true or false, travels fastest. The danger is not theoretical. In several African countries, including Nigeria, false reports shared online have triggered panic, communal tension, and security disruptions. In past incidents, fabricated alerts about attacks or kidnappings have led to mass movement of people, market shutdowns, and unnecessary fear, forcing authorities to issue emergency clarifications. Security analysts warn that during sensitive operations, misinformation can compromise response strategies and endanger both victims and rescuers. Political communication is another area heavily affected. During elections, manipulated images, edited videos, and fabricated quotes are frequently circulated to discredit candidates or influence voters. Communication theorist Marshall McLuhan's famous assertion that the medium is the message becomes relevant in this context, as social media platforms themselves shape how political realities are consumed, often without editorial gatekeeping. Similarly, the agenda-setting theory by McCombs and Shaw explains how repeated exposure to false narratives can shape what the public considers important, even if the information is inaccurate. The implications for democracy are significant. Fake news can erode confidence in electoral institutions, weaken trust in the media, and deepen political polarization. In extreme cases, it can delegitimize outcomes and fuel post-election tensions. Analysts know that once false narratives become entrenched, corrections rarely achieve the same reach or emotional impact as the original misinformation. Public health has also suffered severe consequences. During the COVID-19 pandemic, the World Health Organization described the global misinformation surge as an infodemic, warning that false claims about vaccines, cures, and transmission patterns undermine scientific guidance. In several countries, vaccine hesitancy was directly linked to viral falsehoods circulated on social media platforms, contributing to preventable infections and deaths. Economically, fake news can destabilize markets and damage reputations within minutes. False reports about companies, banks, or government policies have triggered panic withdrawals, stock fluctuations, and loss of investor confidence. Financial experts stress that in a digital economy driven by perception, information integrity is as critical as fiscal policy. At the societal level, individuals have faced harassment, job losses, and reputational damage due to false allegations circulated online. Victims often struggle to recover even after misinformation is debunked, as digital content continues to circulate in archives, screenshots, and forwarded messages. Media ethicist Walter Lippmann once observed that we are told about the world before we see it, a reality amplified today by algorithm-driven feeds that prioritize virality over verification. Experts argue that addressing fake news requires a multi-layered response. Fact-checking organizations, regulatory frameworks, platform accountability, and media literacy education are all considered essential tools. UNESCO has repeatedly emphasized the importance of digital literacy, urging users to think critically before sharing content online. Journalists, meanwhile, are expected to adhere strictly to verification, balance, and accuracy, particularly in fast-moving breaking news environments. Ultimately, the fight against fake news is not solely technological, but behavioral. It requires a shift in user responsibility, platform design, and institutional trust. As digital communication continues to expand, the ability to distinguish facts from fabrication remains a critical skill for citizens navigating an increasingly complex information ecosystem. In an era where information travels at the speed of a click, the consequences of falsehood are no longer confined. They are immediate, global, and often irreversible.
From the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke TV every Monday. From the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke TV every Monday.
"7 days, countless moments, stories that shape the week. From decisions in the corridors of power to developments affecting everyday lives. From moments of challenge to stories of resilience and progress. This is where the week comes into focus. Week in retrospect, only on Aneke TV.
Cause they know I got the sauce. Got the presents on me, I can't ever take it off. That's why I came country boy stepping. Yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping. Yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Yeah, they can't get like me. Rockin' boots and white tee. Designer on my cuff, bring something like a movie. Country boy stepping. Yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping. Yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Artist out the ranch, I just told you that I'm about it. I might take offense if you tell me that you doubt it. This is what it is, yeah, I'm known to make it rowdy. Then I'm for the fit, and I drive a wide body. Who you know, but like this, nobody. Can't go slow, I gotta hit that body. I'm the top, for the top, I can't ever take a break. Yeah, I'm hot, and you not, that's why all my records bang. Oh, it's been a long, hard road, gotta go home. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, and I know you love the way that I'm gon' keep going. Yeah, 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 can't do flexing cause they know I got the sauce. Got the presents on me, I can't ever take it off. That's why I came country boy stepping. Yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping. Yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Yeah, they can't get like me. Rockin'
Viewer, you're welcome to our program Arena on Aneke TV, Enugu, Southeast Nigeria. I'm your anchor, Rex Arum, and today we're going to delve into a topic that has had a toll on this country for quite a number of years. The topic is the shelter problem in Nigeria. I have a young man who has been many things in many areas, but today he serves as a social commentator. I'm talking about Ben Nam. You're welcome to the studio.
Thank you very much.
The issue of a problem of shelter in Nigeria has been there for quite a while. The census says there is over 20 million deficit on housing. We'll pause for a break. We'll come back and begin our topic.
Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premium current affairs program, where politics, development, and governance come live every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. We host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching, and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is let's have our environment secured so that investors can come.
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnapping ransom.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said, it's at no cost.
There are things that the law can handle. But when you leave it, you want to use a kinetic approach alone. You cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena only on Aneke TV. Just as we were about to start the program proper, we had a few technical problems, but it's been sorted out. And here is our guest. I'm talking about Mr. Ben Nnam, public affairs commentator, who is here to lend voice on our topic, the shelter problem in Nigeria. You're welcome to the studio.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
The problem of shelter in Nigeria has been talked about for quite a while, and for so many years. People have been seen, taking shelter under trees, under bridges, especially in the urban areas. They're taking shelter here and there that is not comfortable, that is not, does not portray the welfare of a citizen of a country. And in Nigeria, so many people are, of course, houseless. That is, they don't have a place of their own. Many are squatting with others. Some are resident in slum areas. These things are the problems that has to do with the level of poverty. People cannot afford their own houses in Nigeria. There's no money to even develop such houses. There is no employment. It is only when they are working that they are capable of actually making the kind of money that will be able to give them a one-room, two-room apartment of their own. The workers of Nigeria are all clamoring that they are more impoverished with the inflation in Nigeria. And that is why they ask that the government should be able to give them a living wage. So it is a very serious malady for many, a good number of the Nigerian population who do not have, who live in squalor as a result of the problems we are encountering in Nigeria. And in a situation where you have a whole lot of insecurity here and there, some people who are not even resident in a place are becoming nomadic, and in the course of that, they meet dangers in the course of their nomadic nature. So Ben Nnam is here, and he's set to actually make contributions that will be meaningful to this discussion, that will be able to enable the government of the day to come out with policy that will be able to give Nigerians house. It is part of their primary responsibility of government as contained in the Constitution, the welfare, the security and welfare of the people. And welfare of the people is hinged on the basic necessities of life, which shelter becomes one of them. What is your overview about the housing deficit in Nigeria? We take it off from there.
Okay. Like you said earlier, the housing deficit in Nigeria is actually high, very high, due to certain things that contribute, things like poverty, unemployment, and just general uncertainties in the economy. That's part of the reason why the housing deficit. Now, inflation causes a very, very significant, is one of the contributors to the housing deficit in Nigeria. Why? Because if, for instance, it takes someone a certain amount of money to build a house, how much do you think the person will put the house for rent? Or how much will the house be sold for? That is one. Two, the unemployment level of youths in Nigeria makes it virtually impossible for an average youth to be able to buy a house currently. And a lot of people do not understand the mortgage system of Nigeria. You know, it's abroad that people understand how mortgage works and everything. In Nigeria, they don't understand it very well. And due to the unemployment rate of the youth, most of them can't access such facility. And this is something everyone has access to, even though you are earning minimum wage abroad. All right. So my general overview of the housing deficit in Nigeria is we are at a spot where we need serious intervention, government intervention, not just any intervention, speedy intervention.
When you talk about government intervention, from various quarters, some persons or some schools of thought believe that government is playing a contributory role to the problem of shelter in Nigeria. How? Because those days we used to have political parties that share their ideology of providing shelter for the people, and consequently when they win elections, they go about building low-cost housing, trying to accommodate the people. But these days, we are bereft of political parties with such ideology. And then, at the same time, too, we have inflation, like you said, and then taxation has set everything on the highest side that you cannot, if you want to build your own house. But even if you do not want to build your own house, you want to rent a house, you find it very difficult that most people within persons that are working in both the private and the public sector, most people cannot afford to pay the house rent for a 3-bedroom flat, 2-bedroom flat, 1-bedroom flat, as the case may be. Because one, government has set up high costs of taxation on the landlords. And consequently, these landlords transfer these bills to the rent, which makes the rent astronomically high, and which makes people. So when you begin to say government intervention, how do you think government will intervene when ordinarily they're actually
part of the problem?
Part of the problem.
No. You see, one of the duties of government is expansion of the city. Are you with me? Expansion of the city. I'm not saying the government should build houses. I'm saying government should expand the cities. Let's take Abuja. Let's take Abuja and Enugu, for instance. People that live in Jukwe is as good as somebody living in Obolafo in Enugu State. But people own houses in Jukwe, and they come from Jukwe to central area for work. People that live in Maraba, people that live in Nyanya, people that live in Karo, those places are a bit distant from the central area. These are like 40 minutes, 1 hour drive on a highway. You know Abuja, how it is. The roads are highways. So Abuja has expanded to the point where you can buy a land of 2 million in Jukoyi and build a house there because the government are bringing roads to that side. So access to the town becomes easy. So why the rent in Enugu is very expensive and high is simply because of the congestion. Everybody wants to stay in the city center. Most people that stay in the city centers all have houses, paying rent in the city centers, have lands they've bought, 3 million, 4 million, 5 million in Nike, in Four Corner and the rest of them. But because of security, if they build houses there, some of them are paying higher than what a piece of land costs in those places. Like places like WTC where rent is like 7 million. You can buy a piece of land for 5 million in Nike and build a house there over a period of time. Then you move into your house. The issue of rent will be a forgotten issue. But when there is no access to those places, when you check the traffic you go through, thank God for the governor, current governor, that is dualizing the road to Nike, to Soka from T-Junction. You know, it will bring a lot of ease and the congestion in the town. Because if I'm paying 5 million or 10 million inside the town, I can use the 10 million and start up something. And within a period of time, a short period of time, you see that you can move your family to that place. And this is one headache less or a burden lifted from you as a man. And now those crazy rents will naturally come down. Because why will I pay you 10 million when I can use the 10 million and build a house where I have land, simply because there is access? So what government should do primarily is to expand the city by creating access to other parts of the town that are undeveloped. Just the roads.
Not just the roads. You cannot say just the roads.
I'm coming. The roads. I mentioned earlier security. Make the roads accessible. Do the roads. Put in a certain level of security so that when people can live there without being scared of, put basic amenities in that locality, and you see that the whole issue of high rent and housing deficit will be coming down gradually. Some people, the mindset of some people is, as far as the house is mine, no matter where it is, I will live there. But they can only live there if there is security and access. We have so many clients we've sold property to in inec, but some of them, we call it land banking. Naturally, it shouldn't be land banking. But because there are no access, major access. Okay, when you want to come to town, how many minutes will it take you to get to town? Everybody wants to live 15 minutes away from where they are going to, and that is why the rent is expensive. Like I also said earlier, using Abuja for instance, one can comfortably live in Cairo, live very fine, because the only check coming to town takes me 30 minutes, highest 40 minutes or 1 hour. It's still not as bad as paying crazy rent, or always being on your toes because of whenever you think of the rent and everything that's, you're not comfortable.
Yes, apart from rent, for instance, okay, yes, paying rent. We are talking about doing the house itself. Let's say you go out there to buy a piece of land, and how much you are a public servant, for instance. What is the minimum wage?
The minimum wage.
What do you save every month, for instance? And how much do you use in taking care of your family? And presently, you may be occupying a place where you parent. So how do you save money to go out there, buy, and then begin to think about saving to pay? Or how do you raise such money? Are you going to go, stealing somebody's money anywhere, or being corrupt if you are a public servant?
You and I will agree that the minimum wage is poor. It's too poor. It can't get anybody anything in Nigeria currently, because normally for someone that earns a minimum wage as a public servant, there are housing schemes for civil servants, which they assess, they are deducted from their salaries over the period of years they still have to work, which through the Federal Mortgage Bank can use it and get houses. But currently, due to how poor let's not even talk about minimum wage. Let's talk about how the hyperinflation have messed up the monies we have in our bank accounts, and even the money you are going to make tomorrow. I remember when you can buy a duplex for 30 million, 35 million. Right now, 30 million can't even buy you a land in a good location where you can, build something, even if you have the liquidity to build. So we should not all. The whole issue is with the economy and how the government of Nigeria is run.
Yeah, because I kept pointing at government, but even at that, government keep asking for tax before you buy a piece of land and get a CFO. You know what it means. You cannot go for a mortgage if you are not in the public sector where you are salaried. You may not go for a mortgage except you have a collateral security.
No, there is a mortgage option for informal sector.
Okay.
Yes.
So, and which helps them to get, but is the mortgage system really working?
Yes, yes. It works very well. The only thing they need to know is to check how consistent your cash flow and income is. Whether you are in the public servant or you are a trader, it works. There are companies here in Enugu that run mortgage systems. There are a couple of estates here in Enugu that most people that live there got it through mortgage. And you know, mortgage, depending on how young or how old you are, it's based on how many years, active years you have. You know, it is working. The only thing a lot of people lack is knowledge. They do not understand it. You know, Nigeria is a cash economy where you buy your car cash, you buy your house cash, you buy your land cash, you build your house cash. You don't access loans easily. When you hear loans, they see mortgage as loans, but it's an easier way to build, to get a house or get a property over a period of time without sweating and still maintaining your family and your basic lifestyle. And you know the beautiful thing about the mortgage is you move into the house while you keep paying for the house. So it's not like after payment before you move in. So the only thing there should be sensitization on how these things work and how one can assess it. And, you know, you see that it's very easy to do.
Okay, the Nigerian system, you talked about the hyperinflation, which is presently having a toll on building materials. Cement, roofing sheet, iron rods, most of which are priced in dollars because some of them are being imported. We don't even have any complex steel rolling mill where you get the rods, and you know, we use a whole lot of concrete in our buildings,
yes,
unlike the United States.
A lot of wood.
Wood.
Plywood, actually.
Yeah, they use wood to do their buildings, most of them. So where these things are highly skyrocketed, it is not affordable for the common man.
True.
So what do you think that some Nigerians will do? Apart from the mortgage.
The mortgage.
Yes, because there's no way anybody or every person should be able to have or give time to know exactly how the mortgage works. So there are people that will be out of it. How do they survive? How do they get a shelter upon their head? We are not talking about living in affluence. We are talking about a shelter of maybe 2 rooms apartment over somebody's head. How do you get that?
You know, everybody.
If you go back, go to the village, you see farmers, those who are farmers in the village and all that. These people, in the olden days, our people still work hard to build houses, even with mods, and they live in those houses. But currently, with the technology in place and people knowing that there are other forms of building a house and all that, everybody will want a block wall and corrugated iron sheets on top of it over his head. How do they do it?
You know, I have to be blunt here. Everybody cannot own a house. Owning a house is out of intentionality. So many people are not even serious with their life to know what they should be going after. So you cannot say how will every Nigerian own a house. This is economics. There will always be people that are tenants, and there will always be people that are landlords. And one day there are landlords that will eventually sell their houses to people that were once tenants. So it is just how the world works. So what we should be talking about is the people that are intentional about improving on their lives, owning a house. You know, it boils down to just putting in more work. As a business person, when you notice that a certain business model is no longer working, you change your mode of operation and you adapt to the changes. The economy keeps getting bad. And if you've saved up a certain amount of money before to use for your house project, and you see that the money have lost purchasing power more than 70%, of course, more than 70%, So what do you have to do? Is to find ways to augment and make more money. That is the only thing to do. Because you and I know waiting for the government, it's almost impossible for them to come and do anything. The government may not build those low-cost houses. Even though when they build it, there will still be proxies that they will collect those houses. And it still end up in the hands of the bourgeoisie.
So you mean, and what is exactly the problem? Why it should be meant for the poor, and it will be collected and be in the hands of those of them that are controlling the economy?
That is where the problem is.
Yes, that is the
Nigerian
problem. I ask you, what is the factor that prevails on people to begin to do injustice?
You know, that is where greed comes in. That is greed. You know, acquiring more than necessary, more than what you need, more than necessary. Just like peterobi says, it is only what he needs that he gets. He doesn't put his hands into whatever thing that he doesn't deserve as former government. So that is the problem with our politicians. They want to acquire and acquire and acquire for their unborn generation at the expense of those living.
Well, the way you have approached these issues, it seems you are so grounded about the Nigerian problem. So, and you think that Nigeria will ever come from the doldrums of corruption and economic downturn? Will Nigeria ever come? Are we going to continue in this manner? Or do you think something could be done?
Something can be done, but the problem is, are we ready for it to be, for that change? That is the real question. Because the problems are glaring. The solution is also glaring. But the problem is, are we ready? Look at an average youth that's following a local government chairman, that can barely feed, that may be squatting with a friend. We're talking about housing deficit. The young man may not even have a house. But the person that is singing his praises are the people depriving him of owning a house. The reason some properties skyrocket is simply when they just make an access road to the property. Do you understand what I'm saying? Just an access road makes the value of the property to go up, makes the rent of that place to go up. If our politicians are doing what they are meant to do, life becomes easy. There won't be need for a praise singer. But the praise singers are the ones being robbed, but they still keep on singing the praises. So when people that desire real change come to speak up, they attack them. So it's like fighting a battle, but for the people you are fighting for are also fighting you. You're fighting for them so that they will not be eaten up maybe by the enemy. But they are fighting you while you are fighting the enemy, their enemy. Issue with Nigeria.
So there's a whole lot of confusion.
If you say?
There's a whole lot of confusion. When the people who are working hard to, get the people on the right path are being fought by the same people that are honestly going to, they're going to get the goodies.
Yes.
If when the battle is won, the same people begin to fight those who are fighting for them.
Yes.
So there's a whole lot of confusion. And these other people will continue to ensure that they harangue and push down these people so as to have an absolute control on them.
Yes.
Good. So where do we go from here in terms of getting the orientation, giving the orientation to our people so that they will know their rights and what they to expect from government of the day, and insist it does not do the needful, insist on a change, or insist on interrogating the system, or insist in making a demand on the system. Meanwhile, we don't make demand on our own systems. Most often, what we do is to keep mute in the face of tyranny and oppression. Does this all go well for this country?
It doesn't.
And when you talk about youths, what are the youths supposed to do?
The youths have poor political orientation. They don't, like you said, they don't know what to expect from their politicians. They think whatever their politicians do, their representatives do, is a privilege. These things are statutory. Electricity, good roads, security. These are statutory obligations of any politician holding any public office. There are expectations from every department in a government agency. So it's not like if you do put on the street lights on this road, we'll come and say thank you for putting the street lights. We're not supposed to, but that is where the poor political orientation comes in. Because the average youth thinks it's a privilege. Our our senator attracted, they are supposed to do it. What are they there for? It's to speak on behalf of the people here. You are the representatives. You're supposed to speak, say what they collectively wants to say. But because everybody cannot come out and say it at the same time, we select you to go and say, you go there and keep mute. After maybe you get a little crumbs, come back, share to the praise singers, they start singing. Without those praise singers knowing that this person is the cause of their woes. So we have to start from reorientation, political reorientation. Telling them that the things you think are privileges, are benevolence, are your rights. Just like a child. Nurturing the child is the child's right. Nurturing the child by the parents is the child's right. It is not, it's an obligation. It's not a privilege. And that is why in civilized countries, if they find out that you are not taking care of your child, they take your child away from you. And that is the way it should be. Look at the other day, the Prime Minister of UK resigned after a couple, 2 years or thereabouts, or less than that. I can't remember the exact figure.
Just about 2 years.
Yeah, just about 2 years. Why did he resign? Because the people started complaining.
And on his honor.
Yes, and on his honor, he resigned. And that is the way it should be. You don't cling to power and want to stay there forever. And that is the African problem. Mind you, people abroad that pay all those taxes and taxes and taxes, council tax, they're not complaining.
Why are they not complaining?
Because the amenities are there.
The tax fund is being used judiciously. Judiciously. Okay, I was going through social media the other day. I saw where they say one country, I can't remember whether it's one country, one African country like that. They say if you steal anything above $350,000, it's 20 years imprisonment, I think, and then another amount, death penalty. Do you know that a Nigerian came and was saying, is it not just this amount? Why would they give death penalty? Can you imagine? There should be death penalty for the slightest stealing. Well, but already Nigerian government have been able to send the foreign minister of power to 75 years imprisonment, and have also made making attempts to seize some of his belongings from which where he actually plunged the several billion naira that he stole from.
Yeah, that is just one out of millions of people, down to the least office in the local government. The problem is very fundamental. It's not something you just start.
The problem is very fundamental. We're going to pause for a break. When we come back, you'll continue from where you stopped.
Okay.
Please, viewer, don't go away. We're still on our program Arena on Aneke TV, Enugu, Southeast Nigeria. Don't go away. Keep, our guest is still here, and he will continue from where he stopped.
Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premium current affairs program, where politics, development, and governance come live every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. We host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching, and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is let's have our environment secured so that investors can come.
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnapping, ransom.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said, it's at no cost.
There are things that the law can handle. But when you leave it, you want to use a kinetic approach alone. You cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena only on Aneke TV. You're welcome back to our program. We're still on Arena on Aneke TV, Enugu, Southeast Nigeria. And our topic is the shelter problem in Nigeria. We have an erudite personality who has come here to lend voice to that, and he's a realtor, he's a lawyer, he's so many things. He's a public affairs commentator. And Comrade Ben, I call him Comrade because he was my comrade way back, and he's here. And you, of course, have enjoyed the discourse so far because it has all it takes to discuss on our topic, the problem of shelter in Nigeria. You were talking about the situation in Nigeria. Let us look at this problem from a political perspective, because you are talking politics, before we called for a break. You said politicians. Politicians, they say, are the key persons that have brought Nigeria down to its foundation. Because we do see that presently Nigeria is not up and walking, let alone going to run. Nigeria is crumbling. Nigeria is crawling. Nigeria is down, almost down.
Nigeria is static.
Very static, but down, not out, because we still have a government in place. Therefore, what negative roles have these politicians brought in that actually brought Nigeria to crawl in such a way that negated the demand or negated the responsibility of ensuring the welfare of the Nigerian masses? Because you already said that these politicians keep the masses at bay to have control over them. And these same masses somehow are made to believe that whatever thing these politicians are doing is a privilege. Sometimes during campaigns they begin to share things and people get excited about that, not knowing that it is the responsibility of these people, because you have already ceded your franchise to them. And ceding your franchise to them is a social contract. And it is upon the social contract that you expect that he has to do the work for which you have ceded your franchise. But these days, these things are not done. You talked about doing things and they call it privilege. So, what has the politician done to Nigerians that have made them to, even in the face of oppression, in the face of living in penury, nobody makes a demand on the system?
See, our politicians have weaponized poverty. Poverty, joblessness is a tool with which they use to control the people. Depriving them of the enabling environment to do business and thrive. A lot of Nigerians that are in other countries, you see, they say Nigerians are thriving in medicine everywhere in the world. Nigerians are doing well in tech. Nigerians are doing well in all spheres of life when you travel abroad. Why are they not using that smartness and wisdom back at home? It's because the environment is choking. And it's all intentional. You know why? There is a book I read some time ago. They were talking about the slaves in the farm. They said, don't teach the slaves certain things so that they will not know what the master knows, and they will stop being slaves. It may not be in that light, but you know, things evolve. It's still the same message, but it just keeps evolving in different shapes and forms. So keeping them down, keeping them jobless will make them to have nothing to do in order to come for campaign and come for, you know, give them some money to go do vote buying. And these are the issues. The monies that were meant to be used to do certain things that will enable the young people to thrive will be embezzled. Now, when they're embezzled, they bring part of it as handouts to give them, and they say this is their boss. Is the main person. They trust him. He's the one. He takes care of us. Without understanding that if that road was constructed, if that's light, of course, if the light is steady, you can run a factory, you can run a production line, which improves the economy.
Or you might have someone to establish
a
place that will give you a job.
And mind you, the corporations, international corporations that come into the country will come in, and all these people will pay taxes to the government. The economy improves. You give jobs to people, and there won't be anybody having time for such things. Being a senator should be based, occupying any political position should be based on what you have done. If you've not held any political position before, what you've done as a private person, as a private citizen, and based on that, you'll be judged with what you will do when you get to that place. It's not a grass to grace story. Understanding how politics works is very, very different. It's very, very difficult. And it's not something like, okay, just like me that do real estate. You open a real estate company, buy the properties, buy the land. Let me just give you a simple scenario. You open a real estate company, you have the money. You open a real estate company, you buy the properties, you buy the buses, you employ all the staff, you employ everybody. You make everything needed for the company for operations to run very well. Then you go and get somebody that have zero knowledge of real estate and make him the CEO, and expect every other professionals like the HR, the account department, the marketing department to be taking instruction from that person.
It won't work.
It won't work. That is exactly what we are doing. And what exactly would that person do? Because he's intellectually bankrupt. He doesn't know what to do. He will start packing money. Because if he leaves here tomorrow, he may not get this opportunity again. So he will start packing money, and instead of the work, the property, now there should be strategy meetings on Mondays, strategy meetings on Wednesdays, review on Friday. On Monday you do, appraisals. Nothing. They don't understand those things. They don't know how to talk to a client. They don't know how to convince a client to buy a property. That is where pitching Nigeria to outside investors to bring in money. They don't know how to do that. What do? They will now rely on people around them that will tell them, let's do it this way. Those people know they know nothing, so they are using them. And of course, like somebody said, if the boss is not stealing, the people around will not steal. But because this person knows nothing about real estate, but you made him the CEO, and his opinion is final on everything, how will the company run? How will the staff be paid? How will the revenue be generated? How will profit be maximized? That is exactly what is playing out in it. And that is why we're having all these issues we're talking about. We bring the worst of the people with zero knowledge of organization, zero knowledge of interaction. Some of them are sitting in the Senate and House of Reps and House of Assembly doing nothing. They don't even know how to speak. You bring the worst of the people. How would they even know what ought to be done? And these people are celebrated. From nothing, God took them. That is not what we want. I'm not saying God shouldn't bless people. But in certain areas of life, we need the best hands. You don't get somebody from nowhere and say God elevated him to be a surgeon and give him a woman to operate on. You can't say God elevated somebody from nothing to become a tech guru that will run the tech department of a bank. But it's in our politics that we say God elevated somebody to run a very sensitive position that affects the lives of everybody, over 200 million people.
Okay. You will still throw more light on this. I'm interested. But there's an area that is very, very important as we are discussing this topic. We have discussed about funding, we have discussed about mortgage and all that. But we have not discussed the incursion of the people we call agents. The people that are called agents, land agents, property agents, of course, agents,
realtors, the same thing.
This agency business in Nigeria,
it's a big one.
I don't know if it has some kind of censorship. That is, if it is standardized in such a way that whoever is an agent knows the rules governing agency, and like it is seen in books and in the law books. We see agency in Nigeria so bastardized that people go about, even those who give you one-room apartments, and even in slums, they will still collect several hundreds of thousands from you. I'm just telling you the truth. And lawyers, too, have also turned to become real estate managers or controllers, having buildings where they control and so on, even against their some ethical standards in legal practice. So, the role of agents here tends to mar, for instance, the ownership or rentage of shelter in Nigeria. What's your take?
Agency, it's a noble profession. It's a noble profession because the role of an agent or a realtor is to connect the buyer and the seller. And it's based on the knowledge of, the realtor or the agent that makes him to be able to, one, convince and source for a client to rent the house or to buy the property. Now, but where you should be addressing is the issue of the whole agency stuff being unregulated. It is entirely unregulated. I see where houses are rented and agents are taking 30%. 10% is the standard.
So 10% is the standard.
10% is the standard.
Then you are talking about regulation. Who enforces the regulation?
Now that is where we have what are they calling it? Real Estate Developers Association of Nigeria, REDAN. They are the regulators of real estate activities in Nigeria, backed up by the government. Now, there should be a strong regulation, legislation by the Nigerian legislators to put fixed percentages on these things. And the thing is part of the reason why the house rent is off the roof. Paying rent is off the roof because some landlords may put their houses at 1 million naira. Agents will tell them, no, 1.5. So that the percentage you pay will be higher as commission. So if you are supposed to pay 10%, which is 100,000 for 1 million, now you're paying 150,000, that's 10% off. And some will even tell you, for a house of 1 million, the agency is 300,000. Lawyer fee, 200,000. Caution fee, 200,000. Management fee. What are those things? What is caution fee for a house that is not brand new? management fee, lawyer fee. Is it not?
That is why we are here.
Those things, there should be a strong regulation on it. And for every real estate developer, if your property is to be sold, you make sure that that practice is never done on your property. And for every landlord on the street, if you ever do such thing, there should be an agency that reports, this thing should be reported to, and there should be penalties for it. These are part of the reasons why houses are very expensive for nothing. Even like houses that have zero amenities, that's zero aesthetics, that is not even worth it. So that's where the real issue is. And the solution is a very strong regulation on those practices. And there should be enforcers of this. It's a big industry. Trust me, it's a very big industry. People are making a lot of money from it. The penalties will also bring in a lot of revenue for the government. Instead of putting so much burden on the tenants via tax, okay, you pay land use, you pay tenement rates, tenement rates, you pay ground rent. Then, if you sell the property, you pay capital gains.
But in Enugu State, it's like they are just doing some kind of imagine the taxes. Let it not be multiple taxation. Has that area not been merged in Enugu State?
No, it hasn't. It hasn't. They are trying to, but it hasn't. One of the properties we have somewhere, they brought different. Okay, our former office. Let's just use our former office. My former office along New Haven. They brought us land use and the tenement, and they tell you the amount. It's not like they'll just give a percentage or something. No, they'll tell you the amount of the amount you pay. It's too much.
So that could be why these astronomical high prices in rents.
That is just a factor, just one.
Yes.
It is not the whole problem.
And then that of agents are also another factor.
One factor is the tax. 2, agency. 3, congestion. Because the town is not expanded. Now look at Enugu State. Enugu Metropolis, the real Enugu Metropolis is simply Enugu South, Enugu North local governments, Enugu East local government. That's the 3 major local governments that house the Enugu Metropolis. Not, of course, the governor included other local governments, but they don't have the development there is not commensurate to what should be called a metropolis. There should be expansion to those places, major developments going on in those places, so that there will be the city can be decongested. For a house in Nike, the rent shouldn't be more than 1 million naira. A 3-bedroom flat in Nike should not, like Ugogo side and the rest of it, should not be more than 1 million naira. So for someone paying 3 million,
so what is the rent now?
Right now, I cannot say at the moment.
But it should not be more than
it should not be more than 1 million naira.
It could be anything less, but
yes, it will not be more than 1 million because of the distance. But when there is easy access to the town from these places, why will you then pay 3 million inside the town when you can pay 1 million in Nike and take 15 minutes from Nike to the town on a good road with less traffic, no hold up? That is why if you go to Abuja, you can live in Kubwa without needing to go to Lube, because everything is there. Everything is there.
You have all the other amenities apart from the roads.
Everything is there. Everything is there. You can stay in Lube without needing to go to Karo or Jukwe. If you want, recreation centers are there, fund centers are there, government agencies are there. Everything is there. Your office can be there. Your markets there. Everything is there. Just like someone that stays in Ireland can stay in Ireland without going to the mainland. and somebody that is in mainland can stay there without going to the island. Going to the island may be because you are visiting somebody, not out of necessity. You know, Nsukka is a big city that should be, you know, that should be harnessed and turned into something beautiful. You know, with the new road they are doing from Nsukka Opi to, makes it easy for someone to comfortably live in Nsukka and work in Enugu.
Because it's just about 22 minutes or 25 minutes.
30 minutes tops.
30 minutes.
Zero traffic, zero insecurity, zero stress. Just get into your car or get into the buses, the new buses, the CNG buses.
So how do you see a situation where a lot of people live inside their cars? They don't even have a house of their own. They go and they call themselves taxi drivers, and they have a whole lot of everything inside their cars because of the same problem, because there are no funds that would make such person to afford a living environment, a living place. So is it a palatable thing for Nigeria?
No.
And are we going to actually have a chance of getting away from such situation?
We've discussed this, we've said this earlier. There is every chance for a better life for Nigerians. It is not a rocket science. It is very simple. It is just accountability and dedication for everyone to do what they're supposed to do as when they're supposed to do without looking at anybody giving them praises. That is the only.
So how will Nigeria finally get out of this housing deficit of about 20 million?
What we should say is, how do we get the percentage lower? Because it can never be zero.
So how do we get it lower? Finally, in a very short sentence.
In a nutshell, in summary, first of all, expansion of the city. Also, creating an enabling environment for businesses to thrive, for people to have the resources to be able to get these houses and these homes.
Yes, you know, creating an enabling environment for people to have access to resources with which they will be able to find themselves a comfortable apartment, comfortable places, no matter how they'll be able to have a roof on top of their head. So, and this is the submission of our guests on our program Arena today. We thank you, Ben Nam, for coming here and being with us and discussing this topic. And we thank you, viewer, for joining us and being there for us until we run out. That's the much we can take because of time. Thank you, and God bless you.
Town hall meetings remain a central instrument of participatory governance, strengthening accountability and rebuilding trust between leaders and citizens. In democratic theory, particularly deliberative democracy, habemas, and participatory democracy, Pateman, governance legitimacy is sustained not only through elections, but through continuous public dialogue. Globally, town halls have improved policy legitimacy and reduced governance distance. In the United States, they are used to directly test legislative accountability. In Brazil, participatory budgeting in Porto RG reshaped public spending priorities through citizen input, while Rwanda's structured community dialogue systems strengthened performance monitoring at local levels. In Nigeria, the practice has gained visible but uneven traction, with notable examples at both state and federal levels. In Lagos State, under former Governor Babatunde Raji Fashola, structured public engagements around infrastructure projects such as transport reform and urban renewal helped improve policy acceptance, particularly during major reforms like BRT expansion and environmental sanitation enforcement. Similarly, Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu of Lagos State has institutionalized town hall style engagements through community stakeholder meetings and sector-specific dialogues, especially around transportation, security, and urban development projects. These platforms have helped manage public expectations around large-scale infrastructure disruptions while improving feedback loops on service delivery. In Enugu State, under Governor petermbah, town hall engagement has been embedded into a broader governance communication strategy tied to ongoing structural reforms. Public interaction sessions linked to transport modernization, smart school implementation, and healthcare expansion have helped reinforce citizen awareness of policy direction and state priorities. However, analysts argue that these engagements must move beyond presentation formats into structured accountability forums where citizens can directly interrogate performance indicators and budget outcomes. From a theoretical standpoint, town halls align strongly with social contract theory, Locke and Rosal, which holds that government authority is valid only when continuously justified before the governed. They also reflect accountability theory in public administration, which emphasizes transparency, responsiveness, and feedback-driven governance. For Nigeria, the need is urgent. Rising public distrust, economic hardship, and insecurity demand deepen civic engagement beyond election cycles. Town halls provide a practical mechanism to reduce misinformation, address grievances early, and improve policy ownership. Experts stress that Nigerian leaders must institutionalize town halls as a governance requirement, not political events, ensuring they are regular, structured, documented, and tied to measurable policy outcomes. Ultimately, sustained town hall governance is no longer optional. It is a democratic necessity for rebuilding trust, improving service delivery, and strengthening the fragile bond between the Nigerian state and its citizens.
Law is the architecture of civilization, the silent force that orders society and defines justice. Yet, within its complexity, many remain uncertain of their rights, their obligations, and the protections the law affords. From the inviolability of human rights to the intricate doctrines governing property and civil relations. This is a platform where law is demystified, where principle meets practice, and knowledge becomes empowerment. Because justice is not abstract, it is personal. You and the law on Aneke TV.
In every generation, there exists a defining force. A force shaped by curiosity, driven by ambition, fueled by possibility. Where ideas evolve into innovation, skills transform into enterprise, and vision becomes impact. Because empowerment is more than progress. It is transformation. The voices shaping tomorrow. The idea redefining possibilities. The generation building the future.
It is with joy that we welcome you to You Focus on Aneke TV. It is the program that is designed to meet the young people at a crossroad, bringing to fore all the youthful engagement and activities of the young people, especially those of them that happen within the shores of academic institutions. To achieve this, we make opinions, we give commendations, motivations, criticisms, and lots more. Thank you so much for being there. My name is Chukwuemeka Obasi. You can join us on our socials, our Facebook, our Instagram, our TikTok, our X, and our YouTube, all at Aneke TV. For this show, our topic for today is the student success in examinations. Thank you so much for being there. May I introduce to you another set of educationists that I have in the studio today for this topic. I have a teen coach who is a teacher working with Queen's Model Schools, Enugu here. Chinaya Sharon is in there. You're welcome on the show.
Thank you for having me.
And again, I have a lecturer, a lecturer in the Department of Industrial Chemistry, Enugu State University of Science and Technology, ESUT, Dr. Lieutenant Wesley. You're welcome on the show.
It is a pleasure to be here.
All right, Chi, let me come to you. Our topic for today is the student success in examinations or after examinations. All right, may we know from you who is a successful student after examination?
Okay. Before I look at the whole sentence, let's first of all look at who is a successful student. Now, from my own view, a successful student is someone that has given his or her best during an exam, to prepare for an exam. This is somebody that is well prepared, stayed committed to his or her studies, and is able to learn at the end of the day valuable thing from the exam. Now, if you have to now join it together, a successful student after exam, I see the student as someone that is intentional. Now, this is a student that after an examination, the person doesn't just stop there. The person wants to reflect on, okay, if I'm excellent in this examination, okay, that's good for me, I did well. And if I'm not, what went wrong? What are the areas I need to improve on? So for me, a successful student after an exam is an intentional student that knows that examination is not just a true definition of my words. It doesn't just make me to just stay there. So even after an examination, there's every need for me to keep improving, keep getting better. I seeing the examination as an opportunity or as an experience to get better and also improve in life. So that's what I feel a successful student is after an examination. Okay,
thanks so much. That's your view. Lieutenant, I don't know how satisfied you are with her own definition.
Of course, our submission is valid and very cogent. However, once we start talking about the issue of success, it's usually subjective. Subjective in the sense that what means success for one person may not necessarily mean success for the next. So, but for a student, for me, I think a student that is a successful student should be somebody who has set goals.
After exams.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
It is relative to the examination.
He has set goals that he has achieved. Sometimes success can mean improvement from what has been. For instance, a student may have had a lower grade in a particular exam and now sets a new goal, says next time I'm going to go back there and I'm going to ace it. So in the next exam, he now tops up, maybe gets the cutoff mark. That student is a successful student. In another light, sometimes if you want to talk about learning, learning shouldn't end with just having A's. The idea of learning should be reflective in you being a problem solver. So a successful student is not just someone who has memorized a lot of things, but somebody who can now use those things he has learned to begin to solve problems in the society. So what am I saying? It goes beyond just having theories. You have to be a practical example of someone who has actually learned, having been examined, and having gone through the processes as leaders.
Okay, that's another wonderful submission. Thank you so much. Chi, why do you think examination success is necessary?
Okay, for me, examination success is necessary, but it shouldn't be a definition of someone. Because for me, I feel examination is an important thing. It's more like an assessment, but it doesn't define someone's worth. based on the environment we have found ourselves in. Because people can do anything to pass an examination, just like what my co-learner said. If you tag success to based on examination, it doesn't make it, because people can do anything to pass an examination. But what value can you bring to the society? Are you a solution to the society? What can you actually offer? What is inside? What's your capacity? So you see, if success for me, for a student to be successful, it has to do with the value the person is able to bring to the society at the end of your stay.
What if the stay has not ended? Because I know if it's in secondary school, we have the JS1, JS2, JS3, and that is when you take the JSS3, the basic examination, I think. Good. You have SS1, SS2, SS3. Yeah. Then in the university, you have year 1, 2, 3, and 4, and the rest of them, depending on the course. Then we are concentrating on, for instance, a year 1 student on campus has written first semester examination. Probably has made successes or not. Then what the question is, why is making successes necessary? Not at the end of the graduation, so to say. Because I think I discovered you are going beyond the school years. Okay, so let's limit to where we are within the school years.
Okay, so it's more like an encouragement. You know, it gives you this encouragement that, okay, I'm doing well, I'm improving. That's why at the end of the day, you assess yourself. So assessing yourselves and through an examination will help you to actually know if you're doing well or not. And if you're not, it's important that you improve. So success for that person at that time, based on examination, what it does for the person is either it comes like an encouragement or it comes as an opportunity to make an improvement, to get better.
Okay, that is success.
Yes.
Okay. Common sense tells me that the opposite of examination success is examination failure, isn't it? Okay, may I ask you, Lieutenant? After an examination, some may end up being successful and some may end up not being successful.
Of course.
After you are not successful in an examination, what next? Like after examination failure, what next?
Of course, you are going to experience a lot of setbacks. However, you have to brace up yourself and begin to arrange for what is coming. What do I mean by that? Most times, when a student fails an examination, if you don't understand the idea of resilience, you won't be able to strive to do better the next time. Do you understand me? So the angle I'm coming from, if I get you right, is what next after failure? Is that you have to tell yourself, I have to now put on my A game. If I need to look at my study patterns, maybe, you know, there's difference between reading and studying. Some students actually read, they do not study. In studying, you have to find a way of internalizing concepts, trying to find a way to move them from the short-term memory into the long-term memory. That means you have to memorize, you have to meditate.
You may have to tell us how to make the moving.
Of course, that's what I'm saying. You have to look at your exam timetable.
Okay.
It pays, you know, a very important, you need to pay very important attention to your exam timetable, because the exam is just a way of assessing the progress you've made in the learning curve. Do you understand? So you have to have your timetable ever before you. Now, based on your timetable, you have to now check which subjects require more of my time. I don't know if you understand me. You know, some courses are placed away from the starting of the exams. So you should know which one that deserves more time, which one that you should give more time in studying. And when you are now studying, you have to also pay attention. There are factors that will make you not to succeed in studying, like the environment where you are studying. Whenever you decide to now study, what about the environment? You make sure you are reading somewhere that is calm. You make sure, you know, some of those things. Now, some students are actually heavily distracted because we're in the era of social media. You have to now begin to cut down on some of those things. For me, if you want to achieve success, you have to set goals. And part of goal setting is that you must learn discipline. So what am I saying? A student that has failed, that's not the end point. You have to brace up yourself. You have to pay attention to your study timetable. You have to allot, enough time for those subjects that you are finding difficult. Students have phobia in mathematics, and your mathematics exam is, let's say, 1 week, ahead of you. You have to strategize to give it enough time that it requires. And most students begin to, study overnight, or they may not start studying early enough. So what now happens is that they are doing the rush kind of study. You cannot achieve success that way. So what am I saying? If you have failed an exam, it's not a done deal. You have to sit up, you have to get back to your table and begin to redress those issues that need to be addressed.
But I am thinking that there are some students who are naturally intelligent. Like they can prepare overnight for an examination and they make successes. Are they not students like that?
It's somehow rare because there's nothing like adequate preparation. Just like you said, there is nothing like adequate preparation because it gives you enough time to be able to cover up. Because, this learning is a process. There are subjects that it's open to you. Just like you said, mathematics, there are more complicated topics, and you need time to look into it, understand it, because that's what I always tell my students. Whenever I'm teaching, I always tell, in my class, you must have a jotter. Because as I'm explaining, the explanation I'm giving in class is quite different from what is in the notes. So I try to break it down, and you writing and listening, you're doing two things at the same time. So you need adequate preparation to actually understand and explain it in your own understanding. So that during the examination, you'll be able to write and make success.
Okay, thank you so much. Dr. Lotena, I'm aware you've been with students over time, and you may have to agree with me that the same way some students after examination will make A's, it's the same way some other students after examination can make F's.
Of course.
Now, have you also seen a student that probably made F's of 35% per course, for instance? And such student, instead of taking encouragement, by the next semester, the student is making 20 marks for the F, and probably the next semester is making 10 or 15. Instead of improving, it's degenerating. How do you define such student?
Issue of this kind of issue is actually a hydra-headed, multi-dimensional issue. It's not just, sometimes some of these failures that students face is not just learner-centered or learner-related. Like I said, sometimes there are other factors you have to look at. The environment, the institution itself. Take, for instance, I am a chemist.
They are in the same institution with those who passed very well.
I'm coming.
Okay.
I am a chemist. I know you want to create a situation where there is a level playing field. Or take it whichever you want to see it. I want you to know that the institution itself, the apparatus, the instruments available for learning. For instance, you have students that are studying chemistry. Of course, you have to do practicals. I hope you get that. Sometimes some of this stuff are not available for them to learn. Do you understand me? So that's another.
And whose fault is that?
No, I wouldn't want us to lay blames. We know how the educational system is going. That's why I said it's a multi-dimensional hydrated beast that we are facing in our society. Again, you talk of the issue of peer pressure. That's why I say it's multi-dimensional. It's not just the person. Do you know I teach in, I'm coming, I'm getting to answer your question. Do you know sometimes I meet students and midway my lecture, the person is actually sleeping. I summoned one of them. I said, this thing has happened over time. What is the issue? Said, she's the one training herself in school. So she has to go and hawk before she comes to learn. That particular student, I noticed consecutively, she kept failing a particular course. So that's also a dimension we have to look at that. Some of these students are coming from background where they have to fend for themselves. So psychologically, they are not ready. They are not in tune.
Does school have provision for such people?
Of course, that's why we have counselors in schools. But how many students will want to relate with their course advisors? I've been in the educational system for close to 20 years. Started as a kid, been through the secondary system, got to even to the university system. There is no institution of learning that doesn't have counselors.
Yeah.
Let me even tell you, students don't want to relate with their course advisors or their lecturers.
Why?
I don't know. They'll be like, no, I don't want my lecturers to know me. No, I don't want my teachers to know me. This may not be seen in the secondary level, but I can tell you, even at the secondary level, the counselors in the schools will come and sit. No student is going to come to say, these are the issues I'm facing. So I don't want us to make issue of student learning or failure learner specific. No, there are many things that can make a child his score continue to dwindle over time, even consecutively.
Okay, Chine, you are in the secondary school system, and I think there are guidance counselors there. Do they not make out time for students, or is it kind of, if you want to go, if you don't want to leave? Is that not a way the school will structure it that so and so time in the school you are meant to see the counselor, whether you think you have problem or not?
And every school, like my school, let me use my school as a case study because I can't really tell about other schools. But my school, particularly, we have guidance and counseling section. We have someone there, and every Thursday it's open. Okay, and apart from Thursday, you could also reach out at any time once it doesn't clashes with your class activities. And apart from that, to tell you how sensitive and intentional we are, each class has a form teacher. And this form teacher, you are supposed to account and give details on your students. When a teacher reports a particular child to you, your job is to take the child to the guidance and counseling office to meet the person. That's to tell you how intentional we are concerning this matter. Because we have students, over time, they have not done well in their studies. And we found out, just like he said, there are so many factors. It could come from background, finance, health, peer pressure, and probably they have this low self-esteem because over time they have failed in a particular subject and they have already zeroed it out that, see, I'm not cut out for it. In fact, we've had a student, in fact, there's a particular one I handled. This child, in fact, he has already told the parents, I'm no longer continuing to go to school. I want to drop out. It seems that education is not for me. So it's a problem because over time, this child keeps struggling. So for him, it's either I go into business or just forget it. So but with God and the counselor, we were able to just manage the situation. And God has been, as I'm talking to you, this child is an SS2. So
okay, are you saying that it has worked for some people? This idea of meeting guidance counselors,
yes,
has it worked for some people?
yes,
Actually,
certainly,
it does.
Certainly.
Then
again,
and it has not worked for some other people.
Yes,
it depends on, like he said, and like we said, and if you want to, and the school system. Like I'm speaking from my own school, how intentional we are concerning those the matter, because you always want the welfare of your kids, the welfare of your students. What makes you a school? It's where you make sure that every student is being carried along. It's not okay. We have the high flyers. Oh, let's move with them. No. What makes you a teacher? It's you are intentional. You are passionate. You make sure that in your classroom everybody is moving. You don't just move with the high flyers, the average, okay, let's go. Why the slow learners? Because in a classroom, you're able to study your classroom and know how they are make up. Now, makeup will help you to know the how to move with them, the help they need, and the solution must also be given to them, because that's why they are there. That's where they are. They are there to learn. They are there to gain knowledge, develop skills, and develop good character. So that's what a school system is there for.
All right, thank you so much. Lieutenant, all of assumption now. All of assumption, is it a possibility, or have you seen a case where the guidance counseling didn't work for a student? The student cannot help himself or herself, and keeps deteriorating, and then was dropped out of school?
Of course, we have one aspect of this issue that each time I think about it, I cringe. What am I talking about? Do you know that, in fact, the way the society is making it look, have you heard about people say that education is scam? Have you heard people use such maxims or such sentences?
Of course.
Students are beginning to lose enthusiasm for the idea of schooling or education in its entirety. Yes. What am I saying? Lack of motivation. Students are no longer motivated to do whatever we are doing. Because, okay, a student, I am a lecturer in institute. You come and pack your little jalopika a student who is pressing. You know what they call pressing? They are pressing. Internet fraud, comes with a gigantic, GLE car and parks beside you. Most times they even make the jest of you. You have a PhD, you have all the degrees, what have you, to show for it. So students are not motivated. They are not seeing the light at the end of the tunnel. So the idea of education, going through the rigors of education, passing exams, most times they see it as waste of energy and waste of, time. Of course, the environment we are, there is also an understanding that there could not be employment, quote unquote, there for students or for learners at the end of their graduation year. So why am I learning if there is no job for me at the end of the day? So these are things we must have to. We are now talking about the idea of societal reorientation. We have to begin to tell students that you're not just going through the university or through schools for you to get a certificate and get a white-collar job. No, education actually refines you as a person. It goes beyond just having a certification. Your education should be seen in the way you are relating with people. So what am I saying? The idea of learning for most of our youngsters is about, there is no job at the end of the day, so why am I wasting my time? So let me just enter into the street and start doing what the guys are doing so that I don't wallow and waste my years. So such things kills your motivation. What am I even reading for? When you look at your friends that are driving big cars, I want you to understand this issue is deep-seated. We have to begin to tackle the issue at the root so that we don't scratch surfaces and not get results. So the society needs serious mass reorientation. Our young stars will understand that learning is not just for certification, it's not just for employment. When you are well educated, you become a good example in the society. Other people can learn you. Education reforms you as a person. It changes even how you interact with people. So it's not just about learning the pedagogy, learning maths, no. You now learn to even how to lead in the wider society.
Thank you. We have established a fact now, and that fact is
lack of motivation. That's what I just said.
Okay, lack of motivation, and you also mentioned that there is a need for societal reorientation. Who does that? Whose responsibility is it to do that?
Of course, we have some agencies of government like National Orientation Agency.
Are they doing that?
The idea is, like I said, I'm not here. I'm just an educationist. I'm not a politician. So I wouldn't want to dabble into arena where I begin to trade blames. But I want us to see it in that, from the aspect that we all, members of the society, have a role to play. Remember, the unit of the society is the family. So there is something the family has to begin to do.
Okay.
You understand?
Okay.
So we have to start from there.
That's a wonderful aspect of it. Before we take it to the family, are there other causes of examination failure that we have not mentioned now? That you could maybe add up to the ones we have mentioned?
I also talk about peer pressure. Now, in my own understanding over the years, I found out that peer pressure sometimes it's even direct, sometimes it's indirect. How do I mean? Now you see students, they don't have their own say. They are influenced by their friends negatively in that aspect. Now you know your capacity, you know now you see most of them thinking towards science. Why? Because my friends, they want to be in science class. So imagine somebody you've seen this child over the years, junior class, you know this person's ability is strongly on the art side. But by SS1, when you enter their class, you see this person is in science by second term. What's happening? Auntie, I want to become a medical doctor. I want to be an engineer. Why? All their friends, they are all there. What do you expect? There will be massive failing. Massively, they will keep failing because, I can remember then when I was in school, I was doing very well. Physics, chemistry, maths, oh God, I was very good. My form teacher was like, oh, Chine, you're going to do well in science. I was like, sir, please, I know where my strength lies. Because one thing that keeps you going is the passion. That's what kept me. I know I was very good with the arts, okay? In as much I was very good, as academically, I was very good. But I told him, what keeps you going in school is the passion you have on that particular subject. So I told him, sir, yes, I know I'm good on this, but I can't go towards science. I want to go. I told myself that truth. So where you are being influenced, there is no how you will pass. because it's that passion that keeps you burning in that field. As it gets hotter, the passion keeps you on the field. But when the passion is not there, there's every tendency you keep failing.
If it gets hotter, the passion keeps you in the field. Exactly. But when the passion is not there, that's every tendency that you fail. That's a wonderful submission. May I bring it to this aspect of it? You are in the secondary school system. Is there not a possibility that there are schools where there are no functional libraries, where there are no seats and chairs, where there are no electricity or good playground, can affect the student's success in examination?
Okay, I could also concur to that. It does, because environment matters when it comes to schooling. When a child or a student is comfortable in a school system, it fosters education, because there are people in their homes, they might not really be opportune to have an opportunity to read. So, but coming to school, it gives them an advantage. Now, doing, maybe when they don't have a particular subject, for those of them that have already selected but science or arts, they can go to the library and read. Now, again, they have opportunity to use the system, the computer. They also have lights to do research and other things. Now, what does it do? It enhances their knowledge. It also helps them because they don't have that opportunity when they get to the house. So school system without a library, without electricity, without a comfortable sitting opportunity, it's going to hamper on the learning of students. So I encourage schools. One of the things that will help develop the kids academically is to have their libraries equipped, because most of them don't have money to buy those books. Now, library makes it affordable and accessible for them. You know, electricity also makes them have access, because not all of them have systems at home, none of them have phones. So what do? They use the system in school to research and also build their knowledge. So that's very important in school.
Okay, Dr. Lotena, yes. Let me come back to you. You may agree with me that it is the same way a lot of drivers are not on steering, whereas a lot of those who are on steering are not drivers. It's the same way a lot of teachers are not in schools. And a lot of those who are in schools are not teachers. Yes. Is it not a possibility that incompetence on the side of the teacher maybe affect students' learning?
Of course, incompetence, and even to the higher dimension, the worst aspect is not just incompetence, but lack of the passion to do that job. Many people are teaching because that's the employment available to them. I was having a discussion with a young man. I said, which industry can we say there is a ready environment or a ready employment for people? It's education, of course. So education has now almost become a dumping ground for whoever that can, go to the board and write something. And so
and that's a bad news.
It's a bad news, and even the system of getting people into the education system is not a merit-based. Most times, not merit-based. It is usually by who you know, who you sabi. So, like you said, you now have round pegs in square holes. So we have issue of misplacement of priority when we are dealing with the leadership that we have in this nation right now. Education is something we have to pay utmost importance to. If we don't get our workforce, or if we don't get the capacity, human capital development correct, education is the first point of call. If we don't get it correct, we can't get good doctors. We can't get good engineers. So if you don't have, okay, for instance, before I got into the university system, it became cogent that I got a postgraduate diploma in education because I had degrees in chemistry. But after going through that course, I discovered that teaching is not just like coming to the board and teach and give lecture. There are rudiments to teach effective teaching. You have to understand child psychology. You have to understand the influence of the idea of class control. There are many things. So how many educators had those baseline exposure?
Still they're in the school system.
Still they're in the school system. So you can't give what you don't have. You can't. So that is it. So a lot of educators are people who are learned in their course, but not necessarily people who have been trained to be good teachers or good lecturers or good whatever. as the case may be. So no passion, no skill. Most of the time, this is the bane of the academic setting.
Okay, thank you so much, Lieutenant. I want us to observe a short break now. Yeah. After going on break, when we come back, Chineye will help us out from the aspect of poor reading habits or poor reading culture on the aspect of the student, where that can cause student failure in examination and in learning at large. Thank you so much, our viewer. Thank you for being there. We want to observe a short break. Please don't go away. Shall be right back.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
All right, back from the short break is still a program Youth Focus on Aneke TV. My name is Chukwamaka Obasi. And our topic for today has been the student success in examinations. And I have two wonderful people here who are still young people and who are in the school system, educationists, of course. I have a teen coach that is working with Queen's Model Schools, Enugu. Chineye Sharon Ezenia. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having me.
All right, and I have Dr. Lotena, who is an industrialist. Yes, is in industrial chemistry at Enugu State University of Science and Technology. Esut. Thank you so much. May we continue? All right, before I went on the short break, we were talking about how we can put this blame on the aspect of the students' poor reading habits and maybe procrastinations. Help us out.
Yeah, it's important. What I normally advise my students is, once school has started, you have started. How do I mean? Now, this is where you draft out your timetable, home timetable. Now, you start reading on time. If you remember what my co-host said something, he said, when you don't adequately prepare, there's every tendency you're feeling. So you can't just have an exam tomorrow and you're starting to read this night, this evening. It doesn't work that way. So what I always advise them is, once school starts, have your home timetable. You align it. As you are reading, you said before exam, what you are doing is revision. You are doing revision, you're trying to just place one or two things together to get ready for it, and that's what makes for success. But if you're waiting till, okay, one thing about procrastination, that tomorrow never comes. I'll do it tomorrow. I'll start tomorrow. Tomorrow never comes, because tomorrow will come, you shift it, and the more you keep procrastinating, before you know it's exam, and you have not adequately prepared. So if you have not adequately prepared, there's every tendency for failing. There's no shortcuts to examination, to success. That's what it is. No shortcuts. Once you didn't prepare very well, the next thing is the person is failing the exam. So it's important and expedient that once school starts, I advise students, please start. Have your home timetable, read on time, set your alarm, discipline your system. That's where self-control and discipline comes as a student. A student that is not disciplined and self-control, there's no how you can be able to read adequately, because a lot of distractions will come from your environment, from friends, from everything around you. But this is where you, knowing that something is ahead, you need to stay disciplined, you need to be committed to this task, and then keep focus.
All right, thank you. Lieutenant, I want to take you to over-reliance on examination shortcuts by the students.
Of course, the issue of Facebook, if I should talk about that.
Okay.
Most of times, I happen to be one of the members of the exam monitoring team in my faculty. So we are more or less like police officers who are there to catch you in the act. So I can tell you from experience over the years doing that, we discovered that students have patterns. Some of them will scribble these things down in papers, put it in some places where you cannot actually access. So some of them actually come before, write these things on top of the table. But most times it fails. It fails the student because you will be caught. The idea is that the examiner, the exam malpractice, the marshals are there to catch you, and they will definitely catch you. In most cases, the issue, we have instances where we caught students writing with their phones, chat GPT. They smuggle it into the arena, and we end up catching them. So, of course, you failed the course, and perhaps you have penalties that will take you away from the school for a long period of time. So you now see that you may either be sent home on suspension for 2 years, you're having a serious setback. So the issue of ESPO or shortcut will end up cutting the students' academic journey short or derailing them entirely. That's why we're talking of dropouts, because at the end of the day, what's the essence? I had students that were caught and they were given 2 years suspension. I was talking with some of them. They said, wow, how can I come back? By the time I'm coming back 2 years after, my classmates are gone. You know, they have done their NYC and also it's better I leave it. So the idea is that they rely on ESPO, they rely on sometimes group work, but they should understand that the group work should be preparatory. It's what you should do before the exam day. Doing it on the exam day is tantamount to being held from exam malpractice. So their reliance on some of these things will always fail.
May I ask this question? What happens in a situation whereby a student that is caught in exploit of these shortcuts, the course of investigation, you discover that one of the students we are talking about that maybe has family issues, or maybe was not, or catering for himself or herself, or maybe hadn't time because he needed to pay the school fee, hadn't time to read and all of that. Is that a different case?
No, it's not a different case, because I don't know how to put it. You've been caught in the act. And of course, the school has rules and regulations that guides their engagements. You understand? So that should have been tackled if you were close to your course advisor. That should also would have been tackled if your lecturers and teachers are paying attention. So do you understand me? So it's a whole web of issues.
It's okay, Chine, how happy will you be if, for instance, the school or the government says yes for those people who are below others on the aspect of they don't have anybody catering for them, maybe they are training themselves and all of that. Maybe give them free education, or say, for that reason we have identified these people and we'll take care of them.
See how happy?
Yes, how happy will you be?
I don't even know the adjective to use. I will be so overwhelmingly happy. Like, I don't even know what to say, because do you know what that means to them? I've been in a situation whereby a particular person gave out 5 scholarships to unknown students to be part of my school. So I was the one taking care of it. I was one that organized it. It was open. It was aired on the radio, you know. Tell your friends, tell your neighbors, you know, just tell people around you. Make it open, made it open, but we needed just 5 students. The person needed to pay for a term, 5 students, and I was running it. So at the end of the day, when these 5 persons were selected, I had first-hand contacts with their family. Like, if you see the excitement, like, I was shading one of the women that came to show appreciation. Like, she was talking, I was tearing up. I had to just leave the environment. You know, it was somehow just tearing up there. So you can't understand how happy I will be if governments or even individual could actually step up to that.
Or even the school.
Even the school, yes. My school director also does that. Yes, he does that. He does that to encourage parents, and also is one of the ways to also give back to the society.
Okay, thank you so much. Alotan, now, what is the level of assurance that even though these people are identified and maybe given free education or scholarship, that things like devices will not distract them from making the required successes?
You know, you are talking about human beings. So human beings are no robots. They have the mind of their own, and people actually know what matters to them. So for me, it's an issue of ideology. The child or the learner should know, number one, people are now pumping their own resources, their hard-earned resources, to see that you become a successful person tomorrow. You must now pay attention that you see that I must succeed. If people say I should succeed, then I should work hard to succeed. So if somebody who doesn't know me is paying for my fees, I have to sit down and read. At least I owe them that honor of making them proud at the end of the semester, at the end of the assessment, at the end of the exam. And most times, I can tell you that scholarship is a major boost. I've had instances where students get student loan, get scholarships, and they end up topping the class. It's as though there is this miraculous change, because some of them now wake up and say, no, 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 no. It becomes a challenge for them. So institutions, NGOs, we are calling on them to step up the game. Even the government, they will say they are doing a lot, we agree, but a lot more has to be done.
A lot more has to be done. That's a good one. Chineye, how can poor or inadequate time management still affect some students who have their parents to pay their school fees, who have everything they need to be in school and make successes?
Like I always say, discipline. You know, just like doing the right thing at the wrong time. Okay, you see a student that is back from school. You know you are exhausted. What is expected of you? Now, you're expected to do your house chores and then rest a bit and then start reading. Now, but you see the students, after doing what they're supposed to do, you see the student watching television or playing games or playing football on the streets. At the end of the day, they're exhausted. Now, there's nothing you do to this body. Once you are tired, you are tired. If you bring your book to read, in fact, that's when you are telling the body to go and sleep. So, time management cannot be overemphasized. And it comes when a student is disciplined. It comes with being disciplined, self-control. It helps you to scale up. What we call scale up preference. This is where you scale up your time, the things that ought to be managed at the right time. If not, there's every tendency of that student failing.
Okay, I'm thinking aloud. Yes. I may say, or may have to say, let's make a touch to the inadequacy of parental support to students as a way that could hamper the students' success in examinations.
Of course, it's a major issue. And like I always say, it's a whole web of issues. If there are no employments, most of the parents are not employed. I don't know if you understand me. And if they are not employed, there is no money to send their children.
You are taking it far.
Okay.
And I think it's fine, indeed.
Okay. But do you understand what I'm
Yes, I
trying to
do.
say? So this issue is a lot. The government should have to remember that the way a society or a nation is seen, even in the global stage, is related to the productivity within the nation. And that productivity is directly related to the human capital, the people in the society. What am I talking about? We have to get employment to people so that those that have kids can have enough resources to fund them. I don't know if you understand.
You are speaking to the government.
Yes, I'm talking to the government now. So that is the issue. So we should step up the idea of supporting small, medium enterprises so that these are people's families. These are people's father and mother. The society is somewhat hostile, to say the least. And that's why the children coming from that society are almost derailed from following through the process. Part of the process is going through the schools that help to refine you. If you don't have parental support, you are not going to go through this process as a sane person to achieve what you want to achieve. So what are we saying? Many people who have kids, if you go to the slums of Obia, we go to the slums of Ababa, you see them in a house, you have a father and mother, have 12 children, and many of them cannot go to school. And of course, there's nothing much the parents are doing to send them to school. So that is a major issue. So what I'm saying is that the society has to start working so that parents are empowered, guardians are empowered, so that students can actually begin to experience what we have in the other climes. Let me tell you, we are still talking about sending children to schools. Kids in China are already developing, they are now dealing with AIs, developing robots. And we are still having issues of basic literacy for our kids. So the society...
You mean we should stop here or go to China?
I don't understand. I don't understand. How do you mean?
He's making a comparison with
yes,
all of those of the kids here and those in China.
What I'm trying to say is that the system has to start working. Let's stop addressing symptoms. The system is not working.
You're talking
Parents
to
are not empowered. Your guardians of they don't have meaningful employment. They don't have things they are doing. The small businesses they are doing, you are using taxation to destroy it. I don't know. This is a major issue. There is something in the foundation. No, we're just treating symptoms. So let the system begin to work. Let there be employment. Once there is meaningful employment, your kids will naturally go to school. I don't know if you understand.
I do.
And the funding, governmental funding of the school has to be improved.
I want you to make this on a conclusive note. Speaking to the government, speak further to the government. As you are concluding.
No, I wouldn't want to, go so direct.
So speak to the government?
I don't want to go so direct.
That's your government we're talking about. And their government you are giving the responsibility. And of course it's their responsibility. Everybody knows that. Even the government knows that people should be empowered.
Yes.
Why are you not maybe having the enough desire to speak to the government? Do.
It's okay.
Just speak to the parents on a conclusive.
Depression is more than sadness. It is a medical condition that affects thoughts, emotion, and daily functioning. Many people struggle silently, masking their pains with smiles or business. This silence often makes the battle harder. Recognizing symptoms like fatigue, isolation, and loss of interest is an important first step. Depression is not a sign of weakness. It is a health challenge that requires care and understanding. Just like any illness, it deserves proper attention. Help exists through therapy, medication support groups, and open conversations. When society treats mental health seriously, more people find the courage to seek help. No one should suffer alone. Compassion can save lives.
Good afternoon and welcome to News at 3 on Aneke TV. I am Princess Ken Ochoma. Here are the headlines. The Nigerian Meteorological Agency has issued an urgent red alert warning that 27 states face severe flash flooding risks during the first 10 days of July due to heavily saturated soils from persistent June rains. The Imo State Police Command has officially debunked viral social media reports claiming armed herdsmen launched a violent attack on the Federal Polytechnic in Nekede. Community elders and civic leaders have challenged young people across Anambra State to actively reject get-rich-quick mindsets and instead champion a cultural shift toward integrity, hard work, and civic responsibility. Now the news in details. The Nigerian Meteorological Agency has issued an urgent red alert warning that 27 states, including Lagos and Ogun, face a severe risk of flash flooding during the first 10 days of July. According to the agency, relentless downpours throughout the month of June have left the nation's soil heavily saturated and completely unable to absorb further rainfall. As the country enters the peak of the rainy season, low-lying, coastal, and poorly drained urban centers are expected to bear the brunt of the incoming deluge. Weather experts warn that the impending heavy rains threaten to trigger widespread chaos, from catastrophic traffic gridlocks and sudden road closures to prolonged power and telecommunications outages. There are also mounting fears over massive crop losses due to submerged farmlands, structural damage to bridges and drainage networks, and a dangerous spike in waterborne diseases. Health officials and emergency responders are being told to stand by as the risk of stagnant floodwaters threaten public sanitation. In response to the looming crisis, disaster management authorities are urging residents to take immediate, proactive measures to safeguard their lives and properties. Citizens are being strongly advised to clear out blocked gutters and local waterways to ensure a free flow of water, secure loose outdoor objects, and strictly avoid walking or driving through flooded roads. Emphasizing that an informed community is a prepared one, emergency agencies stress that immediate local action is the only way to blunt the devastating impact of the upcoming flash floods. A violent rainstorm accompanied by destructive windstorms have ripped through the Duse metropolis and surrounding communities in Jigawa State, leaving a trail of severe devastation. The massive downpour battered prominent neighborhoods, including Gida, Dubu, Taku, Site, and Damasara, completely tearing off residential roofs, shattering storefronts, and collapsing perimeter walls across the state's capital. The ferocious wind also toppled heavy electricity poles and uprooted giant trees, snapping power lines and plunging multiple areas into total darkness. The intense deluge has exposed a ticking environmental time bomb, completely choking local drainage channels and culverts with accumulated plastic debris and household waste. Frustrated residents admit the disaster was worsened by a widespread failure to clear out drainage networks before the peak of the rainy season, warning that the capital now faces a catastrophic flash flood threat if immediate action isn't taken. Distressed victims are calling on the state government and emergency management authorities to deliver immediate relief materials and launch an urgent campaign to clear the blocked waterways before the next storm hits. The Imo State Police Command has officially debunked a viral social media report claiming that suspected herdsmen attacked a student hostel at the Federal Polytechnic, Nekede. The scare began after a Facebook post circulated widely, alleging that over 80 students had been razed by fire in a targeted assault. The command spokesperson, DSP Henry Okoye, released a statement in a way completely dismissing the viral claim as false. The police have urged residents and the student community to ignore the malicious rumor, reassuring the public that the campus remains safe and secure. A massive coalition of human rights advocates, legal experts, medical practitioners, and law enforcement officers hit the streets of Owerri to launch an intensified campaign against child abuse. Organized by the Stand for Humanity Foundation, the high-profile sensitization rally kicked off at the Dan Anyam Stadium before marching through major roads in the Imo State capital. The public awareness drive was sparked by a troubling rise in local abuse cases and aims to break the silence by encouraging citizens to aggressively report suspected violations of children's rights. The foundation is pulling together an unprecedented alliance of institutional heavyweights to combat the menace, securing active partnerships with the Imo State Police Command, the Nigerian Bar Association, and the Nigerian Medical Association. State health insurance officials have already stepped up to provide free medical care for young victims, while top pediatricians and local celebrities are joining the call for zero tolerance. Police and legal representatives have vowed that this collaborative front will ensure that perpetrators are swiftly brought to justice and that the state's most vulnerable citizens are fiercely protected. A prominent human rights group is demanding an urgent, independent investigation into the baffling disappearance of an Anambra State vigilante group member who vanished during an official security operation nearly 2 years ago. The Rule of Law and Accountability Advocacy Center, known as RULAC, says the ongoing silence surrounding the fate of Ekene Valentine is a deeply disturbing indictment of state security accountability. Valentine was deployed on a mission in August 2024 with the Ukwa unit, but while the rest of his team reportedly returned safely, he was never seen again. Despite repeated desperate pleas from the cooperative's father, who has traveled back and forth between Imo and Anambra states to demand answers, officials have only offered contradictory stories and zero official response. RULAC's Executive Director, Okechukwu Nwaguma, warns that the prolonged failure to account for a missing officer severely damages public trust and points to a major breakdown in command responsibility. The advocacy group has now escalated the matter, firing off formal petitions straight to the Inspector General of Police and the Governor of Anambra State. RULAC is demanding the immediate transfer of the case to the Force Criminal Investigation Department, a thorough review of all operational logs from that fateful night, and the questioning of every officer on the mission. They insist that justice demands the truth, and no person should ever be allowed to vanish into thin air during an official government security operation. Governor Ademola Adeleke has issued an urgent directive to security agencies to crack down heavily on political thugs ahead of the state's upcoming August 15th governorship election. Following a high-level fact-finding visit by Inspector General of Police Olatunji Disu, Adeleke demanded that law enforcement remain strictly non-partisan and ensure that all perpetrators of political violence face swift prosecution, regardless of their party affiliations. The security review comes amid escalating local tensions, marked by recent reports of political violence, targeted killings, and property destruction across the state. In a sharp twist, the Inspector General revealed that the Osun State Commission of Police has accused the government house of actively sheltering wanted criminal suspects. Governor Adeleke has fiercely denied harboring any political thugs, countering with a public challenge to the police force to execute their duties professionally and transparently. He maintains that his only interest is ensuring a completely secure environment so citizens can safely exercise their voting rights without fear of intimidation. The Independent National Electoral Commission has launched an aggressive public awareness campaign in Ondo State to get citizens registered before the fast approaching July 26th deadline. Partnering with the civil society group U-Blaze Global Limited, election officials took to the streets of Akure for a massive sensitization walk tagged Vote Ready Ondo. The high-energy march drew crowds of students, advocates, and civil servants as it cut through major commercial areas of the state's capital before wrapping up with public education drives at Democracy Park. INEC is using the joint initiative to target first-time voters, individuals needing card transfers, and citizens looking to correct all registry details. Officials warn that the window for the continuous voter registration exercise is closing quickly and are urging residents not to wait until the final hours. Head of Voter Education in the state, Mr. Olayinka Ogunsheye, stressed that robust collaborations with local organizations are absolutely critical to breaking through voter apathy and ensuring that every eligible citizen secures their voice ahead of future elections. Police in Oyo State have arrested a masquerade following the brutal hacking and murder of a 24-year-old man during a traditional procession in Ibadan. The victim, identified as Sefiu Kehinde, was reportedly cornered and viciously attacked with axes and cutlasses during a masquerade parade in the Libiran area of the state's capital. Emergency responders rushed the victim to a nearby hospital, but medical doctors confirmed he was already dead on arrival. Preliminary investigations by the Oyo State Police Command point directly at a masquerade known locally as Asho Leke, and a band of violent followers. While the primary suspect behind the mask has been successfully taken into custody, 4 of his key accomplices managed to flee the scene and remain at large. The Oyo State Commission of Police has ordered an immediate transfer of the case to the State Criminal Investigation Department for an aggressive follow-up investigation. This tragic incident has reignited deep-seated public anxieties across Nigeria regarding the recurring violence, lawlessness, and fatal clashes that occasionally hijack traditional festivals. Authorities have vowed to hunt down the remaining fugitives and prosecute anyone found responsible for the killing to the fullest extent of the law. The news at 3 comes to you live from Aneke TV. For more updates and breaking news stories, follow us on all the social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. And now here is a recap of the major stories making the headlines. The Nigerian Meteorological Agency has issued an urgent red alert warning that 11 states face severe flash flooding risks during the first 10 days of July due to heavily saturated floods soils from persistent June rains. The Imo State Police Command has officially debunked via social media reports claiming armed herdsmen launched a violent attack on the Federal Polytechnic in Nekede. Coming up shortly, community elders and civic leaders have challenged young people across Anambra State to actively reject get-rich-quick mindsets and instead champion a cultural shift toward integrity, hard work, and civic responsibility. Do stay with us.
Obodo ọbụla nwere akụkọ, aka mgbe ọbụla nwere ihe butere ya, nsogbu ọbụla kwesịrị inwe ogbugbo, site n'ọchịchị ruo mmepe obodo, site na nchekwa ruo na mmụta, site n'omenala ruo na akụnụba, a na-ewepụta okwu ndị ahụ na-emetụta anyị ma leba ha anya. Ọ bụ ohere n'okwu gị dịka a na-ajụ ajụjụ ma na-enweta ọsịsa ajụjụ ndị ahụ. Ọ bụ ihe mmemme a na-ele anya n'okwu ndị ahụ metụtara anyị ya na ọdịnihu a chọrọ iwulite. Sonyere Joshua Ozioko n'Otobo dịka ọ ga-akpọta ndị ọnụ na-eru n'okwu, ndị ma ha ekwe na-akụ nakwa ọha na eze ka ha tinye ọnụ n'okwu ndị ahụ gbasara anyị niile. Otobo maka inweta ozi ndị ahụ bara ezigbo uru. Ọ na-abịara gị kwa ụbọchị Tuesday na Friday ma ọkụ elekere 5 nke uhuruchi na Aneke TV. Otobo maka ọdịmma anyị niile.
Welcome back. Rivers State's Governor, Siminalayi Fubara, has declared that security remains the absolute cornerstone of any prosperous community, insisting that sustainable development is completely impossible without peace and stability. Speaking through the secretary to the state government at the 2026 Nigerian Army Day celebration gala night in Port Harcourt, the governor praised the military for its sleepless dedication to national defense. He noted that the robust partnership between his administration and the Army's 6th Division has dramatically boosted local economic growth and restored law and order, while paying a solemn tribute to the fallen heroes who paid the ultimate price to protect Nigeria's democracy. In a powerful response, the Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Y.D. Shaibu, emphasized that long-term national security cannot be achieved by military force alone. He highlighted a wave of newly completed civil-military intervention projects throughout Rivers State, including corporate social responsibility initiatives like renovated secondary schools and solar-powered boreholes designed to uplift host communities. General Shaibu urged citizens to maintain their trust in the armed forces, stating that active public cooperation and community intelligence are the ultimate weapons needed to secure a lasting, peaceful environment for economic development. Anambra State has officially unveiled a new moral and strategic roadmap designed to foster peace, unity, and rapid development across the state. The Deputy Governor, Dr. Onyekachukwu Ibezim, introduced the framework dubbed the 12 Articles of Faith during a youth award ceremony organized by the Anambra State Town Union's Council in Awka. The blueprint anchors itself on 12 core community values, including patriotism, self-reliance, justice, accountability, and ethnic and religious tolerance, aiming to build a collective vision for the state's progress. Addressing the gathering, Dr. Ibezim challenged the youth to become active ambassadors of good governance, urging them to shun violence and instead embrace dedication, integrity, and vocational education. The initiative has been institutionalized in a newly launched book titled I Believe in Anambra, which serves as an official template for the state's governance and orientation. Local leaders and lawmakers at the event rallied behind the launch, calling it a timely guide to help the younger generation reclaim the state's identity as the true light of the nation. The National Insurance Commission has issued a direct challenge to the newly elected leadership of the Nigerian Insurance Association to aggressively restore public confidence and draw over 100 million uninsured citizens into the financial safety net. Speaking in Lagos at the historic inauguration of Ebelechukwu Nwachukwu as the first female chairman of the association, Commissioner for Insurance Olusegun Omosheyin declared that the sector has entered the defining inflection point. The transition comes at a critical hour as the industry races to implement the landmark 2025 Reform Act and finalize a massive recapitalization drive before the looming July 31st deadline. Omosheyin stressed that while new legal frameworks and higher capital bases are creating more resilient financial institutions, the real test lies in transforming customer service and driving real insurance inclusion. The regulatory chief urged the new executive team to prioritize rebuilding battered public trust by mandating members to promptly settle all legitimate claims and publicly publish their payment history. To maximize compliance, the Commission is calling for tighter enforcement of the nation's 6 compulsory insurance policies through closer partnerships with law enforcement and state governments. Accepting the mantle of leadership, Nwachukwu pledged to work closely with all industry stakeholders to build a globally competitive and highly inclusive market. She assured operators that administration will focus heavily on navigating the final stretch of the recapitalization exercise, drawing grassroots public awareness, and ensuring that premium services translate directly into meaningful economic development for Nigeria. Organizers of the highly anticipated 5th Cycling Lagos event have officially opened their online registration portal for cyclists looking to lock in their sport for this year's championship. The massive multi-category race is scheduled for its grand finale on September 12th, kicking off from the historic National Stadium in Surulere. Event convener Bamidele Adeleye is urging professional athletes, amateur riders, children, and recreational cyclists across Nigeria and beyond to register early before the portal firmly shuts its doors on August 26th. This year's edition is shifting gears with an impactful environmental twist, operating under the central theme, Trash to Treasure. Organizers say the 26th event aims to spark critical conventions and conversations around turning waste into value, prompting fitness, and championing sports tourism and road safety. What started as a modest local initiative back in 2018 has now skyrocketed into a massive continental movement, making the annual race a proud reference point for cycling culture across Africa. Nollywood icon Richard Mofe Damijo, popularly known as RMD, is celebrating his 65th birthday with a reflection on the beautiful privileges of growing old. Marking the milestone, the veteran actor shared dapper new photographs on social media, expressing that one of the greatest gifts of his journey has been finally becoming completely comfortable in his own skin. He described his 65 years as a journey of purpose, presence, and divine grace, noting that while life owes us nothing, he is deeply grateful for the strength to endure, the wisdom to evolve, and the courage to keep dreaming. The silver screen legends milestone has triggered an outpouring of love from the entertainment industry, with top stars like Mo Abudu, Iyabo Ojo, Stan Nze, and Mercy Johnson flooding his timeline with heartwarming tributes. Over the decades, RMD has remained one of Nigeria's most revered and charming leading men, commanding both critical acclaim and widespread adoration. As the veteran actor marks another year of an illustrious career, colleagues and fans alike are celebrating his enduring legacy and his undeniable status as a timeless icon of African cinema. And now to end the news, here are the main points again. The Nigerian Meteorological Agency has issued an urgent red alert warning that 27 states face severe flash flooding risks during the first 10 days of July due to heavily saturated soils from persistent June rains. Disaster management authorities are urging urban and coastal residents to immediately clear blocked drainage systems and avoid driving through floodwaters to minimize the impact of the peak rainy season. Meanwhile, the Imo State Police Command has officially debunked viral social media reports claiming armed herdsmen launched a violent attack on the Federal Polytechnic in Nekede. Authorities clarify that the rumors are entirely unfounded and urge the public to stop spreading panic, assuring residents that security forces maintain a vigilant presence on campus. We told you, community elders and civic leaders have challenged young people across Anambra State to actively reject get-rich-quick mindsets and instead champion a cultural shift toward integrity, hard work, and civic responsibility. The charge was delivered at a Youth Empowerment Summit aimed at equipping the next generation to lead local governance and dismantle deep-seated societal corruption. And that concludes the news. Thank you for watching. I am Princess Ken Ochoma. Good afternoon.
Your Excellency, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, here represented by His Excellency, my brother Senator Kashim Shettima, Your Excellency General Gowon, Your Excellency Mrs. Gowon, Your Excellencies General Abdul Salami and President Jonathan, Your Eminence, please permit me to stand on already established protocol. It is a great honor for me to have this opportunity to speak for 2 minutes on this occasion of the presentation of the book from our father. Unlike Kingsley, I would like to say that I'm here in a personal capacity. If my father were alive, he would be the one seated there. General Gowon appointed my father High Commissioner to Canada, Ambassador to Belgium, and first Ambassador to China. And my parents remembered the visit of General Gowon to China when he was ambassador. And I'm proud that I was able to continue that relationship, father and son, up to this day. President Jonathan spoke about leaders be remembered for policies and infrastructure. The reality is that policies change, infrastructure also changes. What is abiding in the memory of people about their leaders is who those leaders are. Do they remember you for your integrity or for corruption? Do they remember you as a patriot or as a parochial person? Do they remember you for justice or for injustice? And I think General Gowon represents for us and all subsequent generations an example of the values that should govern you in your life. And this is the most important thing. I'll leave you with one memory abiding for me. At the age of 8, I was sent to a Catholic school in Kaduna, St. Anne's. And I was classmates with a young man called Yusuf Opam, whose father, Colonel Pam, unfortunately was one of the victims of the 1966 coup. But what I remember at the age of 8 was that General Gowon, as head of state, would send a handwritten letter to Yusufu, signed Uncle Joe. That is a window into the person that you're dealing with, that as head of state, commander-in-chief, he would write a handwritten letter to the son of his dead friend so that the boy would continue to feel he had a father. That is our memory. Thank you for being a father. Thank you for being a role model. Thank you for being an example of what a true Christian or Muslim leader ought to be. Thank you.
Thank you so very much indeed. The Emir of Kano, His Royal Highness Dr. Lamido Sanusi Lamido, who is making his way and greeting those in the front row. And as he does this, I'd like to take the microphone very quickly to His Eminence, who has a word or two. Your Eminence, sir.
Hello and welcome to our Vox Pop segment on Aneke TV, where we engage residents on issues affecting daily life and development. Today, we are speaking to residents about electricity supply and how it affects homes, businesses, and other daily activities, from small business owners to students and workers. Many people say stable electricity remains essential to productivity and quality of life. We went out to hear their experiences and concerns.
To be honest, electricity supply has been very sporadic, to say the least. It's been somehow bad, it's been somehow good. These days we're having our exams for the past few weeks, and it has been really tough trying to mix, because I usually read in the night. It has been really tough trying to mix in the reading at night, and I'm literally burning candle. It's very funny. But yeah, the electricity has not been so good, and it needs to change.
There's been a little slight of change, considering where I'm coming from, where I used to stay, where I stay currently. The electricity supply was normal. Was the normal coming and going, but we're usually having sufficient electricity. But until recently, just about 3 or 4 weeks ago, I think it's a problem. We've not had electricity for about close to 3 weeks now, and it's not been funny. You can't do anything. The cost of fuel is high. And then the only alternative source of power is maybe generator or solar, and then you have to have sufficient solar energy to be able to power anything. So it's been difficult. But apart from that, I think if it's fixed, as has been promised that it will be fixed soon. I saw a news where there was an advert that the whole state, that the whole light is going to go off so that they can fix my particular area, that area that I stay. So that's when I noticed that it was particular to my area, that it's not something that has to do with everybody. So I'm optimistic that we'll fix it so that we can return back to status quo. Just as though that the former one was, cream de la cream, but at least it was sufficient enough.
Electricity supply in my area is quite erratic, in the sense that there is not too much supply of electricity there, and it has a lot of impacts both in the businesses around there and the impact on us as students. We rarely see the light to read and prepare for our exams, and it's a very important factor for us as students. So that's very bad for us as students. The weather is actually very hot now, so people need cold water, cool drinks, and not having that around actually slows down business for people too.
Electricity supply in my area has been quite inconsistent, in the sense that they bring the lights, let me say a day, they bring it close to 10 hours a day out of 24 hours in a day, and I'm a student. I need lights to charge my phones, to read, and to read in the night also in case my rechargeable dies. So it has not been fully of great advantage to my daily life. It has affected my activity because I'm a night reader basically, but now I have to shift my night reading to afternoon and morning reading so that the normal daylight would help me.
Electricity remains a major factor in economic growth and everyday living. The opinions shared by residents today reflect the challenges many people can continue to face and the importance of improving power supply in Enugu and across Nigeria. Thank you for watching. I am Sharon Uche, Aneke TV.
Across Nigeria, electricity has become an everyday struggle. Blackouts are no longer occasional, they are part of daily life for millions of Nigerians. In homes, families spend long hours in darkness. Parents worry about keeping food fresh. Children struggle to study, and the cost of running generators adds to household expenses in an already challenging economy. Businesses are also feeling the pinch. Shops, restaurants, and small factories often spend more on fuel for generators than they earn in daily revenue. Perishable goods spoil. Production slows. Evening sales decline. Electricity, which should be a basic necessity, has become a luxury. Experts say the crisis stems from multiple factors: technical failures and aging infrastructure in the national grid, frequent gas shortages, and operational inefficiencies in distribution companies all contribute. Maintenance outage and tariff adjustments have further reduced the supply of electricity across the country. The impact on national development is significant. Schools struggle to conduct evening classes. Hospitals depend heavily on generators to keep life-saving equipment running. Businesses lose revenue, and the cost of doing business rises. The lack of stable electricity slows economic growth and limits opportunities for millions of Nigerians. Experts recommend practical solutions: increasing electricity generation, especially through renewable sources like solar, wind, and hydro, could reduce reliance on gas. Upgrading and maintaining infrastructure, stabilizing gas supply, and encouraging private sector participation in independent power projects would help expand supply and improve efficiency. Off-grid solutions such as solar panels, mini-grids, and inverters can supplement national supply, ensuring homes, schools, and businesses continue to function during outages. Energy conservation, smart meters, and transparent billing systems can also reduce losses and encourage reliable supply. Some businesses have already combined solar power with backup generators, cutting fuel costs by nearly half. Schools and hospitals using mini-grids continue operations even when the national grid fails. Expanding these solutions nationwide could significantly reduce the impact of blackouts, saving households money and boosting productivity. For now, Nigerians wait for a lasting solution. Stable and reliable electricity is not just convenience, it is the backbone of daily life, economic growth, and national development.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
The world changes. Markets.
From the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke TV every Monday.
Of all the wonders I have seen, it seems to me more strange that men should fear death, knowing that death, a necessary end, must come when it must come. That is from our brother William Shakespeare in his work Julius Caesar, during the conspiracy that brought the end of Caesar, AD 44 or BC 44, or 44 AD, 44 BC, whichever one. Now, we want to look at this phenomenon called death. At a stage in his life, Job, of the scripture, wished for death. We have seen in the scripture about those who wished for death. In fact, Job said during his torment that people dig and dig and dig for death and still death does not come. But still, people are afraid to die. And that's why, you know, when we were in secondary school in the 1970s, one of the biggest, you know, writers then was, you know, under the name Hadley Chase. And then one of his works was Want to Stay Alive. Want to stay alive. Life is not easy to lose. It is something that is priceless. You cannot give an amount to life, whether it is $1 trillion or 1 quintillion pounds. There is no price for life. And that's why today, with me in the studio, to look at this thing called death, this phenomenon called death, this dread called death, this thing that people also wish for called death. We want to look at death. You know, this phenomenon called death. It's a mystery. Even, you know, Shakespeare even said through Julius Caesar that it is a mystery. So with me in the studio to look into this mystery, we have our brother Gabriel Nnameka Anichukwu, a peace and conflict consultant. Gabriel Anichukwu, welcome to the program.
Prof, thank you very much.
Death. Everybody's afraid of death. But sometimes people wish for death. And sometimes you say that some people die happily. And it's in fact because the only way to heaven is to die. The only way to heaven is to die. I don't want to say why do men fear death, but I want to know, first of all, this phenomenon called death. What is even death? Because like both of us now, I am Jude Udenta and we are Nnameka Anichukwu. That Anichukwu, Did you meet the man? Do you know him? The Anuchukwu whose name you are answering. So let us look at death. Then we will now understand what death really means. Some people say that for you to go to heaven, you must first of all die. I don't understand. So, Nameka, what is death?
Death simply means the cessation where the activities of the vital organs of life in a man stopped eternally from being active. Is the cessation of life in a life of man, where life stops in a living organism, man or animal. Where life stops in a living organism, either man or animal.
So, why do people refer to it as transition? What happens, or when people say it is an end? Some people call it transition, some people call it an end. Why? How come the concept of transition added to life? Or, because those of us that have gone through the scriptures a little bit, I've not done it deep like maybe someone like you. You hear that the Sadducees believe that immediately life ceases, that is the end. But the Pharisees, who are our brothers as Catholics, understand and believe and understand that there's a transition. Vita mutatis non toletur, that life is changed, not ended. How come that kind of understanding?
That philosophy is revolved under the fulcrum of metaphysical perspective of death. Revolves on the fulcrum of metaphysical perspective of death. Because man is a spirit. He has a soul and he lives in a body. Man is a spirit. Man has a soul and lives in a spirit. So, from that metaphysical perspective of death, whereby it is referred as transition, it means that at death, the physical body becomes a waste, transforms, and the soul leaves the physical body. Then the Christian says it goes to the Maker. Have you seen it? Then the traditional religion says it goes to Obindi, whereby the soul comes back in reincarnation.
What if it's a young person? If you are saying Obindi,
all I know that man is a spirit and the spirit does not die. So in transition, when you approach death as a transition, means that person that you said died really did not die, but transforms, becomes another nomenclature of a being that comes back. That's why there is a reincarnation or resurrection.
Yeah, because I'm asking this question because to so many people in life, in fact, from the literature we have, death is the real tragedy. Real tragedy because that is the end of every effort.
No. Death is not the end. Because man is a spirit. He has a soul and lives in a body. So that thing we call tragedy is whereby you see it as where the physical body stops, the activity stops. But the soul continues the journey. That is transition.
Not like some people that, like, you normally use this concept of the esoteric knowledge. Some of them will say that the person ends as a man.
The etheric body
maybe becomes a tree or
the
something like
earthbound
that.
body shares away. The earthbound body. The transient body. This is the transient body. You are hearing my voice, but you can't see Nemeka and Ichuku. You can hear my voice. I'm a spirit. So whenever the son Nemeka and Ichuku in the time to come dies physically, I chase off this earthbound body, etheric body.
When the Nemeka chooses to breathe, we shall come back to it. We'll take a little break and then come back to it because I want to understand when Emeka Anichukwu ceases to breed. Yeah. Not when he dies, because we're not talking about that. So we'll take a little break and then continue.
All right.
Just a little break.
Every second, the world changes. Markets rise. Leaders speak. Stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
We are back, you know, and we thank God that we have been joined by a pastor, a Reverend Omar Carlo. And you're welcome, eh?
Reverend Uche Carlo.
Uche Carlo?
Yes, sir.
With Omar.
Yes.
But Omar is there. Uche Carlo.
Omar has never been in my name.
Uche Carlo.
Uche Carlo Oka.
Uche. Sorry. Uche Carlo Oka. Yes. Uche Carlo Oka. Cow. So you're welcome. And like your brother has said, Cow, you're welcome. Now, you know, we are looking at this phenomenon called death, and we started from the point of our brother Julius Caesar, you know, who said that of all the wonders I have seen, it seems to be most strange that men should fear death, knowing that death, in every end, will come when it will come, and there's nothing you can do about that. So, but you know, in defining it, our brother Gabriel now gave us an important perspective about it. That's not just about it's about cessation of
bread,
ethereal cessation of bread, cessation of bread. Yes. Because we also know that our brother Job, when he was talking, prayed for death. He prayed for death. He wished for it. A lot of times people also wish for death. You know. But it's not as simple as that, because I once watched an accident scene. I was there, you know, in one place, and the woman was going, and she was going because the thing was bad, you know. But she was carrying a little baby, and she didn't want the baby to feel the pain. She was undergoing a lot of pain, but at every point, she begins to leave. That baby will give out a cry, and she will just put her breast again back into the lips of the baby, just to keep things going. Because I don't know, you people that are, those of you who are pastors, you know, what is death? How do you understand it? Because sometimes you have been around where people die.
Okay, thank you, sir. To our viewers, death, as long as I know, remains a mystery. It's a mystery. No one can talk in totality about what the details of death until you die. Until you die. And the God that created death. So, being a human being as a tripartite being that has a soul, spirit, and a body, okay? Death is a transition, a means of entering into another phase of life. It can also be termed to be a voyage, a carriage that transports you from one end to another end. So when, just like my brother pointed out or said, it is a cessation of breath. The air that gives you life is cut off. Then the inner body, which is the soul, goes off back to the maker. So death, from its parenthesis, remains a mystery to the living.
Yeah, because I want to look at that, the mystery of it, because when Jesus was here with us as the, you know, physical Jesus, you know, the historical Jesus, when he was here as the historical Jesus, the day he was walking on the water, his disciples and apostles, because there are two different groups, they saw him walk on water, and they started shouting that it is a ghost. Now, this concept of ghost How do we have that? Why do we have that? Because we're talking of dead beings walking, dead men walking. So, yes, I want to understand that from a pastor's perspective before I go back to my brother. Because when they shouted, it's a ghost. Then he said, no, it is me. Then even when he rose from the dead, he still came to them. He said, as you can see, ghosts do not have a physical body and they can't even eat. So he ate fish before them. So this thing called ghost, I'm looking at that ghost. I'm bringing death, because when you talk of death and you're talking of ghost, when you talk of ghost, you're talking of the dead. So what's the relationship between death and the ghost?
Okay.
Is it even something that is real?
Human beings has a way of relating what they know or their perspective over an issue. Human beings that are alive has a way of relating what they know or what they perceive over an issue. When you talk about a ghost, you are talking about a manipulated sphere, the devil using a manipulated being to influence the activities of men. And when you come to a spiritual being, a pastor, a child of God, he knows that spirits exist.
Okay.
In those spirits that exist, it can be influenced by the devil. It can be carried by the spirit of... It is us that will tell you whether it is an angel. It is an angel that came in the form of that ghost,